pieces. Being drawn to the hollow ground. You jump or drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end if I was all. I don't wanna leave you here. The channel will drag you down, down, down. Living with vultures and naysayers. They're going to take your crown. I know where to go from here. I will not let you down, down, down. 'Cause I'm beginning to see you fall to pieces. Being pulled to the hollow ground. Please stop, you'll drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end if I was all. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end if I was all. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end if I was all. Got a backbone made of steel, make you feel like I'm an animal that you can't control. Walk the walk, talk the talk, I'm the whole deal. Yeah, I'm an animal and I command the show. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, 'cause I'm an animal, I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you chasing, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, you're a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader.
Aton's on my side, from the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the V side. side, on the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the peace sign. You wanna change me, rewrite our history. I chose on my side, on the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the peace sign. 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 channel will drag you down, down, down. Living with vultures and naysayers. They're going to take your crown. I know where to go from here. I will not let you down, down, down. 'Cause I'm beginning to see you fall to pieces, being pulled to the hollow ground. Please stop, you'll drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand me. Got you chasing, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can line, sinker, follow the leader.
Aton's on my side, drawing the front line.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. It is our third and final day of the Allstars Stage. $1 million is still up for grabs and only 6 spots available in the main tournament later in the week. Vampire Esports, they are still crushing it in the top spot and they have stretched their lead to 33 points out of second place, Blank.
Dude, Vampires have sunk their fangs into the competition so far. A massive chicken dinner to end the day yesterday, which I think was pretty necessary for them considering the absolute banger of games they had on that first day. We cannot underestimate the guys like Team Falcons and Alpha7 Alpha7 though. Alpha7 have brought things back up to speed a little bit with the help of Revo. He really is a star player on that team so far, and Team Falcons, I think they're currently doing Saudi proud.
Yeah, DRS Gaming, they've made moves up the ladder, and you know what? They're looking really good coming into the final day. Also, honorable mention to G Gladiators, who have stayed consistent for the last 2 days of competition.
Oh yeah, man, I think G Gladiators definitely had some trouble so far. I mean, Alpha7 dropping the North Georgia pole was a bit cruel, but I think they're fixing mistakes as we go. They're a very heavy control team, and I think they can fix some of those mistakes coming today. I think it will be that top 6 for them. DRS, on the other hand, first day, a little bit not too aggressive, but getting into that end game. Today, something's changed for this team. I don't know what's happened. I think today it's just going to be more phenomenal gameplay coming through from DRS.
Yeah, 6th to 10th is very tight at the top, so it's still anyone's game to play for. Exactly, and if there's any day to make your move, it is today. So we cannot wait for day 3 to begin, and we will see you there.
Well, Banks, we don't have to wait much longer for day 3 to begin because it is here right now, and we're ready to kick things off to get our final day of our All-Star Stage underway. I'm Jason Kapp, and I'm your host, and I got 2 gentlemen to help me break everything down throughout the rest of today, and hopefully remember what happened the last 2 days because it's been an exciting 2 days of play. We got Maxman, we got Several Worlds Gaming. I swear, you guys are not filling me in on these color coordinating things. You should really put me in the group.
We got our own WhatsApp. Yeah. WhatsApp going on, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, just us.
Oh boy.
I want to be like you. No. Okay, it's just internal references.
It's making me feel really old right now. Yeah. But gentlemen, I mean, obviously we've had 2 days of play, but it all comes down to this. It's the final day before we find out which 6 or 7 teams could be going to the main tournament.
And there's clearly so many teams that can make up for their bad performances in day 1, day 2 potentially, and catch up into the top 6. I would say pretty much every team except maybe the bottom 2, 3 teams have a chance to catch up, but of course that's mathematically speaking, they can make it up there. Do they have what it takes to get those improvements? We'll have to see throughout these next matches.
Yeah, and then some of the teams that did really good in day 1 that day 2 non-existent. I'm not going to say any names, but I'm pretty sure we'll get a chance to talk about them.
Yeah, well, before we do get to talk about them, I got to give a shout out to Honor Magic 5 Pro. They're one of our sponsors here, which is powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 and Honor self-developed GPU Turbo X. So big shout out to them. All the players on the stage are going to be using those awesome devices. That's why you're seeing so many amazing frags come through as well. But before we hop into this one, this pre-show here going to be brought to you by Savvy. As we're going to break everything down over the last couple of days. But before we do that, if you guys missed out on the last days, let's actually get you all caught up to date of what's all going to be happening or how this whole event is going to be happening. Kind of repeating myself there, but you know what? That's because we're doing this format graphic every single day. Take a look at what's all going down here across these 6 days of play. We got 3 days of our All-Star Stage, followed up by our main tournament. But the interesting thing for me still, Max, never would have guessed, is the fact that we have 18 teams playing in this.
Yeah, of course. I mean, some teams have been struggling a little bit, to find their positions in the game, and clearly we saw it 7 multiple times that the teams that have been really fast on their rotations and that have worked on that yesterday have been able to find a lot more success, mainly in DRS. I think that's a team that really stands out a lot more, but other squads like Infinity IQ, Yangon Galacticos have tried also to approach things a little bit faster, but 18 teams, you need to be super quick on the move.
And with those 18 teams, I think we already seen some of them already readjust, right? First day, we saw GG and Alpha7 in Erangel, and now GG's like, you know what, I don't think we're going to go there anymore. And that backfired, so they ended up readjusting themselves and ended up going to Fairy Pier.
Yeah, I think that if they have a decent playing path, just go Fairy Pier. Just drop Northern George. It's not worth it.
A lot of teams, by the way, has been taking advantage of that 1 elimination, 1 point.
Yeah.
BTR, I'm looking at you.
Oh, nah, don't spoil it just yet, Seven. I know you got something locked and loaded.
I'm just so eager.
We can see here the prize pool for the All-Star Stage. It's $1 million on the line, $125,000 for first place. But beyond this, again, it's our top 6 teams will be going through into our main event. However, Alpha7 already being qualified because they won the Americas Regionals. It might go down to 7 if they are in one of our top 6 slots. Nice. And then, of course, going into the main event, prize pool doubles, $2 million, but also the breakdown of the earnings quite change. 400 grand for first place here, Max. What would you do if I gave 7 400 grand right now?
If you gave I'd ask him for some handouts, please.
I'll take you to Turkey,
sir?
Max.
Please,
I'll take you to Turkey.
Please, sir, give me a portion of your winnings.
So you're going to take into PMGC?
Yep.
Nice. That's so nice of you.
Yeah. I'll come back with a full head of hair. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Wow.
He's doing it to himself. I like this.
I don't know. This is Stockholm Syndrome. We've just been bashing on him this entire week you've been here. Let's take a look at our participating teams, and some of them might be screaming help me as well as they're trying to get into our top 6. And there's a couple of standout ones, whether it's good or whether it is bad. I Donuts Varro. I kind of have to go into them. Kind of both, right? Not good, not bad necessarily, but I was hoping for more. Then again, we do have Reject in the main event as well, so I'm curious to see what Japan can show us.
Yeah, I did want to jump on Donuts Varro actually, because that first Miramar, we were all saying it pretty much in a green room. That should have been their win every single day of the week.
I said they weren't going to win.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, you just knew. You read the script every time, Jason.
Yeah.
Can't do that, can't do that. But that should have been their win, right? And Alpha7, though, bringing a lot of heat, clearing that fight, were able to just completely overwhelm that team. So I expect that they can hopefully do a little bit better, because their last game, actually, on Miramar, they started picking fights versus RA and then pushing uphill. That was not really an easy engagement for them. So they have been improving a little bit, but is it too slow for just a 3-day event? It looks like it right now.
I hope it's not going to be like DK, where actually I do hope it's going to be like DK, where they had great performances in Miramar, and then the next day they brought that into Erangel. Maybe we'll end up seeing that out of them, because it was 2 good performances in Miramar out of Donuts Varro.
We need to see some presence on Erangel. Like that is going to be your bread and butter throughout today.
You guys even mentioned S2G, but maybe we'll get into a little bit of time here. So we'll take a look at our schedule to get you guys caught up on how the Battlegrounds are working out throughout the day. It is quite different than most of the events you have been watching. We have one Sandhawk, which is at the start of the day, which actually has gone the same direction with the first zone every single time so far. Then we followed up with 3 Erangels back-to-back, and followed that up with 2 Miramars back-to-back. And I know you're at home watching this and you're like, that's interesting, that's quite different. But we actually kind of like it.
I like it
a lot, actually, because it allows those adaptations to happen between matches, and you don't have to completely change your strategy going into the next Battleground.
It is my favorite map rotation I think we've ever had in like any tournaments in PMPL.
Well,
PMGCs,
you did say you
nice.
wanted to see 6 Sandhawks in a row.
I don't recall saying that.
I don't think
Jason,
that was him. I think that would have been
no.
me.
If it was Vikendi, I would say yes, I would love that. That would be a great time, but no. Not Sandhawk. No, thank you.
I've actually enjoyed that we have Sandhawk first. I know I was against it at first.
Get it out of the way.
On day 1. Yeah, just get it out of the way. Get the madness out of the way. It has helped out some of the teams too. And I've also enjoyed how some of the teams are able to readjust right away, going from Erangel to Erangel. I think we have seen that over and over again, and it's quite nice to see.
I like that we don't have too much Sandhawk, though. If I see another Northwest Island finish, I'm going to lose it. Okay, just give me any other finish, please.
If GG doesn't win, and they get the same circle again, I'm going to go nuts.
2 circles on their position where they drop and no win. So if it happens again, we need to see the Gladiators win.
I did get a chance to talk to Kitsune before we move on, and he did tell me they do decide to just wait a little bit longer, because they want to make sure nobody surprises them. And even if one of their players does end up getting attacked, they're not going to be sending all their 4 players. They're probably just going to do a 2-2 split.
You're on
Yeah, I was like, oh, why are you guys taking so long?
For all of our sake, 7, I do hope it doesn't go the way of Gladiators, because I don't need to see you go loco here on air.
Okay.
That would be a little scary. But obviously, you guys at home who are watching, make sure you check out actually in the chat, because we do have a viewer survey going on, and we love to hear what you guys have to say about the show and all your feedback. We do read every single one of them. And again, if you guys take a picture of you completing the survey, send it on over to 7. He's going to follow you back and send you some UC.
Please
Still just one UC?
Should I take Max to Turkey? Yeah, like first I need 400k, right?
Okay, out of pocket again.
I just don't know why you self-roasted yourself, to be honest there, Max, because he alluded to it, but you hammered it home.
Yeah, I should just...
well, to be fair,
maybe,
well, if you're going to go there for hair, maybe someone could go there to get taller.
Ooh. Is that possible?
He got the box is fine. You know that's enough for him.
Tell me more about this, sir.
You know what? I'm actually waiting for 7 Worlds Gaming to show up to an event with a 7 Worlds Gaming branded box for him to stand on. I think that's the next step for you.
Can we break the immersion real quick? Can you come off?
I think I'm gonna make that into my contract. Hold on. You guys ready for this?
Okay.
Wait, switch the camera. Ready? This is me on the box. Let's go to where a little bit more. COVID. Look at this.
Don't you mess with me or my 2 sons ever again. Anyways, let's take a look at overalls to get an idea of where the teams do stand going into our final day of play. Remember, top 6 is what it's right about right now, except because Alpha7 are in top 6, you got to pay attention to 7th place. Vampire in 1st place quite easily. They're looking 100% safe to get into our main tournament.
Unless we see a massive throw from like your teams in 2nd, 3rd, 4th place, they're in, right? I think 7 is fair to say they're going to be good. The teams that are going to be in a little bit of a dangerous spot might be B+ Kia, Falcon, FaZe, so they're teams that need to bring the heat once again today. But the teams that even are on the top of the 2nd page, we know the potential these teams really have in previous events, but so far All-Stars has not been their time to shine.
Yeah, and one of the teams that actually surprised me yesterday a lot, I know you guys were looking at Donuts Varro and some of the other teams, Aton Esports. They had 2 good performances yesterday, and they were able to launch themselves up at least to a place where they can maybe strike for that top 7 if Alpha7 does end up being in the top 6.
Yeah, I think Milos is also one of the top fraggers of yesterday, actually. So Milos was doing great, but as a team, we haven't seen too much like full squad pushes, so maybe a bit more of that would be nice.
Yeah, and I know we were kind of joking around in regards to Choco getting lost on the stage and stuff like that. He finally found his place because he was able to put up a good amount of items for his team yesterday, and I think that's what they need. They can't just rely on Milos, because Milos, for me, he's just not on all the time. He's not a player like the likes of Rebel, right? That we can expect him to just be putting up numbers day in, day out. They definitely need somebody else, and I'm glad that Choco was the one that was able to step up.
Why are you guys sitting down? You guys got matches to play. Get over to the stage, please. Come on, guys. I hope this is them not arriving right now, because that would be a little bit weird. Might explain some things with some delays from the matches we've had starting, but you know what? They're all having a great time here, enjoying the couches, enjoying the event as well.
Was that Ryzen?
To be fair.
Oh my God.
We actually seen him.
He got a chance to be a part of the tournament.
Too soon. Too soon, Seven. But obviously been enjoying the tournament here, and again, for a lot of them, you have to think about like how often do they get to go to LAN events?
Yep.
And it's not very often. Obviously, when you look at like Southeast Asia and the likes of that region, they do have it happen a lot more. But this is a big opportunity to not only just get to play in front of an audience, to play with your teammates in person, but to just get to meet the other players that you've been playing with for years.
Yeah, and it's something that I actually really enjoy with the conversation that we had yesterday with Blank, and he was able to mention it too, is how it's able to give him just a lot of experience just in front of the camera, and also being able to just feel a different pressure, right? When you're at home just playing, it's completely different.
Yeah, compared to the main tournament, a lot of these bar teams have players that this is their first time playing at a LAN event, right? So it's just going to be interesting to see how teams have been able to adapt from the online to now the offline kind of situations that have been going on. But I feel like the LAN buff has been working out for some of the teams at the top, so it's working out good for some of the squads.
Yeah, and honestly, it can be tough as well that you're playing an event. Like, obviously, there's quite a bit of pressure because there's quite a bit of money as well, but could be worse. Could be PMGC being your first event.
Oh.
Best way to go down, yeah.
Some people have definitely crumbled before in the past.
All right, we'll really start to dive into a couple of our teams here in particular, right? We've talked a lot about Vampire, and obviously for good reason, but there's one team who kind of snuck forward yesterday in quite a good fashion and actually scored the most points out of any team on day 2 with 76. We gotta take a look at DRS here in a head-to-head between their 2 days of play, as we criticize them a bit on day 1, not a bit, a lot on day 1, of get aggressive, get more eliminations. They heard us, and they did just that.
And the Nepali chat goes wild. I mean, pretty much yesterday was just Nepali showdown the entire time.
Nepali.
I don't know.
The difference that they were able to put on in the elims, and that was the major criticism that we have for them, right? Was that they were just not being aggressive. Even when they had a chance to take a fight that it was probably going to be a little bit easier for them, they always decided to back off and just go for those placement points. We did not see that yesterday. If they saw even a slight chance to be able to get some easy points in regards to elims, they went for it, and they were still able to put themselves in a great place towards the end game.
They still clearly had a focus on getting those placement points in my eyes. They still were very passive early game, just a little bit faster on the rotations. But as we talked about yesterday on the show, there's that tipping point that at some point they understand, okay, we've got really strong compounds that we're clearly not controlling. We just need to go for the breach, which they ended up doing on BTR at some point. The first game they pushed onto iKURD. The DRS of day 1, in my eyes, would not have done that, but they understood, okay, what is our weakness, what is pulling us back on the first day, and it was clearly them not being willing to go for breaches and taking those aggressive fights. And now the fact that they're doing it, that confidence boost of yesterday, I'm hoping is going to translate even further here.
Yeah, I think it will.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we hope it does, and I think they hope it does as well, trying to be one of the teams to replicate the performance they've had not too long ago back at PMGC, because there's another team who hasn't been able to do so, but we're not touching on them just yet. We're gonna,
no, I'm not.
we're gonna touch
I'm just going to disappear again.
I mean, you don't have to really squat down far,
just take
to be
the box
honest.
away.
Let's talk about another team, though, right? We got Vampire, currently in first place. They have a 5-man roster. We've not seen Newsy come in just yet, though I'm hearing we might see him today.
Oh. We got a chance to see Rising.
They are thinking about it, but I don't know. I mean,
I'm not going to spoil too much here.
Talking with Sertani again yesterday, I mean, we always talk with Sertani. I feel like we should
Are you roomie with Sertani? Because you, every day, you're like, yeah, I was talking with Sertani.
I just see him always in like the hallways and everything. I don't know. We just meet up.
He's a great interview, though, and he's one of the best coaches to give us actually insight in regards to what's going on with the team, and he's very honest about it too, which I really appreciate.
Yeah, and he did mention that yesterday was the team kind of going in survival mode because they got so many points secured in day 1. They're like, okay, let's just try and get some consistent points in every single time, and normally the spot in the main tournament should be pretty much 100% confirmed.
Go for it.
Let me give you some context, Max, as well. If they're just going survival mode, They had the second highest amount of points earned yesterday.
I mean, he said that's what they were doing, but it's still really good.
They got 78 yesterday, on the day one, and 65 on day two. They went under our radar a lot, and in my head, I was like, oh, they're not doing that great. But in actuality, they performed super well. And if this is them in survival mode, I'd hate to see them in winning mode.
I mean, they showed in day one, right?
Yeah.
I think
that
the
might
main
not be
tournament
That might have been like a little bit of survival mode.
Yeah, because I feel like Tony K was still starting to like kind of warm up. And then yesterday, we got a chance to fully see what he was able to do.
Yeah, I mean, he showed up both days, really, when he came down to it. Of course, there was that one little fumble that he made up for pretty much instantly in the following Erangel, but the entire team is looking so good. I'm especially a big fan of Ravenclaw. I know we don't talk about him too much when it comes to fragging power, like getting damage eliminations, but he's always set up his team so good in terms of gathering information throughout scouting, getting the off angles, and really, if Ravenclaw is not in the positions he is, especially on some of those Miramar games, I think that we see Vampire go down a lot sooner in those matches. So Vampire, Ravenclaw, might be a little bit more silent, but he still is super, super important for how the team's mechanics has worked so far.
I think you even said it best. I feel like the chemistry, the synergy that the team has right now, the way that we're able to showcase it whether they're pushing on somebody, right, or whether it is that they're going to have to defend a spot, they're being able to do that just so well.
They can do everything. They can go from like being a super macro-oriented team that's just going to be fully zoning to a team that can breach you and finish a fight in a matter of 10 seconds, which is super important. Being snappy in fights to avoid third parties is something we saw work out for some teams, but if you're a little bit too slow, it's not going to be working out for you.
Well, let's take a look at their stats actually here for Vampire in particular between day one and day two. And again, I got a little criticism for it, or I gave them a little bit of criticism, but they did more damage than they did on the first day, which again, they won 2 chicken dinners on day one. But they did, I guess, fall off later on. They were close on eliminations as well, which is kind of funny because I feel like Stone didn't put up normally as much as he was able to on the first day on top of that. But if that's them in like chill survival mode, like I'm really interested to see like when they actually are pushing the pace and really getting aggressive.
Yeah, I feel like they were just not putting as much pressure on themselves, but they just got themselves in such good positions because, I mean, we talked about it on the first day, right, Seven? Their playstyle is not forced. This is something that they can do very naturally. They're very good at understanding the map, positions of interest, and how teams are going to be responding to different circles and situations. And because of that, they're just like, okay, we're just going to do our usual gameplay, just not going to be super stressed about it. And it's just such a successful playstyle that even without pressure, they're just outperforming a lot of the squads here.
If I'm Vampire Esports and if I'm Sertani, I'm probably going to be trying to do exactly what we did yesterday, maybe just throwing some different stuff to get ready for the main event, because at this point, as you guys were saying, especially you, Jason, as you were saying, they're more than likely going to be there.
Yeah, well, speaking of main event, I mean, we do have our All-Stars coming up shortly here, so we got to pick up the pace a little bit as we're going to turn our attention towards Bigetron. You got to do it. You got to do it. I actually want to throw it to him and be like, who are we going to talk about now? Bigetron. Let's take a look at their stats between day one and day two, because out of our top 10 teams, which they, they're currently in our top 10, they scored only 17 points. They were the worst team in our top 10 on day two. And there's also an interesting stat behind that, Seven.
Yeah, you want to know what's the worst part about that? I don't know. Yeah, I guess it is the worst part about that. They scored 17 elims. And those were the 17 points. That means that they were out of those placement points every single time. And this is something that we were kind of praising Bigetron at the beginning of day one. That's like, okay, they seem to be rotating, even though they are being passive. They're trying to put themselves in a great position. It was the complete opposite of DRS day one, where they were putting themselves in position. They were trying to be a little bit more aggressive, but it was kind of backfiring. Yesterday, I'm not sure what happened. The only points that they were able to get was for elims.
I can actually maybe tell you what happened, because I did some VOD review just for BTR. So when they take 4-on-4 fights ready, they're not winning them. I mean, they're not looking that happy anymore, I think, after yesterday.
But that was before the event began.
That was before it happened, okay, for the media day. But when they're taking 4-on-4 fights, the gunplay is just not as strong as other teams, so they've been struggling a lot. And especially compared to DRS, Gladiators, Vampires, when they go for a breach, when they go for any kind of fight, their fights last so long. They just go back into, oh, are we rezzing? There's that indecision. I think the D+ fight, they were not sure what kind of approach to go for. And that opens up opportunities for third parties. And I think in 3 of the 6 games yesterday, they ended up dying because they got third partied. If we want to see some improvements, they need to be way quick on those fights, wrap it up, and maybe we're going to see some placement points finally.
I want to see Ryzen.
You always want to see Ryzen.
I would say that's it. Boom. I want to see Ryzen. Hey, you got nothing to lose potentially if they're not doing well here at the start of the day. But maybe we should talk about some players who have been doing well here at day 2. And one of those players is going to be from the Korean team of D+. And we're going to be talking about Force here as we'll dive into his stats between day 1 and day 2. And honestly, really happy to see this, Max. We got to see him really start to excel towards the latter half of our second day, and we got to talk about him.
Yeah, I feel like the team that has brought the DBS to the international stage last year in PMWI in some way, shape, or form, and he's been just so impressive. It's not just Forest, of course. Fabian, also I would say here, 7 has been highly impressive, but almost 3 times as much over these first and second day increase. And yeah, Forest, once again, one of my favorite players from South Korea, because when it comes to fragging power, very little players are as good as him, and I mean, 7.
There's a reason we see him at like every international event, basically.
It's always the same team qualifying, and Forest is always in that team.
And I mean, looking at those stats, right, what you saw exactly what you want to see out of a player from Forest too. If you're going to be able to get a lot more damage, which was almost 3 times the damage that he was able to get day 1, being able to convert that into actual eliminations, because we have seen in the past, you can definitely put yourself in a position where you're able to get those damage points, right? But if you're not able to convert those into actual elimination points, it doesn't matter at the end of the day.
Yeah, and then obviously another player we have to look at, because he was our frag leader going at the end of day 1. It's going to be Stone coming in from Vampire, because we're really curious to see how did he do from day 1 to day 2. And he actually played, it looks like, at least in terms of damage so far, pretty much the same.
I want to see his conversion rate, actually, because I feel like the eliminations definitely were on the lower side, and he's going to be down 9, so 5 eliminations less. Really, Tony K is the only one that was able to retain that consistency from day 1 into day 2, and otherwise the rest of the team, a little bit rough, but the thing is, 9 elims is not even bad. It's still really good.
That's what I'm looking at. I feel like we're starting to now just
hypercritical.
It's super critical in regards to Vampire Esports and their players, because 9 elims, every single player in this tournament would be so happy to even get close to that throughout the day.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm curious to see with them feeling comfortable that they've already qualified, will they become unhinged? Will they start to just destroy everyone because they have nothing to lose, right? They can start, actually, what they could technically do is actually start to attack the teams around that bubble and prevent them from getting in. That might be really interesting.
Yeah, towards the end of the day, that could be happening. I think we mentioned this towards the end of stages where teams qualify every time. It very rarely happens, but it has happened on a few instances in the past. So who knows? Maybe Vampire can choose who's going to go in the main tournament.
Max, I'm going to jump in here really quickly, because we're about to start as we have Ben. So you wanted to have him as your players to watch here for Infinity IQ, and I want to hear why, but you have not much time.
Yeah, so Infinity IQ are a team that's very macro-focused, and we do see that they're very good to react to circles, but unfortunately they're very reactive. I want to see them being a little bit more proactive. Bensu is definitely by far one of the top players for the team. It's just every time you see Infinity IQ engaging fights there as a split, they don't regroup fast enough. So if you enable Bensu in these games, I feel like we can see Infinity IQ reach top 6 because they're not that far away.
Yeah, and obviously they could see them do it as they were able to get to 5th place in points. But let's actually head over to the stage here as we have something special coming your way with Barney.
Readiness to confront, more likely known as aggression. Today, the temperature gauge is twisted as tensions rise for our teams to battle for survival.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، بعد ما عدت نص المشوار الحين أو أكثر، حتى برضو عندنا عدت اليومين وباقي اليوم الثالث في مباريات لسه، والترتيب لسه ما تحدد. اليوم راح نعرف تفاصيل أكثر والمباريات كيف راح تكون معنا.
Aggression will most likely be our theme today, as 6 maps remain in this competition before 12 of our teams are sent packing and the remaining 6 continue into our main tournament.
واليوم الأخير هذا اللي راح نحدد فيه منهم ال6 فرق اللي راح يكملون باقي المشوار معنا في المنافسة في البطولة الرئيسية. اليوم هو اليوم الحاسم، اليوم اللي راح نعرف منهم أبطال هذه البطولة.
Welcome to day 3 of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational Allstars Stage. My name is Banks and I'm your host, and joining me right here on the main stage is my co-host, Atik.
اهلا فيكم اعزائنا المشاهدين، اعزائنا الحضور في اليوم الثالث من مبارياتنا في الاول ستارز اللي راح نشوف فيها المنافسه، وزي ما قلنا لكم فيها قبل شوي اللي راح نعرف منهم ال6 مراكز الاولى. معكم مقدمكم باللغه العربيه عتيق، ومعنا مقدمنا باللغه الانجليزيه بانكس.
Now, before we continue with today's competition, we have a very special show match for you. So, please join us in welcoming our teams to the stage.
لكن الحين اعزائنا المشاهدين انا ادري انكم كلكم مطلعين لمبارياتنا اليوم، لكن راح نفتتحها في مباراه راح تكون جدا ممتعه، مباراه الشو ماتش. خلونا نرحب بالفريقين هنا على المسرح.
Please welcome your first team to the stage, led by a musician whose hit song Faded has generated over 5 billion listens. It's Alan Walker and Vampire Esports.
حبيب الكل اللي جاينا من مكان بعيد، جاي يبغى ينافس في هذه المباراة، وبرضه جايه من معه بالفرق هنا اللي يبغون يحققون النصر. اعزائي المشاهدين اعطونا تحية للتوبس مع فريق R8.
Atik, I think we should hype this up a bit. 2 teams enter the main stage. Only one will exit victorious. TDM, 40 eliminations, best of 3. We cannot wait to see what these teams bring to the main stage. So let's head over to our casters to bring us into today's show match.
مباراة راح تكون مختلفة، مباراة TDM راح تكون بيست اوف 3، راح نشوف منهم الفرق او خلينا نقول الفريقين راح ينافسون فيها ومن هو الفائز. هذه المباراة راح تكون غير طبيعية وانا متأكد راح نستمتع فيها. قبل أن ننتقل الى مباراتنا الثانية فخلونا ننتقل الى المعلقين ونبدأ لكم فيها المباراة.
We are ready and raring to go for the show match today. The TDM, as Tops takes on Alan Walker with the backup of Vampire and R8 Blank. We are ready to get into it.
It feels somewhat one-sided, but it depends just how good Alan Walker and Tops are. I mean, they could be the deciding factor. Perhaps, maybe, we just don't know yet. But obviously, we want to get into this TDM as fast as possible and watch these teams duking out in a best of 3. This could go all the way to the 3rd match, or it could be over in just 2.
And it depends how these teams want to approach this as well. Are they going to go slow? Are they going to try and play in those corners? Or are they trying to go a little bit closer, a little bit more aggressive? And their weapon choices as well going to be pretty important moving on in as we get locked and loaded for the first of today's festivities. We've got plenty more still to come, but the TDM to kick us off. A little bit of a warm-up as well for R8 and for Vampire as well, the players that are playing as well, as they will be getting ready, getting those fingers nice and warm for the rest of the matches today.
I think Vampire are looking to finish out this tournament strong as well. I think currently on 141 points total over in All-Stars. And you're right, this is a nice little warm-up. They'll be assisting Alan Walker in what I imagine will be his victory with the way they're playing currently. But also, if R8 can bring out something special here, John, potentially Vampire don't feel so aggressive, so confident coming into that All-Stars.
A lot of the strength as well, when you look at these top teams, is to do with their macro game sense and their positioning, their rotations as well. So R8, we haven't really seen too many times where they've been able to unleash full firepower. Maybe they'll be able to take the gloves off on this one and really give it a good go in these close range scenarios, because it is a very different game style, a very different play. It plays out very, very differently to how it does in a normal game. When you go down, you're immediately back into the fray. You can take a couple more risks for that reward that you could get at the end.
100%. It's lovely to have these people here with us as well. Alan Walker, obviously, very much well known in the PUBG Mobile community. Tops, a Saudi content creator, here with us too. Nice of them to join us here at the All-Stars on our final day. The kickoffs of something a little bit special. It looks like we're getting into it right now. Look at that. He's got the grip. He's got the claw grip on it. I think he's been practicing, you know.
Look at him. He's ready. He knows what's going on. I mean, we saw him all the way back in Berlin 8 years ago there. What was it, 4 years, something like that, playing PUBG Mobile. So hopefully he's developed and been able to keep up to speed. The rest of Vampire as well going to be able to help out, be that swell of power behind him as we play into the first of the best of 3. Around the containers here. Tops with R8. Alan Walker already taking a little bit of damage. Tony K, there's the brunt of it though. For the plane, sneaking some shots from Carry.
Walker's down. Stop him, but Newsy's in for the team. New addition, obviously haven't really seen him throughout the All-Star stage, but in today, in the old TDM match. I love that Alan Walker came out the gate swinging as well. You know, he was ready and raring to go. Immediately takes the first shots over towards R8. 5-2 currently, with R8 leading, in fact.
They have managed to get the better end of these trades moving forwards, but won't go down without a fight. It is first to 40, or the most when the timer runs down. The 10-minute clock you can see there at the top. Alan Walker trying to just hold out. Not quite getting the spray over to CR, and yeah, that's going to be a bad time. 10-4, and it looks like R8 might be able to They're having a pretty good time here. Tony K, though, fades the damage, and Newsy now up to bat, gets cover as well, swaps the weapon, but Alan Walker takes a tumble again. 12 to 6 now. Make that 13 as AGONxI8 starting to build momentum.
Vampire looking to get back on track. Walker loves that one angle, doesn't he? Through the portcullis, I like that a lot, but it's not working out so well. Right now, though, Tops sprays directly over the head of Tony K as he goes for a cheeky little crouch shot there. Very mean. But Tops have been looking for those headshots in the practice range, but looks like Tony K had something else to think about there. Newsy springs out the side, and Walker's standing back. He's hiding.
He's waiting for his health to regenerate before going for another trade. Vampire getting a little bit closer now on the totals. 11 to 16, so back into 5 points difference. Tops goes down again as well. 17 to 12, maintaining that 5-point differential. Healing coming through and pushing up to the high ground. Alan Walker looking for a trade.
Yes.
There he goes, able to get the first elimination there. And it's 18 to 15, into 3. Looks for another onto CR7, but not quite quick enough on the trigger on that.
Unfortunate, but Walker coming through clutch there. Does finally find that angle shot. Maybe he needs to go to a different location, but no! This is where he'll make his stand. Over on the right-hand side. 21 to 17. 4 points now. Newsy looks to even that gap even more. 19! The Vampire hot on the heels of AGONxI8 as they slowly get warmed up here.
And Walker, again, getting that healing done. Even Stevens for the scores. Tops moving around, trying to support his teammate, but CR7 has already found a needle to thread. 23 to 22 now, and Team Tops. AGONxI8's just maintaining that lead. We're over halfway through on those points totals. And there, the points starting to open again. It was up to 4, brought back to 3, but they're still fragging it out. Going quite well right now for AGONxI8.
Yeah, they've definitely pulled it back. I mean, there was a huge resurgence coming through from Vampires, but AGONxI8 didn't want to let this one go to waste. CR7 moves out the side. We'll try and find some shots in there. Tops just hiding in the back, but Alan Walker, he's in the fray. He's taking names.
Puts it down. Carry Boy falls for 1. 4 points now behind. The final 10-point stretch entered for Team Tops AGONxI8. Need to try and maintain that advantage. This is what we were thinking about as well, as Vampire were just going to chew this one up. But it is very much the opposite. They are, if not outmatched, certainly very even on the overall standing right now.
30 to 31, now 33 in the advantage of AGONxI8. Alan Walker taking names and headshots, it would seem, too. Some pretty decent sprays come through his side. 34 points. This is where things get a little bit dangerous for Vampire. Let's get too far away. It'll allow AGONxI8 just to send directly over towards their base and trade off those eliminations. 5 eliminations remaining. That's a full squad wipe and 1 more player to go down for Vampire, and it's all over. 3 points behind. Can they bring it back?
Alan Walker trying to stay alive on the alleyway there. The shots from CR7 not quite finishing the job, but Schweppes goes down. And that means we're only now within 2 points of victory for Team Tops and AGONxI8 in the first of this best of 3 TDM. 1 point now. The last measure to be found. Tops drops down, doesn't take an answering shot, but doesn't matter because the rest of the team are there. They move forwards, pick up another one. 6 needed in a row with no fatalities landed in response, and it's just not going to be able to occur. Tops leads the team to the first victory in this best of 3.
Ooh, this is getting heated now. Vampires do not want to go down with the fight, but Tops is happy with the way that turned out. The boys on his squad on AGONxI8 really doing some good work there. Alan Walker definitely got some swings in, though. I'll give him that.
I was seeing some good shots landed from Alan. He was picking up some of those trades as well, making sure he's playing off his team, which is good to see. Keeping those comms alive.
Definitely had more of a protect the president vibe over on AGONxI8 with Tops deciding that he was just going to chill over in the base for quite a while. I do like that Alan Walker instead, though, was just hungry for battle the entire time. He's just got his own music just running in his head this whole TDM. And to be honest, it's quite fast-paced a lot of times. I'm pretty inspirational. So you can imagine that he just can't stay still.
He's ready to keep on walking forwards in the face of battle.
What do you mean he's sprinting?
I wonder how much of a language barrier there is on these teams, right? Because you've got Saudi Creator, obviously, coming in with the Saudi team. They're going to be able to communicate a lot more freely I'd imagine, than Alan Walker with Vampire.
Team match, let's go.
Maybe a little bit more of a barrier there. I wouldn't imagine that's too much of an issue, but it seems like Alan Walker's slotting in, going with Tony K. So a very, very powerful presence from Vampire.
Oh yeah, this is a nice little play. Alan Walker getting away though. Tony K has to jump down, playing the bodyguard role right now. Vampire already starting things off strong with 1 point off the bat. Newsy though has to go to the side and most likely will be taken down. Very low HP. And 97 will find another, but we are even Stevens this time around. R8 came out the gate swinging last time around, immediately accruing themselves a lot of points on board.
It was very, very fast last time, that lead that opened up, but definitely taking this one a little bit more seriously for Vampire, it seems. And they will start to get a lead, as small as it is, a lead of their own. Alan Walker looks for the swing on the trade, but doesn't quite have the backup there. Even numbers now, 5 apiece, as we kick off the second of this best of 3.
Uzi reloads, look for some more, finds a really nice side swipe, and Tops is just not there to assist. Can't quite get the holographic over the top side. Luckily, Newsies is put down in the process. But Tops right now just playing with the binoculars out, observing.
Carey sneaks around the side, able to take down Alan Walker, and it's again a lead being established. 4 team Tops, 4 R8. They're able to go 4 points into the lead. Remember, it is first to 40, and they are 1 match up already. So if they win it here, they would take home the whole thing, the whole shebang for Team Tops and R8.
Uzi pushing through. This guy's been very aggressive. Not found too many eliminations off the back of it. Alan Walker continues to try and press forward to find these eliminations. ID7 extremely low. Will fall though. 15 to 12, 3 points behind once again. Vampires struggling to even that load right now. 16 to 12, 17 to 12, and R8 come out swinging in this game. They're finding more and more points. It's just been brutal.
This middle game has been very, very powerful for the team in the blue today. Tops from the back lines had a really good open sight line towards Schweppes, but that's actually pitched away. ID7 has been on this elimination feed, I think, more than most of the other players here. Good news. 5-point difference now. As Alan Walker and Vampire trail just that little bit. A nice little flick up to the top, and Carry Boy hits the deck. Newsy, though, not so lucky. Eliminated there. They continue to try and press forwards. Carry Boy again! Another. That was completely Alan Walker's doing, all on his own.
Stuff there, CR7 goes down. It's a little bit easier right now for the guys on R8 as they're just playing defensive. They can hold down these angles, but now that Vampire's made their way up, they just need to hold, get that team fire off. But you can see all of R8 swinging the corner. CR7 does take down Alan Walker, and Tony K can't quite make his way into the base, and immediately you will see the Vampires being rebuffed off.
E7 backing up for the reload. Carry Boy swings with him, and Alan Walker goes down this time. ID7 with the rest of the roster takes care of Newsy. A full reset, almost a 10-point lead now for R8, for Tops as well. They are doing work, and this could be a pretty short best of 3, Blake.
It could be indeed. I mean, these guys have held no punches during this match. Carry Boy moves out, but Alan Walker can't quite line up the shot in time. 30 points right now. A nasty little drop shot. No. Only the fist remaining. Newsy alive with 1 HP. 31 to 23. Alan Walker once again out of there. You don't see too much of Tops, but I mean, Alan Walker's giving it all he's got.
Certainly is. Schweppes as well, backing him up. 7 points behind right now, so still quite the task on the cards. Tops goes down next. 26 to 32. 6 points now difference. Moving as a group. Team Walker and Vampire lose their namesake. They are going to be able to get the trade there. 28 points. 34 is the mark that's set in front of them.
29 points now found. 34 there for R8. They're actually pulling it back just a little bit here, John. 32 to 36.
Might be a little bit too little too late, though.
I agree.
Alan Walker goes halved. Tops trying to move back into position, but 2 points now. 1 point, the last between Team Tops x R8 to try and take the title. Who's it going to be? They are able to find it, and it is a 2-0 for Tops and R8 against the team that was the favorite, Alan Walker and Vampire. They just couldn't stand up in the end. They couldn't hold off against the forces that were there to quell them. And good news for the Saudi team.
Yeah, it was more like tower defense, I would say, for R8 a lot of times. I mean, Alan Walker certainly is not a walker himself. He was sprinting into battle quite a few of those times there. Definitely pretty high on the death count, I'd say, for that team. But you know what? I think he had fun, and that's the main thing.
Absolutely. It's all okay for Team Tops here. They take home a swift 2-0. It's good that they weren't playing that super passive play style. We've seen that before. It's a little bit more interesting to watch it when one of these teams just goes all out and tries to make it work for them. We're going to head over to an interview.
Welcome to the main stage, Alan. A tough match, I have to say. But welcome back to the PUBG MOBILE Esports main stage. You know what? It's been a little bit of a while since you've been at one of our esports competitions. How does it feel to be back?
Feels amazing, and doing those collaborations with PUBG has been, of course, quite an adventure. It's been really fun, and now we're loading up for a brand new one.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، سألنا على ووكر كيف شعوره في رجوعه في بطولات الرياضات الإلكترونية. صار له فترة من آخر مرة رجع معنا، لكن يقول إنه شعور جدا جميل، وبإذن الله راح يستمتع في هذه المباراة. وزي ما شفناه قبل شوي، مباراته كانت جدا ممتعة، لكن في نفس الوقت بإذن الله راح نشوف برضو شراكات أكثر مع PUBG Mobile.
Well, I've been told that you've prepared a little surprise for the PUBG Mobile players. Can you please tell us a little bit more about that?
So alongside with the next upcoming event in the game, we've launched the new song, The Land of the Heroes. And I feel like that's a perfect song for gaming, this community of PUBG Mobile. And I think it's an extraordinary song, and it will be launched alongside with the PUBG Carnival event.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، سألنا ألان ووكر إيش المفاجآت اللي ممكن تقدمها هذه المرة. يعني شفنا منك مفاجآت في المرات الماضية، لكن ذكر قال إن هذه المرة راح يقدم، أو بالأصح نزلت أغنية موجودة في سبوتيفاي اللي هي أغنية لاند اوف ذا هيروز موجودة، وتقدرون تستمتعون لهذه الأغنية موجودة الحين نازلة. فألف مبروك لهذا الإصدار.
That sounds absolutely amazing. I've got to dig a little bit deeper. Can you give us any details about the song or the event itself?
Yeah, so this song is made for the community, it's made for the gamers, and it's made for PUBG Mobile. Just like the old collaboration we had with On My Way and Live Fast, and this one is the brand new edition that we're doing. And I think it's going to be an amazing event in the game. We're bringing back the Alan Walker in-game, cosmetics. And I think it's going to be an adventure, and I'm really looking forward to it.
سألنا ألان ووكر يعني عطنا تفاصيل أكثر عن الأغنية وإيش التفاصيل اللي فيها. فذكر أن الأغنية صحيح أنها نزلت، وهو جدا سعيد في هذه الشراكة اللي برضو مع PUBG موبايل. هذه كلها مقدمة لمجتمع PUBG موبايل في للعبة وللاعبين كلهم. وبإذن الله راح نطلع على شراكات حتى برضو أكثر وتفاصيل أكثر في المرات القادمة. لكن هنا أعزائنا المشاهدين، أعزائنا الحضور، أعطونا تحية لألان ووكر.
Alan, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. We can't wait to see more of you in-game.
Thank you very much.
Now, 18 teams are going to enter into today's competition, and $1 million is still on the line. Egos will be bruised, and rivalries will grow, and only the strongest will survive. So, we're going to see you very soon back here on the main stage right after this.
والحين أعزائنا المشاهدين، بعد ما شفنا مباراتنا اللي كانت معنا في الشو ماتش، لكن الحين راح ننتقل إلى مباراتنا الأساسية اللي عليها $1 مليون، واللي راح نشوف منهم الأبطال، منهم ال6 مراكز اللي راح يكملون معنا إلى البطولة الرئيسية. خلوكم معنا ونرجع لكم فيها في باقي المباراة.
Airdrop Carnival will be officially starting on August 4th. We urge all PUBG Mobile players and walkers to mark their calendars and participate in the game to complete missions and obtain the theme song Land of the Heroes for free. During the Airdrop Carnival, the PUBG Mobile X Alan Walker theme sets will make a comeback in the game. These sets will be available again after 4 years, so be sure not to miss out on them. Alan Walker will launch a special co-creation event with all the PUBG Mobile players to collaborate on the Airdrop Carnival theme song Land of the Heroes. Your work will have the opportunity to receive personal comments from Alan himself. So all PUBG Mobile players, it's time to showcase your musical talents.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
Take everything, leave them with nothing. White flag, I give the V-side. Change me, rewrite our history. I chose on my side, drawn the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I get the V-side. Change me, rewrite
Well, I'm not afraid to say it. I think even though Alan Walker's team lost, I feel like he owned the circle.
Yeah, I don't think there was a circle in that, in that map, but you owned the rectangle for sure.
Get out of here, Max. Can we, Hot Juice, Kalaris, anyone?
Please.
Can we get rid of this guy?
It's the warehouse map, okay.
Alan Walker, he went out of spawn, he looked for eliminations, he got eliminations. Credit to him, man.
Yeah, he had some good recoil control on the AKM too.
Yeah, every single time we saw Tops, he was still in his base with no ammo. So GG's. Great strat to not feed the other team elims.
Really, hey, if you really want to win,
yeah,
you got to give respect to the mind games there. That's exactly what you want to do. But you know what? I was there for the entertainment, and Alan Walker gave it to me. So obviously, I hope you guys enjoyed that as well here as we're going to start to look forward now into our All-Stars Day 3, our final day of play here for all of these 18 teams. And it's going to be tough. One of the teams who has risen to the occasion, though, Max, DRS, and they're looking to do it yet again today.
Exactly. I mean, the fragging power is just ever present really in that second day, and I want to see that continue hopefully now. But the thing is, and you mentioned it I think a bit yesterday, Jason, is now into day 3, a lot of the teams on the second page, they have nothing to really lose. If they have, like, they need to start getting a good performance right now. They need to start stepping up, being aggressive, looking for limbs, because placement points can take you only so far. You need to start fragging out, breaching, and trying to take your future in your own hands. And right now, teams at the bottom could be a major threat because 18 teams, a lot of teams could be looking at you.
And something that I want to see is how the teams are going to be adjusting now to DRS after day 2, right? We saw it especially early on yesterday on day 2. Teams being able to readjust, try to move faster than Vampire Esports was able to do. I'm intrigued to see how DRS is going to be reacting if they do get counter on some of the stuff they were doing really well yesterday.
Well, we're talking a lot about DRS, but why don't we just hear from them as well here? Luckily, we had an interview with them before we kicked off the events. Let's take a look, and when we come back, we'll be kicking off our first match.
मेरो नाम सुबिन कुमार प्रजापति हो म टिम DRS बाट हो अनि हाम्रो टिम चाहिँ नेपालबाट हो हाम्रो चाहिँ अब सेकेन्ड टाइम हो अफिसियल ल्यान्ड चाहिँ अब एक्साइटेड नै छौं हामी अब हामी यहाँ जित्नको लागि आएको छौं त्यही हो अब हामीले चाहिँ यो टुर्नामेन्टको लागि चाहिँ अब डिभाइसहरु किनेर प्र्याक्टिस गरिरहेका छौं दिनदिनै अब टिम सँगै सबै चारै जना खेलेर एकअर्कासँग कोअर्डिनेसन बढाएर प्र्याक्टिस गर्दै छौं हाम्रो चाहिँ टिमको सिनर्जी एकदम राम्रो छ इन गेम नभए नि बाहिरतिर नि सिनर्जी अझै बढिरहेको छ हाम्रो चाहिँ अब त्यही नै हो हामीलाई अब त्यस्तो डर लाग्ने टिम त छैन अब हामीले सबै टिमलाई चाहिँ कम्पिटिसन थान्छौं त्यो कारणले हामीलाई त्यस्तो डर भन्ने चीज चाहिँ छैन अब हामी नेपालको छोरो हो आउँदै छौं हामी जितेर जाने छौं जय गोर्खाली
Well, as you heard him say, not scared of the other teams, and I think we saw that quite a bit yesterday, forcing themselves into a lot more fights, winning out in a lot more of those fights as well, and their confidence has to be going through the roof.
Yeah, and he said it was their second LAN event too, so already being so confident in only 2 LANs when a lot of the teams that played like 3, 4, 5 LANs is pretty impressive. So they're doing great, and hopefully it can continue on the side of DRS, but really with the playstyle they were able to showcase yesterday, if teams are able to adapt, be a little bit faster, of course, it can be a little bit more complicated, but I don't expect it to be like that massive of a change. I expect to still see some heavy points coming in.
Yeah, this was DRS day 1 right here, and then all of a sudden, DRS 2, day 2, out of the screen.
Just all chest.
They did so well.
You're out of shot.
I feel bad for our camera operators, man. It was hard enough to get you in the shot.
Just keep it like this. Jason, is this what it feels like? Ooh, this is nice. I'm actually tall. Wait, hold on. Am I taller than you?
I don't know. Doesn't matter.
It takes 2 boxes.
I think he is tall, actually, yeah.
Nice.
It's okay. It doesn't matter because you know what? You'll always be taller than me in my heart. I don't know if that's a compliment. I actually have no idea what that means.
I'll take it as a compliment.
But what we can do, instead of talking about how tall you can be, let's talk about our overall standings. If you guys missed on the start of the show, obviously with the show match coming in, we're going to refresh your memories. So you can see Vampire currently leading at 143 points. They should be into the main event for sure, looking at this. But again, looking down the list, it comes down to like the 6th, 7th, potentially 8th place. Infinity IQ only 2 points behind FaZe Clan, where they would be qualified if we ended things off if they did pass them, because Alpha7 are in our top 6 and already qualified to the main event. But Max, we should also keep in mind of this. We talked about DRS. We talked about some of these teams at the bottom who potentially have nothing to lose. But what about your Vampires, man? If I'm Vampire, I might look at some of these teams and be like, you know what? I kind of want to try to keep them out of the main event because they see them as a potential threat.
Yeah, I mean, potentially S2G, you know what this team can do in PMGC Grand Finals last year, so the potential is there. Maybe you see them as a potential threat and say, oh, maybe they're not in a comfortable position right now. Do we, maybe not hot drop them, but maybe intercept their rotation? Definitely something of that caliber could come into play, but it rarely happens. But these type of events with so much money on the board, it could definitely be happening here.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned SGG because, I mean, at what point are we going to start seeing this team, right?
Yeah.
Like, we haven't seen them at all. We really haven't gotten a chance to talk about them. I think it was just maybe just one match where we actually got to be like, oh, you know what? SGG did a great rotation. They put themselves in a good spot. And it was yesterday during one of the Erangels. I remember now. They were just like... They're non-existent right now. They're looking like a one-hit wonder after winning PMGC. They had a bad PMPL in Turkey, and right now they're currently just not showing up.
Every time we see them even in a decent position, because their rotations are still no decent, sometimes they do get to those POIs, but they're just not in control. They're not zoning. They're not being as aggressive with teams around them. So the moment they start maybe being more aggressive when they are in those points of interest, maybe things are going to somewhat get into place, but I just don't see it happening. I feel like it's too late to bring a big change after day one, day two didn't go their way.
I feel like DRS has become the SGG of PMGC. Remember, they were like being a little bit passive, and then they started being aggressive, and we saw what SGG was able to do, because SGG during PMGC, if you remember, they were just being very, very consistent, and then all of a sudden they actually started getting elims. They're being able to actually perform really well. DRS has been showcasing that. Hopefully SGG at some point here. I want to see the Turkish casters go crazy.
Yeah, and I want to see S2G as well just kind of rise up to what we've seen them do in the past, right? And that's the perplexing thing for us, is that we know they can frag out. To me, they're very similar to like Brazil, where they can put up really aggressive gameplay and a lot of eliminations. And I feel like the unfortunate part for them is they have just a lot of pressure, obviously, but even in Turkey with the amount of strong teams, they don't want any other team or fan out there to be like, why did we vote for S2G? Why didn't we vote for another team who can actually, you know, make Turkey proud? And it's tough when you have to represent your country and represent all your fans out there.
I think it's fair to say that after winning PMGC, they became one of the most studied teams for a period of time, and a lot of people were trying to gather that information. So going back to Turkey, I feel all the teams in their home region were fully prepared to go up against S2G. They know how they drop, how they rotate, had a hard time to perform in that event. But I mean, here in particular, HamCG, CalC sometimes have some good moments, but I think especially looking back at the grand finals of last year's PMGC, where's RayZ? He is the reason why really the team has been successful, able to qualify through the league stage, able to actually get some great clutch moments to be in that first place on the final day. He's been a little bit invisible too when it comes to not only the entire team, but just on individual performances. So I want to see what's going on with RayZ.
And I think that's maybe what they need, right? They maybe just need one player from their team to actually start off great. We've seen it over and over again. I mean, in different regions too. And we started seeing it here, especially in the PMWI. We saw it with Rebel. He was able to kind of spark the energy for Alpha7. If not, it would have been a very, very bad day one. And yesterday with Carrillo in day two, being able to get that save of the day with what he was able to do in Sandhawk as well. They need somebody just to spark them up.
Like Killer, man. For DRS, right? For DRS. Like someone just to put up, I mean, obviously I wasn't talking about them in particular, right? But like someone like that, someone to spark the team. Your Nates, where's your Nates from Panthers here? You need someone to be able to do that and really get the energy in your team. I think that's something that can be kind of overlooked in esports in general, is that like the mental game that comes into this. When you lose the first match on a, you know, in a way you didn't expect to, or when you lose the second match, you need that person on your team to just kind of shrug it off and make everyone else in the team think that, yeah, okay, we can still do this, and keep them focused. And the focus can obviously be very difficult, especially when you're at LAN events, right? You're not at home, you're not in the comforts of your own bed, you're not Darth Dante with the blanket over your head, you're not Beowulf with the pillow under his chest as he plays. Like, you don't have those comforts, but you have to learn. Yeah, I remembered the good old Bayo Mayo. You have to remember that this is how it's going to be. You have to be able to perform at offline events.
And I think that's why we're being so critical of SCG, right? They have been there. They have been to those LAN events, especially with them being the PMGC defending champions. We expected so much more coming into this All-Star. Even though, yes, they did end up getting voted in, I wanted to see them in the main event, and right now it's not looking like it. And if I'm being honest,
I don't want to see them if they're playing like this. Give me Fireflux, man. Give me a team who can perform. But then again, jumping the gun, maybe Fireflux has a similar performance. And I don't remember who said this. Maybe it was Sertani, maybe it was you, maybe it was Blank. I don't know. Maybe it was Claris. It's hard to win events and be the champion, but it's harder to maintain that level and harder to repeat that the next year.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha7 has been a team that's been able to repeat their success after PMGC, right? But S2G had themselves a little bit of a fall off. So after 2 days, I feel like the mental fortitude of the team is kind of dwindling as the days go on. So they're going to really have to pull it back if they want to be able to get themselves in the top 6. But unfortunately, if we do not see, as you said, sometimes it only takes just one player, I don't expect it to really happen. So I'm still crossing my fingers. It might, but I think it might just be too late.
By the way, you mentioned Alpha7, and I was actually starting to become a little bit disappointed with their performance so far in All-Star.
No.
But wait,
Where
there's
are
more. So I decided to have a conversation with their coach, and he told me that they were actually trying to do a lot of new things since they already qualified to the main event. Might as well just give it a try.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about 10 seconds away before we hop into our first match of the day. To remind you guys, it's going to be Sandhawk followed up by 3 Erangels. So we're going to head on over to our commentators to kick off the final day of the All-Star Stage here live at PMWI in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. John Allen and Blank, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jason. Yeah, I'm John Allen. With me is Blank. We are ready for the day's proceedings. You having a good time with the pre-show match that we had? It was pretty good, but Alan Walker didn't have the best of times, although he did play a little bit more of the game than Tops. Hopefully, we're going to see all of these players in the game and participating to the best of their ability.
Yeah, he had some times though. I think that's the main thing. So, you know, kudos to him at the end of the day. But over towards Sandhawk now, final day of All-Stars. We will find out our top 6 heading through to the main tournament to join the 10 teams already waiting there for them. The real beasts here over in the PMWI. Although we've had some real standout performances here in the All-Stars, some excellent play. I think DRS definitely has surprised all of us overall. Some really, really strong moves from both their days. I think first day was kind of just perfecting their rotations here on this 18-team lobby, which obviously is quite difficult to find those rotations in on the early game. Alpha7 also had something similar. I don't think that they reached the same heights as DRS yesterday, but they certainly improved things a lot more. It did end with just Revo alive on his own once again, which I can imagine he wasn't as happy with, but at least he had his teammates with him just a little bit more this time around.
A couple more incidents of that would be good. We'll have to see what these 6 matches today bring us. They should be ready for what they have. You can see the timers ticking down on the screens. About 140 seconds of that, 2 minutes and 20 until the plane takes off. A sandstorm in the crowd. I can see him. I spotted him.
It's correct. Yeah, about 2 minutes before we start this game, the players start dropping in. Right now, just hovering around Barn at the moment. Keeping themselves nice and safe. But yeah, first game of the day, we've had 2 Northwest Island finishes so far on the circle. I'd be amazed to see that happen again today. Yeah. But with our run, you know, statistically it's likely. We're 2 for 2 right now. Though this is not something you often see in these tournaments, so a bit of a wild card for us. We might see this go elsewhere, and the funny thing is with Gladiators playing up towards Camp Alpha and that Northwest Mountain, it is surprising that we didn't see them get as many points, but it's done well in terms of averages, John, that's for sure. They really did need those average points coming through on Sandhawk, because I think they might have fallen away at this point with the way their other games have been going. Definitely a bit more controlled over in their final game yesterday on Miramar. They looked a lot better there, controlling on that edge side on the northeast. It took them a while to get into that sort of position, but I do think that they're getting back to basics once again. Once they get a feel for a lobby, they can start playing from there. Bigetron Red Villains fell off quite a bit. We saw Rising yesterday, but really wasn't as effective as we were hoping them to be.
Yeah, it wasn't as strong as we've seen Ryzen be in the past as well. When you look back at the roster put together, Luxy, Zuxy, Ryzen, Microboy as well coming through, he was a very powerful player there, and it wasn't shown in the last games yesterday, but still it was just, you know, a very small sample size, right? So we'll hopefully see a little bit more today if they're fielding him, that is. So we'll have to wait and see. Plane path from Hatin over towards Kampong for our first match.
Yeah, dropping in for our first match of the day of PMWI All-Stars. Obviously, this is day 3, so the final day to accrue those points from 6th through 10th, I would say, was possible to make your way up into that 6th position to get a chance at that position over towards the main tournament. And it will be all starting here on Sandhawk in the jungle, where things can get real rowdy. We do already have this fight that happens every single time at boot camp. It's FaZe Clan versus D plus Kia.
Sayden knocked, and a second as well, sent back out towards Forest, but Mela is super low behind that corner. Can't peek out for the flush just yet. Favian Bullets, weapons, sure, not really too much to speak of in terms of armor though, so needs to stay careful, wary. Osal close to getting that res for Forest. Seyden still has a little bit of time. Mela absolutely red here. Venturas has got that helmet. And Mela might just be going a little bit too bold. Getting on the inside, Favian peeks out. Position given away. FaZe have already lost a player, and that's what you want. Favian finds the mark. And all 4 players for D plus Kia are alive still. Seyden resable, but that time is ticking away. Venturas trying to cover off his teammate, but just not really having the best of luck. The res now enacted and just gets out of there for FaZe. All 4 alive, crucially for D plus Kia.
You know, if you get the best of luck as well, you could win some PMWI special rewards over on the application. That crate is available from July 15th through August 15th, so make sure you snag them whilst you still can. That is a nice looking skin. Over towards the rest of the map though, D plus Kia winning out on that engagement. FaZe sent away, tails between their legs, 71 points just behind that 6th place barrier. You know, that is really big news for them. Currently, they're still in that top 6 that would make it through to main tournament because Alpha7 has already qualified. But either way, I think that they'd rather get some points here because the Infinity, BTR, they are not far behind, only 2 points.
It is very, very close in the middle of those tables. You do have a little bit of a drop-off down to S2G and below, but that is still very, very quick to turn. It's just one big game, and it's absolutely all over for them, but hopefully a little bit more luck in their future. Circle drops up north, which means that S2G are pretty central in Paradise Resort. You've also got AGONxI8 up in Cow, who are going to have a good time. A wide split for R8. Coming off the back of their team deathmatch victory, going to be feeling nice and warm on a split near the Western Bridge, near Tapmock as well. Controlling a lot of territory.
DRS on our screens. We talked a lot about this team, man, and I think it's because they have been so phenomenal. Obviously overshadowed by the last game yesterday by Vampires. Hard to beat that type of thing where they just shoot up to 143 points at the end of the day. And it was all eyes on DRS for quite some time. And I think that Vampires were getting a little bit jealous of all the attention, so redirected the eyes onto them. But coming today, DRS have certainly secured themselves a very strong 2nd place. GG, Gaimin Gladiators behind them, 94 points currently. They're not too far behind that 2nd place, but they are more in the running for teams to overtake them.
Ooh, that is unfortunate. Both players getting rattled off the back of the mopeds. Papa and Yuhai both falling down. Nothing really to do about that. Mezexus pulled them short. Now it's just Genfos and Alkev, so they have not fielded Ryzen again.
No, I think that's the smart choice, honestly. Lapa had done so much, and it was a bit of an odd decision to take him out of the running yesterday, considering how much he was doing for the team, to get Ryzen back in the mix. And I think maybe that's just a test to see, can Ryzen bring things back around? I think for a guy that has such a good pedigree as well, right, where he's had such a strong performance in the past, and he's been trying to get back into the game as much as possible after a long hiatus, I think testing him out to see if he can maybe shake things up, not a bad idea, but I think right now with BTR being in 9th place, I think you have to go for the consistent roster, the one that worked on day 1. Right now, down to 2 players, it's not a good start for them, John.
Far from it. They have not had the best of times. 9th place, we were talking about how close it is for that 7th place spot. This is absolutely one of the teams that is in contention for it. So to kick off with a team being cut in half is not good news. The flip side of that is that FaZe have also lost 3 players. So now it's just the Infinity to lose a couple, and maybe they're back in the same mix as those players.
So this is a nasty spray down coming from Trick there. Really throws the guys from Bigetron a loop as Lapa also goes down, as well as Yuhai. So probably the 2 worst players you want to be leaving the lobby instantly. 2 most consistent guys down to now just Genfos. Really pack things back together again and get moving, because he has been sort of the fixer of a lot of awkward moments with some very good clutch grenades on their side. But again, now he's going to have to face the brunt of any force coming their way. S2G, 10th place right now, 59 points. The guys on the desks, everyone was talking about how they want to see a little bit of a resurgence coming through from S2G. to redeem themselves into that final day after coming off from PMGC itself as those champions. We want to see a little bit more from these guys, and I think with the circle centering right up on them over towards Paradise Resort is a great chance for them to earn some points. We saw yesterday Vampires, I think they got around about almost 30 points in a game, right? Which is absolutely huge. Now, if S2G can do something similar, have a very strong game, a lot of eliminations, that sends you directly up towards that 6th place spot. So it's not as far as it might seem.
It's very volatile right now. When you're dealing with 6th place type positions for qualification, it is always going to be volatile until you reach, if you're looking at the number of matches in the set, right, you're looking at getting up towards 30 for it to start to be a little bit more consistent. But until that point, it is absolutely game to game changing. So you do need to be constantly getting as many points as possible, maximizing every single opportunity wherever those opportunities present themselves. Not only that, but denying points also becomes very, very important. Sometimes you will see, and in fact we have seen teams or players left in 2nd place just jumping out into the blue, going down to the play zone instead of giving that point across to their opponents in order to reduce the overall points getting entered against them on those overall standings. You also see mollies being dropped under those players as well for a similar reason. So it is absolutely crucial wherever you can, maximize everything.
I think right now at the start of the day, for some of these teams down towards that 10th and below, your Sandhawk right now is very important because you want to start the day off strong at accruing those points. It's really going to be maybe too little too late as we get through the day towards, you know, 4th, 5th, and 6th matches to be able to bump those points up as much as you need. You need that great start, right? That great run up, in which case you can just start consistently getting points, because pressure is a big thing that comes into the minds of these players. If you're not getting those big points right off the get-go, you know, you're constantly looking for those big games. You start making mistakes. You start taking risks that you wouldn't normally take. But if you can get that massive game right now, keeps you a little bit calmer. You can look for those 10-point matches, which are a bit easier to go for. This is the 2nd time Trick has pulled the same trick, and it's found another player over towards Vampire. BTR suffered to this similar rotation earlier on, and Mazexis is being cheeky right now on the northeast side of Bootcamp.
They haven't paid as much as BTR did, but still losing a player really far from ideal. Alpha7 have been running rings around Falcons for a little bit. They took out that backline first, and now they've encircled them fully. Not even a knock sent back the way to back towards Alpha7. Yokohama Donos Varel may be looking for a 3rd party here, but there's really nothing more to do. The heals can start to come through. They are back at full force. Level 3 helmet for Revo as well, so even if he's peeking over, it's not really going to be instantly punishable.
I think the difficulty with A7 is when they get into a good engagement that they feel confident in, and we see them go toe-to-toe with these teams in gunfights, they are very good at cleanly finishing off teams. A lot of times you'll see them take little to no casualties, hardly any damage as Silas steps up, but can't hit that shot. He was practically free from behind the desk. No surcharge involved, but finally Silas grabs that initial knockout. This is really important for them against Yangon Galacticos.
Razy is there on the crossfire to slow down any approach to Silas's position, but they're not pushing for it. Super Andrew goes down as well, and S2G are good on this hold. Hamzy drops out for that heal, Romeo, and Murnat now left standing for Yangon Galacticos. The nade from Kelsey to lead the charge around the corner, and Razy to follow it up with the shotgun in hand. The UMP, no match for it. Silas lands what he's looking for, and Murnat now last standing. The Yangon Galacticos try and move into Paradise Resort, but they are swiftly evicted.
Sent away at the door. This is very unfortunate. I mean, Silas had a gift for the first player, refused it immediately, but he was quite insistent as he came around the corner. DBS finally connects. But this is what you want. This is what S2G was looking for. Clearing out some space down towards Paradise Resort. Play around from this area. Get that big game going. And 3 eliminations right now is quite important for themselves. Now, with 18 teams in the lobby, it does allow you to get more eliminations during these games because there is just more players to go after. So for S2G, starting with 3 does open up a game for a lot more. Now, they are right down towards the southeast side now, so a little bit on the edge. Be slightly difficult to play around with. Tapmock was at north side. We've seen a lot of teams win from this position. Currently, i8 are holding that one down. In the meantime, Gladiators holding on the western bridge, and Vampire are slowly but surely careening in their direction. Send away, I think the scout has been quite successful there.
Playing with 3, remember. Vampire lost a player to the camp from Mazexis, but getting to this compound would be great news. Unfortunately, BTR have their remaining duo, who also lost out to Mazexis, playing on this position. But now R8 have got the beat, and the TDM wasn't enough. Now they're trying to put that final nail into the coffin, keep them from rising. Ravenclaw goes down as Prestige lands the crossfire shots. The smoke's not going to save you as the flush comes through as well. So Vampire on 2. Make that 1 now active as Prestige lines up for another. Schwepp, the last player standing for Vampire. It's a treacherous rotate they've made. The hills might have been a better opportunity, but now Gladiators have that position. And they will be executing with 4 towards the top of those tables. Remember, DRS and Gladiators, the teams on the chase for the Vampire top spot.
I think Mazexis caused such massive problems for several different teams there, particularly Vampires, because they delay the rotation quite a lot. And we know that Vampires typically get towards circle quite late. It's just early enough, though, right? It's just early enough for Vampires to make their way in. But when you're delayed like that from Mazexis, suddenly you have to figure out a new rotational path. By that time, a lot of other teams have already swung their way in, and R8 was already set up. So Vampires, they were desperately looking for a rotational path, a place to stay, reside, and there was just nowhere to go for them. Very unfortunate.
On this stage 3 circle shrink, we did see Yokohama Donuts Varel move in quite swiftly to the compound that they currently hold, which is very, very central, just out to the east of Lumberyard, where we have said is a very powerful position to be able to hold in circles like this. I would say similarly powerful for Yokohama Donuts Varel to be able to maintain that space. Although that is something we saw them struggle with a little bit over on Miramar, hopefully on Sandhawk, it's going to be a little bit better for them.
DRS, find that opening in the circle over on this eastern side. They are very much late rotators, but they found that position. It's very important to get that, and immediately finding themselves an initial pickoff over towards Alpha7, now open to route to get towards this compound. This is so well done from DRS. Really quick scouting coming through from Killer. Currently the highest damage in the lobby from this guy, and you see exactly why. Immediately moving in towards the knocked unit, and there's only 2 players there. Alpha7 are split.
And with the ridgeline being as it is, there's really no backup. You just have to give up this position, give up the player. There's no sightlines that can be executed on from Carrillo further up north, and Mafioso even further up the way. This is pretty close by to Revo, though. They did actually get the res there, okay. I thought the retreat was just a full give up, and maybe DRS have read into this as well. But with the DPS in the cross, Revo has a real opportunity to cause some problems here. Even on the low health bar that he has, 5 first aids. They might have isolated that, wants to go for the fight instead, doesn't even need to heal, drops back and hits the deck instead. Yeah, that was gonna happen sometime or other, but could have been a little bit more hairy. DRS control the situation.
Meantime, there's a massive push coming through from the Gladiators, and it goes horribly wrong. Luckily, they're able to get a little bit of clap back, but I think that's down to just 2 players remaining as they headed over towards this northern compound. It was one hell of a send. They're holding over towards this western side. Somehow, some way, they've actually managed to get through. I think they got a couple of eliminations off the back of that. Just the one, in fact. So if they go down here, it'll be a pretty poor finish for them.
Rez onto Meku. Kitsune on the staircase. Has got the shotgun. Forwards for Bensu, and an aid downstairs is going to do the job, but sent back to sender. A lovely little pop-up. And the Infinity IQ squad can rest easy for the time being. 3 players, though, from the north side and Cal. They are in the circle. They'll have to hold out a little bit longer. Alpha7 playing on with 3 on the east side, playing in the shadow of DRS.
DRS found themselves a decent position now with 3rd place and 1st place out of the game. Great time for DRS to extend their lead a little bit. And for D plus Kia, who have 4 members, this is a game that they can certainly excel in. They're over towards that northeast side. They have a compound to play with, albeit a very small one. It's better than nothing at this point in time. And I think D plus Kia will be happy to kind of try solidify their position in that top 6. They certainly can do. They've shown us that they are a very good team when it comes to playing Central. Forest has absolutely wowed us yesterday.
Carrillo and Cenetex are on the inside. Facing off against the nades from Ali. Sneaks another one around the edge. Doesn't really do too much. Carrillo cooking one of his own and pops it out the door frame. The burn is good. We saw how effective that is on these wooden floors, but Carrillo just manages to dodge around the corner and will stay away from the spread this time around. Ali falls and iKURD with him.
Those Molotovs are coming very handy here on Sandknock, and I love that we're seeing much more usage come out of them. We saw it used massively well over towards the Gladiators because it spreads on that wooden floor. On the second floor, forces them over towards the staircase. The players push from underneath. A nice cheeky nade is thrown in, and there's nowhere else the Gladiators can go at that point. So it's very, very well done to confirm that. And that's what you want to do a lot of times. You want to eliminate as much variance as possible. If you can force 2 players into the worst scenario and get away with just a knock, that's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. Circle heads down towards that south side, though. And we talked about S2G. Now, we'd like to see them do really well. You know what, John? 10 eliminations speaks for itself.
This is their chance to jump up into the top 6 and get their spot over towards the main tournament next. On the cards, Gen Foss on the inside with the DBS. There's only 1 player left for BTR, but you can't let him go. And another shot, last one to find it. Might be able to eliminate AGONxI8 fully, but no, they're just going to give up on the players on the inside, allow these flushes to come through. 4 shots in the chamber with 6 in the back pocket. It's still enough to handle a player.
Really well done. And I mean,
Alpha7.
i8 were over towards Tap Mock in the first place. A nice nade goes through, but that would be just it now. But yeah, DRS completely explode Alpha7 as they try and get away from this spot. This is a gorgeous grenade, you can already tell. Finds a knock and an elimination.
Getting those flushes down as well. And finally, Mezexis, the thorn of this lobby, removed. For the time being, DRS now turning their attention to SEM9, who have a very central position. DRS continue their march over these hillsides with all 4 of them alive. It's very difficult to slow this team down. S2G from the south might want to do so, but wanting to and executing on that want is 2 very different things.
Next circle shift coming in very shortly. We squeeze up towards that northeast side, and DRS now have a real good opportunity. S2G, who've been a bit down their luck, and DRS, who have been on the rise, they most likely will clash at some point, because I think for S2G, crossing this road, heading over towards the eastern side, is the most ideal situation. A lot of teams thought this was going to head over towards Tap Mock, so we'll be moving down from that northwest side. So I think if S2G assumes that we'll see a lot of teams towards the west, they'll likely try and sweep east.
Nice shots there from Hamzy to pick up the points, and 2 more sent into the S2G coffers.
This is unreal.
Really, really solid stuff. Right now, they are looking pretty good to get close to the top 6. If the Infinity IQ squad can stay in this one, they've got 7 eliminations already and get more placements on board. They should be able to fend them off for the time being, but S2G definitely with a bid to the top of the tables. If they go down here, will be drawn a little bit shorter than they would have liked, but still a great entry to their record. Razy very, very low. Nades just pouring on in from DRS, bursting perfectly. And S2G, defending world champions, putting their place downhill by DRS, who have been on a tear for themselves.
Some unbelievably good grenades coming through from DRS at the moment. Hamzy G has to support, and Silas will have to move out, has to hit these initial first shots, gets Delta off the rock at the start, moves over towards the smoke. This is really well done. The fact that he's moved this far up is quite incredible, to be honest.
Only 1 Molotov. He will be expending it here. Delta backs off the rock, as you said, crucially timed for that push potential across to the rock for Hamzy as well, as the northern side starts to tidy itself up. Yokohama Donuts Barrel trying to stay alive as 4 with Infinity IQ out ahead of them. Hamzy G spotted behind the tree. Will not have the cover necessary. Now just 1 player left for S2G on their heavy fragging run. 12 on the game.
I mean, despite everything, even going down in 5th place here, this is a really good match for S2G to start catching up to get into that top 6. Silas will just crawl alongside with the blue at the moment. DRS looking to move further in. R8 has lived a long time. That TDM gave him a lot of confidence coming into this one. Yokohama Donuts, they have a struggle bus of a rotation to come out of. A DRS just about clipped Kazimaru, but he might be in cover. No.
Does not have that luxury. Ozzy-san is forwards missile, left out in the cold here as Bensu gets spotted, flushed as well. Silas finally taken down. So that's S2G and Infinity IQ both eliminated. The Shrink once more goes towards R8, but DRS looking to try and keep this one going. This is a team that could definitely vie for the top spot.
Yeah, taking home that 125 grand for an Nepali team, that'd be a real big result for them. Playing on the outer edge has not been easy. They're in the blue for a long time. They found a strong position to start working their way through, and they immediately exploded from the blue, slapped Alpha7 across the face, got rid of them out the lobby. Now working towards R8. Final circle approaching soon. R8 currently have a strong position in terms of having buildings to play around with, so R8's having to drop these smokes. So are DRS to allow them to get further in. Ooh. First nade is great from Prestige. Now just 3 players. No chance at a res here, John.
That warm-up going well for R8. Threat onto Giante's position as well, but Killer's crawling ever closer with the DBS. Giante opens to Ragnarok, finds a second on the swivel, but the team are dropping as well. Prestige around the edge with SK-Ton trying to stay alive, but Giante falls next. And it's R8 to claim Sandhawk a chicken dinner. They are warm, they are ready, and they put points on the board.
Finishing that game as all 4 players as well, with just 1 player going down right that last second. Taking the TDM into the first match of the day, an incredible result for R8 here. The crowd goes wild for them. But DRS, great job to them. Really, really strong result. I think they struggled to get across that zone. They had to go up against a lot of fearsome squads. An S2G that's finally warmed up too, and they dealt with them very well. But so much utility expended by that team by the end. And the fact that Giante is able to crawl up, get some initial knocks. If they didn't get that first grenade over towards DRS, that could have been a very, very different story. But well done to R8 to take that game.
Absolutely. Very well marshaled as well, keeping all the teams on the west at bay, whilst the east and south kind of handled themselves and forced those fights. Good results for teams like, who are we talking about there? We talk about Alpha7, who did have a pretty solid fight against Falcons before they kind of just got completely bombarded out of there.
15 minutes, team. I'm telling you.
Okay, well, yeah, to be fair, they didn't really put up the records they were looking for. It's S2G, though, that's the headline for me, in terms of that return to a little bit more power play.
Yeah, 12 eliminations is great. I think that takes them, with elimination points alone, towards that 70 mark. That's very much in reaching distance. And we said right at the beginning of the game for S2G, they need to get a good start.
They absolutely do. Try to pick things up because we've only got 5 matches left, Blank. Time is running out for these teams to get to the top 6 spots, to get to the main event. And it's R8 to take that first step in the first match.
They got that Alan Walker buff, man, taking him down in the TDM and now able to take down the lobby here, getting them some much needed points because they were sitting down towards the very bottom of our leaderboards with Maximin and 7. A good strong start out of them. But to be fair, not only them, S2G having a great game as well.
Yeah, finally a lot of eliminations. We said it. We want to see them finally try and take control of their positions, which here no one was really able to take away Paradise Resort from their spot. Though I do wish we did see them cross the road, because I feel like there was a very high chance this could have been not only elimination heavy, maybe also chicken dinner, which that would have been perfect to put them back in the race to make in top 6.
I'm with you, Max. I'm not going to nitpick too much on their performance. I'm kind of just happy that we're getting even a chance to talk about SCG, and I'm pretty sure we'll get a chance to talk about them even more. But yeah, the eliminations were there. They were able to defend Paradise Resort, like you said. A win would have been nice, but didn't happen. It's okay.
I'm actually impressed they were able to be as good taking that fight versus Sem9 after they crossed. Like, they were not in a position where they were truly in control of the terrain, and yet they were able to just upset them, because I think it's them working with R8 to some extent, and Sem9 were just completely overwhelmed. But yeah, good fight from them, and I hope that can continue. Seems like the buff from that game from R8 did pretty good too. So yeah, some teams that we needed to see step up have finally got a good result here.
Yeah, let's take a look at the match rankings here and so many points they got, as well as the likes of S2G, DRS, and a couple of other teams out there as well, because these points are going to extremely matter considering we only have 5 matches left here in the All-Star event until we actually head into our main event, and not before we find out which 6 or 7 teams will be joining us into that. So we're going to see R8 extremely high up there. I mean, the fact they're able to go up against DRS like that and beat them head-to-head was impressive. I do wonder, though, S2G, would they have been able to win that match? I mean, obviously, we'll go to a little bit, actually. We'll save that for now, as we see 22 points coming in for R8 and then DRS at 15.
Yeah, happy to see that DRS has maintained that aggressive nature we witnessed yesterday, right, Seven? We saw a lot more presence from them, and actually really smart from a few teams that I actually noted. DRS, Alpha7, iKURD, 3 teams actually that understood the Eastern Coast is very empty when it comes to drops. I think you have Alpha7 and iKURD drop in there, and they fully understood that this circle is great because it's finally not on the Gladiators Island. So let's just hug the Eastern Edge, and we have really easy entry points, but DRS's high ground was really what set them apart.
Talking about Gladiators, this is what happened when they don't end up getting fed that circle, right? Only 1 point with a team that ends up, I felt like they were rotating a little bit too slow in Sandhawk. They were doing things a little bit too slow, and it kind of showcases here perfectly with the amount of points that they were able to get. And going back to what you were saying there with Alpha7, I mean, at one point we were watching it, and I was like, hold on, Max. Where did Alpha7 go? And they were so far to the east that we didn't even get a chance to see them on that map feed. It's good to see that Alpha7 was able to take advantage of this circle, one that is close to where they usually land. And it's good to see that they were actually able to back it up with some Illims as well.
They were not ready for DRS to push up, that's for sure. Like the moment they came up, DRS and Alpha7 were like, oh, we don't want to get involved in this. Just went back into the compound and just tried to chill, but they had to move later.
But I think it comes down to DRS being so good at being aggressive when they need to be, right? They knocked down Rebel, and they were like, okay, this is our opening chance. And all of them, just the synergy within that team right now, all of them decided to push, get those eliminations, and make A7 back off.
And from the high ground, especially punishing all the teams that were rotating late across the road, and the moment you had that high ground, there's no way you're going to be taking it away from DRS.
Well, I'm going to bring up a phrase that I've said a couple of times now. Flash in a pan. S2G, do you think this is a flash in the pan at them, or do you think this is the momentum they're going to be able to carry throughout the rest of the day?
Ooh, I don't know.
You're going to put us on the spot. It's just one game is didn't win.
Yeah.
We even made, I was talking about them. I mean, we only seen 1 game out of them, and once again, they show us 1 game.
What else?
I'm gonna have to wait. I think I have to wait to see what's gonna happen here in the next Erangel, because it's too early to tell. There were stuff that, like you were saying, if we actually start nitpicking, if I don't just go based on, okay, yeah, you know what, it's good to see that S2G finally able to get some Illims, finally able to get some placement performance. We're finally able to get a chance to talk about them. I need to see what they're going to be doing here in the next couple of Erangels.
Yeah, the thing is also, this is where they drop. This is Paradise Resort, it's where they drop. They didn't move pretty much its entire game. What if they had to move? I don't think they're going to get as many eliminations. So I want to see them in control of a game where the circle is not coming their way, and they actually have to fight 4 positions in circle and actually try and aim to get the win. So it's a good start, but I need to see a little bit more effort put behind the game.
I think they set themselves up great, though, to at least strike within the top 7, within the top 6, depending on where Alpha7 ends up being.
They were really good at zoning Paradise, which I want to see that translate in different games.
Yep.
I think S2G kind of unlocked the power of the Honor Magic 5 Pro, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 and Honor self-developed GPU, my boy, with Turbo X. I think they unlocked it. I think they figured things out, and now this is going to be the start of them dominating the lobbies. But we still obviously have 3 Erangels to come up. We have 2 Miramars as well beyond that. But let's maybe deep dive in to R8 stats, their player stats. We got to obviously give them some sort of love here, right? We've talked about them. Not in a positive way necessarily. As we're going to see it here. As you have Ragnarok actually going to lead the charge here with 519 damage. But again, team effort.
Yeah, I mean, Ragnarok has been able to do really good this game, but Prestige for me is the player that pretty much throughout the years that we've known, R8 Esports has been one of the standout players, him and Aton typically, but really Prestige is the big standout player. Skaton. Sounds like a DBS sound, actually.
Sounds like he's French.
I don't know.
Or maybe that's just you.
Yeah, maybe just me. But yeah, Prestige was up there, and the moment they got in close range, it was good. But their sweeping play from northwest of Paradise Resort, there were a reason why so many teams struggled to make that transition from the south to the northern side, and really because of that, they were able to pick a few limbs here and there.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that ended up hindering the SEM9 leapfrog over S2G, right? We thought, okay, maybe that might be a great position, but then once S2G was able to lock down on them and RA was able to lock down on them, it ended up being a bad area to be. And I really appreciate that RA was willing to just coexist with S2G for such a long time, because at any point they had perfect chance to just try to strike him, especially when S2G was able to fight against Midsexes. They could have tried a third party that they waited for the right moment.
Well, I do kind of worry, though. I mean, obviously, that's our final Sandhawk of the All-Star stage, so they're not going to be able to depend on this to be a strong map for any of these teams. But But then going into 3 Erangels, it's obviously going to be the most played battleground for all of these teams, or should be, unless they've been training in some sort of chamber where time slows down. You never know.
Oh.
But it's going to be hard. I mean, the thing is, not only do they have to kind of replicate that performance here on the first Erangel of the day, but then potentially the next 2. I mean, they are getting close to that bubble. They're getting close to pushing themselves into top 6. But it doesn't get easier from here on.
You need to be doing good on Erangel, of course, otherwise. But it's half of your matches in the All-Stars. If you're not able to perform on that battleground, like we've seen so many teams, it's not going to work out.
I feel like some other teams are going to start feeling the pressure too. I mean, G Gladiators, where have they been? I feel like they have a big slowdown yesterday. And here, now that the circle, we were talking about it, the circle didn't end up being on their favor. They only end up getting 1 point here. What's going to happen going into the next Erangel? They're going to start feeling the pressure. I think G Gladiators will be able to come back, though. I think there will be a team that will end up being in the top 6.
More than that, I think we need to see a win from Gladiators. They've been in so many situations where they got close to top 5, actually a lot of podium finishes, but we haven't seen them go the extra mile to get those wins. We see the fragging power is currently present, but a win would definitely make me think that Gladiators are fully ready for the main tournament.
Okay, well, you know what? Maybe Gladiators actually save them all for the main tournament. Maybe they're like, you know, we're gonna need chicken dinners here. We're gonna do it there. I mean, that would make no sense because there's 125 grand you get for first place. But let's just really quickly head back to S2G again, because again, it's another team we've been very hypercritical of. I think that's the best way to say it here. We'll take a look at their player stats since last match and give them some love, because again, this is a roster of players that we just know they're individually some of the best Turkey has to offer. We know what they can do in the past, and Kalsi in particular. Honestly, it's nice to see him kind of rise up, because I mean, Kalsi has had so much popularity, so much said about him. I mean, we know him to be one of the strongest players in Turkey.
Yeah, I mean, we know Kalsi and HamCG are the 2 fragging duos for the team. Of course, Razy did really well in PMGC Grand Finals.
Yep.
But these are the 2 main players, the bannermen, I would say, even for S2G. And it hurts even more when you think about it, Seven, because we've seen the rise of this team from like when the synergy was not present, where Silas was giving all of that information, all of that knowledge to the team, and how much they grew over the course of a year and a half to now kind of dwindling down and struggling to make those performances meet expectations. So hopefully they can still get there, but it's a rough time.
This could be the match that they needed, right? We're talking about a team at Spark, whether it's from a player, whether it's just from a match, this might be the right time for them to be able to just carry that momentum going into Erangel. Even though, they didn't really have to rotate, they were able to defend, like we were mentioning, they were able to defend Paradise Resort so well, whether it was Misexus, whoever it was, they were able to just position. And then afterwards, even whenever the circle shifted away from Paradise Resort, they were able to just place themselves in a great position to take the fight and end up getting the match.
I wonder, though, if S2G keep performing well like this, will you get Vampire like, no. We don't want you in the main tournament. We're going to drop on you and potentially knock you out. And that's the pressure. That's what happens when you underperform in the beginning of the tournament and you go into the final day trying to get back in towards that top 6 or whatever it might be to qualify into the next stage of the tournament. I hope they're aware of it. Realistically, I don't think it's going to happen, but I would love to see it.
I don't think it even has to be Vampire. I think after the next 2 matches, I think you have 2-3 teams that are pretty much almost 100% secure to make in the main tournament. So it's not just Vampire's decision. It might be Gladiators. It might be other teams at the top. So I would tell you that S2G, if they start performing so the way we saw in PMGC, maybe they're going to paint a target on their back.
And I hope that's the case. I hope that DRS, I hope that some of the other teams do paint that target and actually start hunting them down.
Well, let's find out with John on and Blake once again as we kick off our second match of the day.
With the plane already in the sky, we're going from Quarry up to Stalba for match number 2, match number 13, hopefully. Luckier for some than others, and their chase for those top 6 spots.
Vampire immediately out, down towards Primos. We know that they like that spot. It's where they will make their first stand. Not really much options elsewhere for them, considering, you just take your original drop spot in this case. Circle might head all the way over towards that eastern side, but there's still definitely positions to move from. Now, there has been some differences in terms of those points in a big way. Some teams are catching up slightly. Killer up to 6,221 damage now for DRS. He is blasting out of his mind. And honestly, DRS are lucky to have that guy. Stays true to the name, that's for sure.
Absolutely pivotal, his performance for the roster. I mean, look at the knocks. Second place is 9 knocks behind him. That is absolutely insane. Almost a 30% difference between him and the players behind him, both of whom are from Gladiators. Really, really great stuff coming through. And DRS, as you say, lucky to have such an asset.
Massively, he has just been so good time and time again for DRS. I think, honestly, you know, in their little interview, they said, you know, they had great synergy within the team. You can tell that that's the case. And it never really feels like anyone on that team is really slacking too much or dragging their feet. Everyone is really putting the numbers. I think there was even one point last game where we went over to DRS. Each player had 2 elims. Everyone's putting in the work. It's great to see. Falcons on their initial rotate over on that south side. 2 apiece in the vehicles. There's hardly any teams over towards Milta, Farm, Shelter, Prism, Mancha, Lipovka, Milta, Power. Everywhere is free on this side of the map, so easily taken up. At the moment, though, the way the circle's set up, you're not going to see too many teams heading down that way. So we're going to have quite a cramped first circle, which is great to see.
I'll tell you what else is pretty cramped. The amount of action in the special rewards for the PUBG Mobile Event Center, Blank. You can head on over there in your app. And it's also pretty packed in the PMWI crate. You can grab a couple of skins there available from July 15th, so in 2 days' time, to August 15th. So you can have that whole month to grab yourself a crate, but don't waste any time. Make sure you get in there as soon as possible.
Sure, man. Pick up that crate. Make sure that there's nothing in your current inventory that's going to be cramping your style when you head into those games. 7-9 currently on the bikes. And now they're sending it onwards. A lot of teams are heading over towards that eastern side now, looking for positions. Yeah, the uniform's lovely, beautiful to see. Very visible, I would say, although, but definitely strikes a figure. On the south side, though, FaZe are coming into contact with Falcons, but I think that the Falcons would rather just send onwards over towards Milta Power. DRS similarly, they're on their rotation, down towards that south side.
Delta riding on through, leading the charge for the rest of the roster. Still on that chase. So Vampire looking to defend their title at the top. In Primorsk split up to Quarry, they're standard 2-2. With Circle on the west, they have got those western roads available. A lot of split drops around these Gatka fields as well. Rozok spread across by S2G all the way up to Ruins.
Yeah, Gladiators really struggling to find themselves a good drop spot. I think they've been all over the place on this map so far. We saw Severny drop versus Mazexis, did not go well. Now they're heading down towards Hospital. And I think this is free because you've got FaZe playing Crates and South George. Hospital is a very viable spot to play in. There wasn't anyone there in the first place, so Gladiator is happy to pick up this position. Gives you good rotational routes outside of here. A lot of times Alpha7, FaZe Clan might get caught up if they try and head south too quickly. You might even see FaZe Clan heading up towards Box Compound and then down past Rozok. So for Gladiators, this is fairly decent. Onzen is in the mix at the moment and could get picked off here, John. They're not careful.
Could be, could be. Seemingly safe for now. I mean, the Gladiators also have that advantage of going, if they're going towards that Hospital split drop, of being quite close to their original drop of North George, so they can, as you said, there are rotational paths available to them, but not only that, there are familiar rotational paths available to them. If you want to divert up north towards those Everest foothills compounds, they've played from there countless times, right? So they have that information. The main difference is having to cross up north without that foothold already existing. So if the circle does go up there, it could be a little bit more tricky.
Yeah, it's not completely back to basics, but it's much more familiar than other places like Severny, which we don't like to talk about.
We don't talk about the Severny days.
We don't talk about those days. But we take a look at the leaderboards, though. You can see them on the right-hand side of your screen. 6th place, 85 points. Beneath that, 80 and 74 points to who, John? It's S2G, who have really brought things back up to speed. That is a fantastic start of the day to come out with. I think from there, if S2G can continue getting some pretty stellar performances, they're already over towards the south side of Sunken, which is very much within the circle. You know, benefiting from these circles at the beginning, that's fine, but it's what you do with it afterwards which counts. And right now, they are trying to get as many points on board. So didn't exactly go for the 100% win play on that last game, but getting that many eliminations is just fine. You know, 10 eliminations is equal to a chicken dinner, and they had 12 of them, a 5th place. Bonza, that gets you enough points to keep sending yourself upwards. And there are some of these teams towards that position, like Infinity IQ, although have some standout moments, I think S2G, with the absolute boatload of experience they currently have on board, they can bring it back today.
hopefully. And right now, they are only 6 points behind that bubble, remember, for qualification. With Alpha7 in the top 6, it pushes that bubble down 1 place to that 7th spot. So, as you were saying before, Infinity IQ, that is their target, and they will be looking to hound that doggedly down. Although the Falcons and Alpha7 still also within striking distances. As we've said before, the word of the day, volatile around this bubble.
100%. I think FaZe, a lot of their points have come through some very opportunistic third parties on their side. They do get quite caught up in their rotations, but a lot of times just wait for 2 teams to clash and then jump in on top of that. And more often than not, both those teams go down, which gives FaZe a lot more time because that clears a big space out of the lobby. Right now, they're making a fairly decent rotation, in my opinion, though, over towards the north side of Everest and down towards those compounds just underneath. R8 currently have taken control of that, so they've got 2 players underneath Everest, 2 players still down towards Gatka. Now, I think that's slightly overzealous, considering the amount of actual available compounds in this area. I do think that the current compound that 2 players up to the north are holding, that is going to be very much wanted by a lot of teams. I think holding it with 2 for this long, slightly dangerous.
FaZe looking to head up Everest for the time being, seemingly. The factor that's afforded to that 2-2 split from R8, of course, is that you've got that eastern buffer from S2G, and now with FaZe not opting to push into the compound yet, we'll say yet, because they might try and roll down the hill, depending on where this circle shifts, they have got that buffer up to the north. So if Alpha7 try and cross, if Mazexus swing through and try and move down south, they could be able to curtail it. But it looks like S2G might even be able to scout that out. So it is overzealous. I think you're right. If the teams around them stay put, it's safer than if those teams start to get a little bit aggy.
Yeah, it's the problem that occurs because there isn't that many huge compounds in this area, and this is one of the best ones, right? It's a really nice compound to play around with. You get covered by Everest itself, and it looks like R8 is going to try and regroup as fast as possible. In the meantime, Vampires have rocked up in a similar location to the Gladiators, who have been hanging around this area for some time now. Tixi sends out, there's a player off in the distance from Ravenclaw, and he's heading directly towards them. In the US, it's not that fast. And in comes that push from FaZe. It's what we were talking about earlier. And R8 have just held this split for far too long.
They had the opportunity to regroup, but now they're going to have to fend off FaZe. It's going quite well on the doorframe for Ragnarok, but only 2 found. And when you're playing as a 2, you cannot afford to go for that. It looks like Gladiators are embroiled with Vampire as well. And R8, I mean, they regrouped too late, right? As you said, they tried to move up. Prestige now with the UMP in hand, not really going to have the efficacy that Venturas has with this DBS, but fortunately there's only a sliver of HP to contend with. FaZe stay strong, however, but who can roll up? Mazexus looking to put nades on into the fray.
This is what I'm talking about, man. Everyone wants this compound. It's so good in this early game to hold out into. Gives you a lot of position to duck behind. If you start getting naded, you go towards the basement side. And also, just the stage is great. Alpha7 on the top as well. Mazexus move in, will clean up FaZe, so they suffer to the third party themselves. Now Onzen underneath with the rest of his teammates. Coming down these stairs for Mazexus, it's going to be a little bit dangerous. But I think that's another team now rocking up on that top side, looking for a little bit more.
Got Gladiators pretty close by. Alpha7 on the north as Mazexus takes the top floor. So 4 teams now with a factor in this fight. Trick launches a nade and catches Mello wanting. Meku moves on up in the meantime. Trick on the inside trying to cover off these door frames. They'll hear these vehicles circling. Gladiators yet to commit fully for this push, and Alpha7 want to break out wider. Kitsune up on the top of the mountain, a threat. Onzen from the inside, lines one up, and Moorman's there as well. 3 knocks sent to Mazexus as they try and go downstairs, but it's just going to be sent back. And another nade in from Meku slows the fight down to a dead halt. FaZe can recover.
And Mazexus is gone. This is what we were talking about before. It's such a strong position in that basement to hold on as long as possible. And a lot of times it's the team above that will get third parties instead. So now they're living a little while longer. S2G does take a casualty, but they're able to send something back over towards Mafioso. Unlikely they'll pick him back up again. And Meku regroups the rest of his team, so not fully committing to this engagement.
Western shift pretty hard on this circle over to the Gatka fields. Keeps the chopsticks in where Vampire with Ravenclaw in that chopstick have got their foothold. Gladiators in a pretty solid position, but they are down to 3. They were busted that way by Vampire on the western side.
Yeah, I mean, Tixi was just rolling up in the UAZ. He saw the vehicles in front of him, and I think it was just a little bit too careless of him. Then again, the shots coming through from Vampires, sometimes we didn't get a good eyes on it, and it could have just been an absolutely unreal shot coming through from Ravenclaw, who has hit some massive long-range shots before. Absolute sniper of a player.
Falcons trying to establish their line in. But a knock sent their way slows down their plans. S2G lose Hamzy and Silas, leaving just Razy and Calci in action. Both on the inside, and they are in the circle on the northeast side, just southwest of Ruins. Yokohama Donuts Varel going to be playing in the ditch, in the storm drain, at the end of the chopstick. These nades do just funnel themselves towards Yangon Galacticos' position, unless they bounce off one of the trees.
Yeah, sort of looked like it bounced off thin air, in fact, but that was indeed very thick, gelatinous air that the bounce came off the back of. The grenade is not getting through that, apparently. I like Gladiator's position, though, holding on to that single compound. I think Vampire's over towards Gatka, strong spot. You do have those upstairs to play around with. Great nade from S2G. Clean up one of the Falcons players. You do have that top floor for Vampire to play around with. It gives you a lot of scouting capability. The problem a lot of times is it's hugely difficult to hold down to the entirety of Gatka. Once you start getting 1 or 2 teams assaulting that same position, you sort of just have to back off towards the 3rd story in the corner of Gatka. So Vampires, they don't want this to be their singular approach into this game. They know that it's not massively likely to end down this way, which is why I do like Gladiator's spot. So much more easily defensible and not as a priority compound as something like the Infinity are taking over towards that northwest side, which more than likely will get assaulted by some teams looking for space.
2 teams on the top of Everest. iKURD getting shots sent their way by SEM9 out on the northeast side. iKURD and Alpha7 both trying to share the summit, but neither likely to be able to stay there for too much longer given its proximity to the edge of the circle. Infinity have Ravenclaw now to worry about on their south side. Those fields looking more and more treacherous by the moment. The next circle just about to come in.
Yeah, it's not an easy circle to play. And I mean, if we move further up towards Everest side as well, it becomes slightly even more difficult.
Okay.
You do cut out around about 15% of the circle just from that slope up to Everest. You can find some little caves that you can go into, you know, pull the bear pelt around your shoulders and just hide out there like a survivalist. But you really will be playing the survivalist role. You're not likely to get too many more eliminations or even the win for that matter. But the fielded area for Gladiators, this is where we want to see a bit more from them because we've seen many times, and the devs say this too, that they need to start taking shots at teams because they have clear sight lines over the field, and it looks like Vampires are going to go for the crash. They need to receive well here, John.
Infinity IQ might even be able to get a couple of sightlines over this fight, as well as Alpha7. Good start to proceedings. Nade sent over to Sweat, but Kitsune goes down on a trade. Meku wants to push them back off this window to allow for this res to come through. Playing as 3, you need every advantage you can get, but Kitsune goes down as Tony K seals the deal. Ravenclaw up high ground with the off angle. So important on this fight. It's forced Gladiators to play along this ridgeline where they have a disadvantage in terms of those numbers already. Ooh. But that's what I was looking for. A third-party shot coming through from Infinity IQ across the way. The backs of Vampire are exposed, and it will slow them down on these pushes. They are down to 2, but they have got a little bit of a lifeline. Alpha7 as well, from the top of Everest, might be able to spot Ravenclaw.
I think the fact of the matter is that the Infinity spot this happening, they know now that their compound is just really not safe. And this is a really good one to take. It's towards the central arena. In the meantime, DRS have made a massive swing on the southern side up towards Mount Everest and are looking to take out players in this spot. Alpha7 first to face.
D plus Kia swept aside as AGONxI8 try and leave from the chopsticks from those Gatka fields. As we're back on board with Gladiators trying to hold out. Killer did get knocked. Carrillo low, but Rules is even lower. Will fall down first. And Alpha7 looking good to try and hold the top of this. A 2-for-1 trade in terms of knocks right now. Another nade launched over by Revo, who's playing that point man for the roster. Delta close by. AGONxI8 falls next. And just the one for DRS. Will their run be drawn short here? Yes, it will. Alpha7 play with 4 eliminations on the card. A res available onto Senatexa, and iKURD not pushing on just yet.
Revo just drops hellfire from above there. Just bullets raining down on the guys from DRS. Very difficult to get away from that, but I think he just wanted the fight to be completed as quickly as possible. Like we said before, clean engagements from Alpha7. Quickly pulling out the wet wipes and getting rid of DRS from the top side of Mount Everest. Now they can focus over towards iKURD once again. Looks like Vampires are trying to push further in towards where Gladiators are currently trying to hold. They'd like to get rid of them, so they can't capitalize on a third party that comes through from the Infinity, who are waiting. Schweppes takes a huge amount of damage. This is very good for Meku, holding on for as long as possible close up.
Tony K, no nades in hand, playing around, just trying to spot the players near the window. Won't be so lucky. Nade around the edge finds a lot of damage onto Meku. Tries for the drop shot, and there's no backup with the sightline blocked on the smoke. Matic falls second, and Vampire stay up as 4. A nade was launched to that backline to clear out Matic, and the Gladiators are eliminated, not able to suppress the oncoming onslaught from the Vampires.
And with that, Vampires cut off that sightline coming from Infinity IQ. They knew they had to do something shortly. They wait up, they get all those stims on board, and then they push in. S2G though, Ray still going strong. Absolute destroyer over in the PMWI, and he finds another. Not before he goes down to Aton, but what a defiant performance there from S2G. Ray comes in clutch.
1 versus 3 against BTR. A third party shot through the window, snuck in there to close down the run, but you're right, a phenomenally defiant play, as you so aptly put it. Vampire now with priority compound that once was Gladiators. They took down, they opened that gap in the armor for the Gladiators by eliminating Tixi, and they moved through and finished the job.
Infinity IQ, I just think that they have made an odd play to hold in that area for so long. They saw the fighting happening. You know that this is one of the priority compounds in the map. You know, you just take that third party in that case and you just hope that it goes well and trust in yourselves to pull it off. I think Vampires have done a marvelous job in terms of strategy and forward thinking. They spot that they take down the players of Gladiator earlier on. They take down Tixi. They understand the rotational path that's going to happen. They push them over towards this building. And then from Gatka, as soon as it heads towards that north side, they know they have an opening there. So they control the south and the north at the same time because they're confident to take that crash over towards Gladiators, understanding that there most likely will be 3. Now the Infinity finally pulls the trigger, but I think it's too late.
Vampire have very much established themselves in this position, and in fact, there's shots and knocks already out onto the field. Ferrari goes down with Falcons on that third party. They don't even fully commit to this push, as Alpha7 now do spot out a player from Vampires and take him down with a full flush. The good news for Vampire is that both DRS and Gladiators are down and out of this match, which means that everything from this point on is gravy on their point lead. However, they do want to maximize that at every turn. We've spoken about how pivotal it is to get these points on board where you can.
Alpha7 have been building up to a strong performance this entire time. What an amazing initial grenade. Those are hard to pull off. Straight round the corner, finishes to prevent the information on the peak. Doesn't get too much time to deal with it. And straight away looks over towards iKURD. So unfortunate bullets coming afterwards because he could have survived a lot longer from that spot. Ravenclaw though, it was a questionable play. I think running out from that side without clearing any of Everest or scouting it, considering he is a scout, probably should know that there are going to be players up towards Everest side moving downwards. It just leaves them a little bit weakened. FaZe takes down a bit more, iKURD out, and that'll extend them up towards that leaderboard. 9 eliminations so far found.
7th place overall right now for FaZe. A really important jump as well. Remember, we've spoke about it so much this bubble. If they can keep this rolling, they might be in the money. It's the main event from this All-Star stage, getting that qualification spot. Alpha7, they've managed to make their way all the way down. They're still on that far side of the road and will have to go a little bit further. Vampire can stay in their compound though, Blaine.
They can hold on, and I think that if you are Vampire now, you gain some information, albeit losing a player that way, so it was Ravenclaw having to take bullets from the back to be right. I think there's guys behind us, so with that information, they most likely will wait for Alpha7 to be forced in by the blue itself before they play their hand, trying to maybe make Alpha7 fight against Infinity IQ, force that engagement between the two teams, because we're out into open ground after this. So Vampire has to make the most out of this situation where they still have the walls around them. They still have the windows to peek out from, because they need to cause casualties to a lot of teams. Luckily, A7, I think, is realistically the only other team that's going to make it towards the end game with 4 players, other than AGONxI8, but they are taking a huge amount of damage so far.
Ooh, Falak taken low. Blade also taken away. Very, very difficult situation for AGONxI8. They've still got a whole chunk of points out of this game. A lot of value found. Shots over towards Mela to pick up yet another one from IQ on the south side. UZM and IQ. 3 eliminations for UZM, 4 for IQ. Falak down with 6 and Blade with 4. Very, very solid entry.
Yeah. I think the Vampires, right, they've played a very good game so far. For Alpha7, though, in a fielded finish, this is something that we will reiterate time and time again. 4 players versus any other team that has less than them, it's almost a guaranteed victory off the back of that if you play things right. You just have more angles, more refrag potential. So if Vampire want a chance at winning this versus Alpha7, they need to cut the numbers of that team. They're being really slow with pushing out as carefully as possible. It's less likely that they'll be able to force that engagement between them and Infinity IQ now, because Alpha7 is picking them apart.
Point could go over to Vampire here. It's taken by Senatex. Both teams were looking out that way. Really important to be able to get that knock. Looks like Vampire opting to not pick up the DBSs for that late game on in these fielded finishes.
Yeah, it's smart. What is the chance that you're going to be in DBS range, in a fielded finish? You're always going to be on either side of the circle. It's pretty funny, though, the fact that this engagement here probably would be great to have a DBS on board, because the team that is most likely to be the biggest threat to you is right next door.
Luke has equipped one of those. The buildings will be littered with those body boxes. We'll have plenty of them in plentiful supply. And you can keep one in the back pocket even in these fielded finishes, just in case on one of your players. Alpha7 looking to move through with Infinity further down the hill. FaZe staying alive with Mormon out in the field, as is on Zen. Hoiga moving through this smoke train. Will get spotted. Actually, a nade is the thing to find it, but the point still goes over towards Carrillo. 9 eliminations now for Alpha7, as Vampire still holding them out. And the impetus is on Alpha7 to move here. Vampire are in the next circle.
It's a difficult sightline to play around with as Vampire, and there's little to no utility on side for them. Moving through this fielded area, smokes would have been ideal, but not having nades is crucial for Vampire, because nades over this ridge side towards Alpha7, who have to move towards Vampire, would have been fantastic. The fact that they really lack that kind of utility is a really big deal. They're gonna have to just go for a full-on gunfight.
We saw Mafioso from Alpha7 break up towards the Everest side of these fields in order to push Mormon back from FaZe and allow them a little bit more leeway to go for this fight. You still have Kaidulan crawling his way forwards, and Mafioso's still worried about Mormon, so they need to isolate these threats and take care of them. The first one is dealt with, but Mormon is still there on a side swipe. Not really too much utility for Alpha7 either. Revo might opt to just break out and leapfrog Vampire fully.
Right now, Alpha7 is lacking on supplies. I thought it was bad for Vampires, but they've got little to no bullets remaining. Revo 40 in the mag, 18 remaining left over. But so is Schweppes. This game has been absolutely dry on resources, and this is where having that secondary in terms of a submachine gun instead of the DBS is really coming into play. It's very, very smart from Vampire, setting up for an endgame.
That crate also a massive blessing. I mean, imagine finding an M249 in there. That's just
I think they picked up a Groza, in fact.
Ooh, could be even better. Yeah, look
in
at
the
that.
back.
Excellent. Swap out that M4. Tony, plenty of ammo.
See what I mean? They've got nothing left.
This is such a stalemate between these two teams. For Alpha7 don't want to go ahead. They don't want to go into the sightlines of Vampire, and Vampire are willing to just let them wait.
Man, Schweppes is in such a dangerous position as well, but he needs to provide that information across. Playing around with this bush in front of them, which is likely to get sprayed out. I think Alpha7 has played this game slow. Bullets are going to be a problem.
And is spotted in turn. UZM moves forwards with the cover, can get the res onto iKURD. The zone will crunch them in fairly soon. The first breakout is from Mafioso, and a position in the circle for Alpha7, meaning they don't necessarily have to go for the fight if they can make that cross.
The thing is for Mafioso, if he gets that vehicle across, he might have actually found a resupply because he needs to support the team as they move in. Right, and for Vampire, they're going to have to crawl out way before Alpha7 have to peek over this ridge side, which has provided them so much cover for so long. Flukov steps into the blue. It hits him very, very hard.
Cool. It will do at this stage. Oh, Schweppes, he saw Senatexa. We'll see another as well, Vampire. They have to go for the fight, and Alpha7 cut them down. The numbers advantage playing for them. You can see the ammo just going completely red. Revo has to go back to the DBSs. AGONxI8, the duo, still needs to move north, sure, but they've got way more resource.
I think genuinely, Schweppes could probably crawl all the way in. There's no way these players have any kind of ammo to work with unless they pull them over towards this position, because they need to resupply off these crates that are on the floor. Revo just has to get up close and personal with the DBS. This is the killer. And UZM with this AUG, not many bullets left in that one. Groza comes out. Carrillo still holding on. He could win this game because Schweppes, just off the back with the fact that these players have nothing left in the tank.
He sees him. UZM absolutely sees the player behind the tree. The backstop for Alpha7 is spotted, and it's Schweppes to pick it up. He's got the Groza now into a 1 versus 2. Vampire to try and put another chicken dinner on the board. A nade goes long. It looks good. Schweppes just about dodging out the way. Gets back into cover and hits the deck. The spray goes wide for UZM. Groza's on the back line. iKURD brought very, very low. Schweppes trying to heal up with those stims. The more time he can buy, the higher his health bar will go. But pushing forwards, it's UZM out of the grass, and he'll be able to deal the final blow. Vampire pushed aside, and it's AGONxI8 with a massive chicken dinner here, Blank, putting 22 eliminations on the board.
A disgusting game, and one we did not expect coming through from AGONxI8. They weathered the storm over on that eastern side versus FaZe Clan. This is going to be a record set, and one that's going to be super hard to beat, even for the main tournament. But just having that position in the middle, no one else had anything left on board. With that kind of circle, where there's realistically no ability to go grab yourself some more ammo, no one was dying inside these buildings to be able to get those loot crates, John.
Really tricky stuff to navigate that open field. And what a way to cinch it closed as well. FaZe could not stand up to that push. Alpha7 cut them down with the last of their resources, and they were bled dry from the top of Everest. Their descent was tumultuous, to say the least. And in fact, the open field position was what brought it home. AGONxI8 take a massive record-setting chicken dinner.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMWI's. Our second match has finished off. Before we can analyze this one and break it down, got to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, the Honor Magic 5 Pro, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, an Honor self-developed GPU Turbo X. As you see all the pros using it here on stage. And well, as you're seeing, AGONxI8 able to take the victory on it as well. So maybe you guys should check it out for yourselves at home. We got ours in front of ours that we're going to actually maybe sneak past security and back home with us. We'll find out. Max Van, Severworld's Gaming back here to the desk as we break this one down. And honestly, it was a bloodbath.
We've been waiting so long for i8 to finally get a strong performance because we know this team has potential. We saw it a little bit back in the PMGC League stage, right? And finally here, they had the strongest compound in the South 7, and no one was really willing to get too close, but this circle was just 90% filled. If you do not have a compound, you're just going to be easy pickings, and man, i8 brought pretty much just all the teams in the South down on their lonesome.
But it's good to see that a team that was in the second page, right, they were able to do that. They were able to take advantage of what was given to them. They were able to get all of those eliminations, and that's ultimately what you want to see. We have seen it over and over again where teams do end up being in that position, but they're just not able to gather the points. Now, we finally got a chance to see i8 take advantage of it.
Yeah, we did. And the thing is, like, you were talking quite a bit about quite a few different teams, but the points needed by these teams to maintain a position or get in position is still going to be difficult. I mean, look at teams like Vampire. They still not really necessarily focusing on any teams in particular to knock them out, but they were able to push out Gladiators. You had Alpha7 sitting high ground for such a long time that they eventually ran out of ammo and obviously ran out of the game. Let's take a look at the match rankings so we can see the points that the teams did get before we do start to break this down a little bit more here. 32 points. That's the highest point scoring game we've had here so far at PMWI.
Yeah, that's a record right there for the All-Star Stage for sure. I mean, before this, they had 48 points, Jason, before going into this after day 2.
Damn.
And they're already pretty much like made up for that in just a single match here on this third and final day of the All-Star Stage. So if they can get even just some consistent results throughout this, maybe that would be enough to maintain a spot in the top 6.
Yeah, what's crazy, I mean, yesterday alone, they only ended up with 16 points for them to be able to come out and do this. They were able to bypass that just in elims alone. That is massive for them if they even want to get a chance, right? And now this is what we're talking about. If you're a team that are towards the bottom, I know it's technically not impossible, but it was going to be very, very hard. They were able to do that. Maybe they'll be able to continue to do that, but it's going to come down to if they get a circle, if they get something like what just happened, and if they end up taking advantage of it.
Last place, R8, off the back of a victory. 0 points, unfortunately. D plus Kia as well. Another team we've been talking about, Forrest and Fabian, not able to do too well so far off the bat. Not sure exactly what's going on for them, but top 6 could legitimately slip out of their hands.
This game got breached by i8. But before i8 actually got to that compound, i8 just full sent it, and I think the fight lasted 10 seconds. It was so quick. They just sent it, eliminated the entirety of the teams, and there was no third parties possible because the fight just lasted such a short amount of time. So they just took control, healed up if they needed to, and started blasting at teams over in the South. And some of these fights, though, you had breach after breach after breach, and FaZe actually surprised they survived as long as they did.
And for another team, right, we were talking about R8, if they were going to be able to follow up after the performance they just had in Sandhawk, they were not able to do that. And another team we were kind of keeping an eye on was S2G as well. If they were going to be able, if it was going to be a flash in the pan, at the moment, it's looking like it after that Sandhawk performance out of them.
Yeah, unfortunate, but you know what? Sometimes you can have good matches, sometimes you can have bad matches, as long as you don't let your bad matches outweigh your good matches.
Which right now, the bad matches are outweighing the good matches for SCG.
When we get to the overalls, I mean, that'll be quite apparent, unfortunately, for them. But looking ahead, though, obviously something we want to jump in onto is the player stats from AGONxI8, because that was, like you said, that was almost doubling their points. Like, this is the first time we've seen them have such a performance, and we have to really find out where it's going to be. And 2 players over 1K damage. You can hear Klaris in the background. Woohoo! I think something like that.
Did it twice.
I don't know, it kind of sounds like Mickey Mouse, to be fair.
I heard Hot Jigs too. Woo! Let's go, baby.
That's very good impression.
7-6-5-4. Everyone able to really step up in this match. And I think the important thing about a match like this is that when you're given a position like that and you're able to play out a position like that, you better make the most of a position like that, especially considering that puts them, what, if they were at 30-something points beforehand, or sorry, 40-something points,
48.
then they get 30-something points from this one. That puts them up to like 70 to 80. That puts them like almost close to FaZe Clan, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they might be in top 7 or top 8 right now. They're definitely super close to the top 6.
I think they're probably going to end up in the first page for sure.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Well, okay, another team that's going to be in the first page, Alpha7. We have to talk about their play, right? Sit on top of Everest. which obviously is a great play, and the way they were able to push onto Vampire was good, but the bad side was they didn't really recover any of the ammunition they had to use to knock teams before.
Yeah, I feel like they wanted to loot up after eliminating all of DRS, but then there was iKURD coming like, oh, we don't have time to loot, we need to go fight another team, and then the circle pushed them away like, we don't have time to loot anything, so they're just no loot, pushing down, which is why I believe they delayed that fight to push onto Gladiators versus Vampire. They're like, we want to wait this out because we don't have the resources. We're going to wait for the opportune time when the fight unfolds to then third party and maybe loot up.
And for me, Alpha7, I feel like this is a match that's definitely going to end up helping them out. Mafioso, especially a player that's been struggling, I felt like yesterday and struggling at the beginning of the day. It's good to see him being able to put up this kind of numbers because that's a player that we want to see, right? We don't want to just be talking about Revo. We don't want to just be talking about Carrillo or Senatexa. We want to see Mafioso being able to be that young player that he is, that top fragger that he has shown in the past that he can also be. For Alpha7, you mentioned it perfect, Max. It came down to them just not having any time. The DRS fight, I thought they were able to defend that so well that they have the high ground. DRS, for some reason, I feel like that was the worst decision that they decided to make, just make that late push up to Everest against Alpha7. And then when Alpha7 wanted to go and loot, guess what? iKURD was like, we might want to take on this fight. But Alpha7 was able to actually defend it very well. They were able to take on 2 players from iKURD.
Respect to iKURD, though, because they were on top of Everest for a very long time. And they waited for their moment. I guess they waited for the DRS crash to make their move, and we can see the amount of damage coming through. 3,800 damage is ridiculous. And to be fair, even for Alpha7, that's a decent conversion rate considering the damage they were able to get. Vampire's the unfortunate one.
Yeah, they took barely any damage also because they were in such a strong compound after that breach onto D+ here. Nothing was really going to be a major threat to them. I think that some of their players actually took 50 damage, so they were really in no danger whatsoever this game. But the moment they had to leave that position, it was going to be rough, which actually I'm happy you talked about Mafioso from Alpha7. He was in a position which very easily could have secured, I would say, the win for them. But the moment that i8 bring in that one nade and clear the off angle set up by Mafioso, it just crumbles apart. And i8 really made sure that after they get that one nade opening, they were securing that game.
Yeah, I wish Mafioso would have rotated a little bit longer. He decided to go where that FaZe Clan player was that was shooting them earlier. And I feel like it ended up backfiring for them. Overall, though, great performance out of Alpha7, taking advantage of a circle, too, that's kind of near where they usually end up landing. And I really want to talk about Vampire Esports, man. Because even though they didn't end up getting the chicken dinner here, I feel like we saw some great stuff out of them, though. And hopefully we get a chance to see it here in the next game.
Yeah, you won't have time to talk about it now, but we'll save that one for coming up later on here after our third match of the day is going to kick off with John on a blank once again.
The second of our Erangels today. 3 on the cards, but this is the middleman. We are going to head from that southwest side near Primorsk all the way over to Milta Power on the east edge. Blank, it's quite a southern lilt to it.
Yeah, you could say that. I think this thing is very much down towards that south side. Something has pulled it with the hook over towards Sosnovka, which is going to make some of these teams a little bit more sad about the whole situation, because getting towards that north side now made way, way more difficult. We do know there's a lot of teams here that like to get up towards that northern edge. We saw that on the last game where this playing path actually forced a lot of teams over towards that western side. We have a very, very free edge over towards the east side of the map. This time around, it's going to be shooting range, North George, Severny, Stalba, Yasnaya. That's slightly more difficult to get towards. But at least with a plane path that cuts through the map, there's so much more opportunity to grab those vehicles earlier on and get going. Circle also very kind, central of the Northern Island, Sosnovka military base. We can practically put that out of our minds at this point in time. And this might just be a bit more of a compound-heavy finish based off of this. But we'll have to wait and see, because Circle's been doing some crazy things recently.
Seems fairly centralized this time around. All the time being the river the major factor, as it normally is with these mainland circles. If you go north, you stay south at the moment. South of the river, the lion's share of the land mass, but still very much anybody's game. Getting a little bit hot over towards the Yasnaya drops. BTR going past SEM9 and Aton as well. Both rotating in very similar positions, only a couple of 100 meters apart, so they'll definitely be aware of each other's presence. But right now, seeming like BTR just going to keep on trucking towards Yasnaya.
Yeah, coming off the back of that last game, we had a couple of teams actually break out just a little bit. D+ Kia still in 5th place right now, 93 points. But Alpha7 shot up to 3rd place right now, 104 points. They are definitely shutting up our concerns so far with how they came into this tournament to today. Not far behind the two leaders with Vampire 155 and DRS with 125. Now, Vampire have had a huge amount of second places this tournament, let alone the chicken dinners themselves, but it has been great to see the Vampires actually been able to stay very consistent. Yes, they have their breakout performances, but when they have to go into that survival mode, as Max put it on the desk, they certainly can do that too and just put up decent amounts of points, decent amount of eliminations to really solidify themselves up towards that first place. Now, we're heading into match 3 right now. There's only 3 more matches for either DRS or A7 to profit over that 25-point, that 50-point lead that they currently have over these two teams. It's going to be very hard to do. So right now it feels more than anything the second place is the one that's up for grabs if DRS don't continue on this very consistent streak which we've seen them before. But Gladiators, 96 points. D plus Kia 93, 89 in 6th place and 86 in 7th place with FaZe. Right now, G Gladiators, if they don't pick up the pace a little bit, you know, they're at risk of falling out because a lot of teams are catching up right now.
It would be quite a turn of events if the Gladiators didn't make it, but we've seen it happen before when they do lose momentum. 4-point scoring opportunities still on the cards, Blank, with this match still available. And right now, when I'm looking at this bubble, I'm looking all the way down to 12th place as the teams that could potentially make this one. In 13th, R8, 52 points and below. It just doesn't seem feasible to be able to catch up that many points over 4 matches when you haven't really had that much momentum to start with. It would be a very, very spectacular performance from any of these teams, but you're looking at over a 30-point differential.
Yeah, and I mean, AGONxI8 have just pulled that kind of thing off. Because before this game, they were around about 50 points. Below, maybe, I'm not sure. I think they were around about 50 points, though. And I think for last year, too, AGONxI8, they truly were the comeback kings. And let's see if they can pull that off again here in the All-Stars tournament. 8th place right now, but they have to keep up with those games. Now, I think they were able to turn things around right on their final match last year. But this time, it's not the case. They're going to have to keep things going if they want to head towards that top 6 to get towards the main tournament. And again, though, 4 more point scoring opportunities, like you say, that is enough. AGONxI8 really just need to stay consistent now and hope some of these teams above them just fall off a bit.
But even then, is that enough? Because you're playing against a field of about 5 or 6 teams. When you're playing against one, you can kind of lean back on the idea that, okay, well, not really going to have that, or they're not really that likely to have a pop-off performance. But when you increase that sample size, right, when you have 6 teams playing off in 4 matches, it gets a little bit more likely that there is a threat of these teams having completely wild performances, right? So, sure, getting 6-7 points a game, consistent, keep it up there, but you really want to be looking up towards those 15-point games, right? If you can get another one of those on, you're going to be so much safer.
I'd love to see that same graphic again, but just of AGONxI8 post at, like, we got the post-match. I want to see the pre of that last match on our angle, because I imagine they would not be sporting 5.86 average eliminations on our angle, which is really insane. Actually, they've got R8 now 0.86. Like, this is more reasonable for where they were beforehand. But again, crazy stuff going through from AGONxI8 on that last match on our angle.
What was their average? I didn't catch it on the
5.86 average eliminations.
5.86.
So 6 a game.
And they've played how many air angles so far? With 2 game days played, they played 6. The 7th was the last one.
Yeah.
So that's 35 elims-ish. Yeah. They got 22 of those in that last game.
That's crazy, right? That is absolutely crazy that that's the case. So, I mean, they've certainly put up their performance there. They deserve that average elimination. Look at that already. Blaze taking down Bensu. AGONxI8, they see the opportunity. They see the door crack open slightly, and they've wedged the foot between. They really want to push it all the way, and I'd love to see it happen.
It is starting to get to that point of a little bit of desperation to get these points on board.
Yeah. Crushing of the foot desperation.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're like, I'll sacrifice a metatarsal, maybe 2.
Yes, exactly.
Just to get in.
As though
it's worth a lot of money to be able to get into those top 6 spots.
Yeah, it's worth more than a big toe. I'll tell you that now.
I don't know.
125 grand?
Would you?
I'd hurt my big toe for 125 grand.
You don't have to, so that's the good news.
I'd say stub this desk right now and I'll give you
Okay,
125 grand.
Stubbing, yeah, fine.
Yeah.
I'm going for that every day.
But really hard.
Oh.
As if you were
Like
about
really hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I'd have to think about the consequences.
Okay, fair play.
Because that toe injury could last you a lifetime, Blank.
At 125 grand.
Could last you a couple of years. 6
Be
years,
a good
maybe.
couple of years.
Yeah, maybe.
That's for sure. Next circle. Popping on screen soon. Obviously, we see a lot of teams actually heading towards the center here, around Rozhok area, really trying to secure that position between the river, making sure that they have those rotational paths despite wherever this circle goes next, because it could be hard down towards the south, it could be hard up towards that northern side. Yet to pop as of yet, but most teams are in this circle, and it looks like we're going to try and phase out this river, it would seem to me, and we're heading down towards Pachinki, but pretty awkward ground around Ruins and Sunken.
Some open territory, those headshot hills on the south side of that river.
Yeah.
Treacherous. Vampire moving in past Pachinki through that church area. Alpha7 on the north side of the river will be queuing up behind FaZe to try and cross, you'd imagine. Very unlikely that they go for the Rozhok Bridge. Try and break out that way. SEM9 find themselves a morsel on the hillside, but it's one that bites back, unfortunately. It's DRS. Piranhas on the hills here. Kenny behind, trying to suppress. Rules still down, but being isolated and potentially covered off by the rest of his roster.
Yeah, DRS right now. That last game wasn't ideal. I thought the rotation was very cool up towards Everest side from the south. They really had to be explosive on that entry towards Everest, though, with some really good grenades, which we have seen them throw before. Just versus Alpha7, they were a little bit too good with it.
A 1-for-1 trade there. I think Tam just got that rundown.
Haskiller took him out.
The rollover, yeah, that's unfortunate. Not quite quick enough on the draw, but DRS still plenty of firepower with Killer still alive. Tournament topping fragger right now. But it's not ideal when you're playing in DRS's shoes, right? Because you've got that second place that we were talking about with Alpha7 looking a lot hotter today than they have done over the last two. You want to defend that spot because there's, again, a lot of money. It's for that second place.
Yeah, it's what you'd like to hold on to, 100%. The second place, I think you can be very proud of that in All-Stars, knowing that you're very much guaranteed to go in towards that top 6 now. DRS can take some of these risks to get some good games underneath their belt towards the end of the day. Gladiators down towards Pachinki side, moving up. Falcons also very much in the crunch right now, down towards the southeast. There's SEM9 around this area, AGONxI8, and DRS who are currently locked in combat with SEM9.
Tam still very low, looking to get that healing done. We'll be able to pop it finally. Not too much impetus for them to move right now, though. They'll have to get to some cover, but once they're there, they can establish Falcon. Other ideas, though, they open up on the tricycle. And Aton are there ahead as well. Kenny left for dead on the roadside. And the rest of the team careen themselves into even further trouble as the rest of the roster picked apart yet again.
SEM9 have had a pretty unfortunate tournament so far, just not finding the success they were looking for. Next circle heads towards school side and apartments. So a lot of capability to have a lot of teams in a very small area at the end of this one. D plus Gear currently have a 2-2 split over on school side. We'll most likely hold that for a little bit longer alongside with BTR. Vampires coming through Pachinki will be heading out on towards Pachinki Fields. It's not the most ideal rotate. They could head towards Potato Hill and use the cover of that landmass to just pass up towards the eastern side. And with most of the players being dropped off early on towards the west, you know, that might be an option that a lot of teams do intend for.
Ferrari bringing up the rear on this train for Infinity IQ. Into very minimal cover here and very big amount of threat from D plus Kier as well. The nades start to pour over this ridge. Fabian has got an angle, lines it up perfectly. Nice little headshot to open the bidding. And the auction continues for the scalps of Infinity IQ over the top here, pushing forwards Nades still in hand, not actually fully committing to this push because you can just keep this bombardment strong. Forest further away. Beautiful from Fabian. The rest of D plus Kia further down the hill, so they've got that fallback spot should they need it if Bigetron decide to push on up the hill.
I mean, these are just two players holding on to this position, so D plus Kia is doing a great job. And in Forest and Saden, hand in hand, they are a terrifying combo. Another nade over the top there, does a lot of damage. Puga falls at the feet of Ferrari, not able to quite get in the pit stop. And Falcons take down one of the players from Gladiators. They rock up towards his position. Six has a grenade in his hand, looking to send it over towards Matic, but he's pulling out the Classic, doing something completely out of the ordinary. It's unpredictable.
Six is there, and they're completely unknown, and Matic drawn short on the rush for the tree. No cover to be found. Immediately flushed as well. Tixie's on the floor, two players alive, Kitsune and Meku. We said this is a team that needs to keep up the pace. They're not fully home and dry for the qualification spot, and when you lose two players like this, you do not want these teams around you to be doing well. But you're looking at down one D plus Kia, you're looking at Falcons, and you're thinking, these are teams that will chase, and they are doing so on this game.
The thing is, this Gladiators is all over the place at the moment. This is not the Gladiators that I'm used to. Matic, yes, sometimes he pulls out these weird little maneuvers, but more often than not, they're quite successful. Sometimes you see them go completely out the window, but a lot of these players on Gladiator's side are just not playing to their full potential here. It's a strange performance to be showing here in the All-Stars. With only 3 more games to secure your place as well after this one. It's a bit terrifying to be playing like this and not upping the ante. Perhaps they can have some better games over on Miramar at the end of the day. But right now, there are some teams that are just a bit more deserving at this point in time, just objectively.
You need to prove it every step of the way if you want to feel like you deserve one of these spots. And if your metal cannot stand the test, will be corroded by the talents of the rest of the lobby. Falcons, 4 eliminations so far. 6th place right now, close to that bubble. Currently sits in 7th, that bubble, remember, because Alpha7 have already qualified. That spot would be given to that 7th place team should they find themselves in the top 6. With them sat in 3rd right now, very likely that they will stay in that top 6.
I thought you were going to say something completely different there, like, with Alpha7, the card Alpha7 in play, we do now actually have 7 slots. That's how that works.
7 Worlds Gaming?
7 Worlds Gaming. Oh. We've got a lot of 7s here. So we've got 7 slots instead.
How many 7s?
Which we actually don't. I do enjoy, though, our resident asthmatic S2G, who started sprinting and then began to wheeze and have completely come to a halt there. Very unfortunate to see. They're back in 10th place.
Absolutely, that's what I was thinking as well. Falcons lose a player close to Delta and DRS as well. Very difficult to move in for that res, for that save. But they'll have to try it nonetheless. Delta actually backed off the ridgeline, so potential. The duo from Gladiators sailing on past on the south side of Potato Hill as Falcons let that hold slip just a little bit, and in their place, they'll find a Yokohama Donuts Varel position as Missile sends out to the ridgeline as well.
Yeah, a bit easier to hold this down for the Yokohama Donuts as well, considering that a lot of these teams moving in from that southeast side will be pushing up towards their position. And there's not a lot of teams up towards the northwest that will push down towards the Yokohama Donuts. So they can be pretty comfortable to try and pick up some eliminations as these teams start to push in towards the circle itself. Gladiators take an absolute barrage of bullets coming through from the Vampires themselves. The vehicle's on fire, and they're careening all the way over towards i8 and BTR. This is so terribly dangerous.
Oh dear. Cut out Meku. Goes down. Yeah, Kitsune falls as well. Not really likely you survive a push like that with your vehicle smoking. With all these teams already occupying these positions. Falcons gonna find a similar story as they try and rock straight on up to Vampire. Wow. This time Vampire hold the push very, very well. And yeah, that's Falcons with 4 players alive just 5 seconds ago. Taken down in 14th place.
It was over before it even began there. For the Falcons, they swooped in, and then suddenly were on their backs, no longer flying. Gyante Tries
Blue
to keep things alive, but the blue zone will take him down. And Delta just has to leave his boys behind at this point. At stage 4, impossible to get that res, especially with them being so far outside in the circle. Just wants to go for a little bit more of a survival play. 5 eliminations, though, it's not too bad. It's not too bad at all. D plus Kia also regrouped. I think that was an excellent hold on the 2-2 split. Now up towards school side. And the circle shifts towards the northwest.
This has been a couple of hard shifts in a row, Blank. I mean, you can see on the mini-map there in the top right, it's just gone northwest and northwest and northwest. And S2G are still on Rozhok Hill. This is where they drop, right? So, they drop a split between Rozhok Sunken all the way over to Ruins. They've regrouped here and just been here for so long.
Just couldn't go too far. They just could not go too far. There's no reason to. They've held into position. Rozhok Hill, great scouting spot as well to pick up information. The fact that it's been in this long, there's been no real reason to push outwards. I like iKURD's position, though, to try and hold off versus that. Carrillo spots the player, sending through like a missile. On the Yokohama Donut side, will immediately pop him out the vehicle.
Missile in the driver's seat now, Toe. Tries to lean out the window and get the spray down. It's good. They get the rollover, but unfortunately it's on themselves, onto Missile. Drop these smokes, looking for that res. BTR also looking to try and break out and move forward, gain ground, but D plus Kia shut the door. U-High first on the knock. Genfos close by, underneath the window. Just runs straight on past. D plus Kia not really taking any flack back their way. On this northeast side, playing through school, treacherous at the best of times.
The jocks in the gymnasium just jostling for dominant control over this building at the moment. BTR are struggling to get inwards, but they're all out. Coming around the corner with the DBS. Sees that it's over.
Oh my God.
Instantly. Back to the gymnasium. Pick up the weights again. Let's go.
Saden absolutely dismantles the position there. Really nice stuff. D plus Kia doing well. Vampire, though, against 2 players from Yokohama Donuts Barrel. The buggy goes up, and they go down. The nade over the top seals the deal as well from Schwepp, and that is perfectly placed. Yokohama Donuts Barrel do go down, and Vampire playing with 4 into the headshot hills.
Again, Vampire, an extremely strong performance on the cards for them. Alpha7 takes down Delta, DRS are now out. Their run stops short. 5 eliminations, though, it's not too bad. D plus Kia currently sporting 6 of those on their own. But Alpha7 are really starting to rev things up a little bit.
Gladiators pretty happy that a lot of the teams behind them have already gone down. Falcon very, very close on those totals, but still just a little bit behind going into the latter half of today. AGONxI8 still alive and kicking with the 1 player, so unlikely that they get too much more value, but you've also seen FaZe and Infinity IQ both going down. So a lot of those threats for the Gladiators, where they needed to pick up that pace, have been assuaged this game, but they lose out on the opportunity to increase that lead over them.
I think a lot of these teams are, like you say, pretty happy with this situation. On the top side, keeps them safe for a bit longer. S2G have been encircling this position for quite some time, but iKURD just have that strong spot in the watchtower. Unfortunately for them, it won't be in the circle anymore, and S2G do have a strong position now to vie for a chicken dinner in this game and some more points to once again drag themselves out of 10th place.
Alpha7, or the remnants thereof, Revo and Carrillo, 2 very powerful players that you cannot ignore in these close-range scenarios. Nades in hand, both of them looking for the explosion, but they're under siege right now by D plus Kia, who have fallen off, I would say, from yesterday's performance to today. It is unfortunate. Goes down first, Forest next, and Revo just lighting up the stairway. Falls down finally, Fabian finds the flush, and Carrillo catapults into the swimming pool. Will be in the drink as well, not able to surface. And D plus Kia take down the duo from Alpha7.
D plus DBS, apparently, they all had 1 on board. I think Revo is insanely good with it, as we saw, but coming against 4 of them himself, it's kind of his superpower and his kryptonite at the same time. Speaking of Kryptonite, Super Andrew here to deal with R8. Looks through the window with the dinner plate now, pulls out the DBS.
Auto shotgun on the stairs to worry about, but he's across and into the building on the ground floor. ID upstairs, also looking for these shots. Vampire out in the open, but they have such good suppression onto the warehouse position. Nade up top finds a lot of damage onto ID. Last player standing on the inside, auto shotgun still lights up for one, but it's not good for the second. Super Andrew throws on through. And Ragnarok now the last standing for R8, looking for the res onto SK-Ton. It's Romeo cowering under the gaze of Tony K.
S2G, Maya down in the sludge on the northern side. Just really struggling to get out from this position. Cute Loki will take a nice nade over towards Ragnarok there. Kelsey goes down. S2G just cannot escape, and it might be up to Razy to pull out something special here. iKURD gets a little bit too close. Just the PP Bison in the hands.
S2G is still alive on the northeast side. And iKURD looking to try and change that. 2 players down. Kelsey gets enveloped by Aram's move forwards, who runs down Razy in the process. Hamzy trying to find some sort of answer, but it's not there. Forest up the top, looking to try and cut them down. The circle cuts everybody out in these strong positions, except for the Vampires. They'll have to leave soon.
Currently, Silas trying to keep iKURD at bay. Mazexis have lived a long time here too. 2 eliminations so far for S2G. Nothing too spectacular. You got D plus Kia now finally making their move, pushing in from the eastern side. Starts to take some shots. Silas is there to shut them down, to silence them.
Oh, that is a devilish shift for these teams on the ridgelines. Favors Vampire with the 4 players they have out on the southwest side.
An unknown turtle.
Yes. 9 eliminations, as you say, for D plus Kia. 5 of them.
Look, there he is.
Being picked up by... Oh, I see what you're talking about. I was so lost on that.
It's fine. They're trying to help him out as D plus Kia to upturn him, but Unknown, he's playing quite an interesting tactic. There's no way there's a player in there. There's no way you think there's a player in there.
I think you might be right. I think that could be pretty devilish.
Yeah. I'm actually interested to see how many teams ignore him.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, never mind. They blew up the vehicle. They're nothing short of actually assuring themselves towards this winner, D plus Key. You talked about them being not as powerful in yesterday's games for today, and I think they've definitely stepped up here, and it was much needed. They had a strong start, but I think they defended the school marvelously so far. Vampire, though, are on for themselves another chicken dinner in this tournament.
On the south side of this circle, they've got suppression onto S2G, who are themselves very close to D plus Kia, but look at the nades in hand right now for all of these players. S2G taking a bold push up the ridgeline and avoiding a lot of the damage from these nades, but finally one finds its mark. And Hamzy with the M249 tries to unleash, but will be suppressed once again. Vampire lose Ravenclaw on the back line, but Yangon Galacticos really can't do too much about it. The burn is perfectly placed from Schwep. And Murnat just has to sit down and accept his fate.
Vampire are too good with it, man. The Molotovs over the top side, just burning out the opposition. And Vampire are anything from burned out. They just can continue to be this bright light amongst all these teams. They've got so much voltage going through them to continue being this strong over the 3 days, never letting up the entire time. Now in this position, this is a very strong finish position for them. D plus Kia will have to hit some extremely good shots. Seidan has done a very good game so far, 7 eliminations. Forrest with 3, Fabian with 3 of his own. But getting across this field with the DBSs that did them so well earlier on, it's impossible.
Tony K just has so much ammo as well still on the AUG and the Mini 14. It's going to be, as you say, close to impossible to make this work, but the smokes are out first.
This was the circle that D plus Kira are waiting for as well. It's the one to come closer to them. And obviously Murphy's Law dictates that it must go away as Tony K unleashes already.
They've allowed one to break out wide, but it's not really going to be the best result because of it. Ravenclaw snaps the jaw shut. And now they're playing 4 versus 1. Forest, the last to stand in the face of the Vampires. And they're looking to eclipse the circle. They move forwards, establish the stranglehold, and Vampire rides strong into the divot. The roll down isn't great. Schwepp, hang on a minute, it goes a little bit long. Forest looks for the DBS actually in the divot, but it's finally Tony K who turns his attention their way. Royal Ravenclaw is down on the back. 2 players fall in their face, but the Vampires pull it back together in the end. Goodness me, nerve-wracking, but still phenomenal performance from Vampire to play in the open ground on the Headshot Hills. 24 points on the game, and they've solidified themselves as the team to beat.
It's tough to cut through the Forest there, but they finally make their way out into the open. And the crowd is happy with this one. Vampire looks relieved with this one as well, because this all but secures their first place at this point in time. But the performance of DRS today, they've fallen down a bit, but Vampire each and every single day, they found themselves the chicken dinner, and today's no different.
I don't know what it is about this team, but they have got such power at the Gamers8 Arena. They have done so well last year. Bringing that power to this year, it's great to see a team able to stand this tall. Vampire make a statement.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
Well, welcome back, everyone, as we have passed the halfway point here of our final day at PMWI Allstars Stage. But just to let you guys all know, all of our teams and players are participating on the Honor Magic 5 Pro, which is powered by the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, an Honor self-developed GPU with Turbo X. So obviously all the players are going to be picking up one of these bad boys here, and you can see some teams excelling with them and other teams, well, they should be able to excel with them, because you know what? We can excel with them. So could you. I should go into like commercials, man.
Nice.
I could sell.
That was good.
I don't know. I could sell meat to a butcher. I don't.
What?
I don't know.
Different from selling a phone. But
Sell me this pencil. I mean,
it's
pen.
not a pencil. It's a pen.
Pen.
And what that pen can do is it can keep notes and keep track of how all of our teams are doing here currently in PMWI on the All-Star Stage, because only 6 teams are going to get through into the main event.
Sold.
Jason Kappen, Maxman, 7 Worlds Gaming, and you know what? Before we get to talk about this special topic, which you guys saw on your screen for a split second, Maxman, Dragon Ball Super. We've been hearing about it for a long time now. It's finally coming to PUBG Mobile in a sweet collaboration. There is some awesome game modes, items, vehicles, and a lot more for you guys all to explore. So make sure you guys are checking that out, because you sure as hell know all 3 of us, all 7 of us here are going to be doing that.
Yeah, I never see you as hyped for like collaborations and skins, but this one you're like, oh, when it comes out, I'm going to get the skins.
Literally, when it was announced, I messaged you like, Max, did you see this?
I mean, it looks great. We saw some of the skins already. Sometimes they've been announced, and the set is looking awesome. And the game mode, the Kamiyama, some people say it weirdly enough, even though you don't say that way. I've seen a lot of people say that way. I know you don't say that way, but I'm just saying, don't say that way. That's not how you say it.
7, are you excited? Are you hyped?
I am. I'm trying to figure out, while you guys were telling me, I'm trying to figure out which character would I want to be, Vegeta or Goku?
Oh, Vegeta.
Well, I'm more like Gohan when he was a child, though, because I'm short. So.
And I'd say, well, okay, let's do this then.
Height, yeah.
So, young Gohan, Krillin.
100% Krillin.
You know what? No, Chaozu. You be Chaozu.
Oh, yeah.
You be Krillin.
I wanted to be Vegeta, but okay, sure.
Who would I be? Who would I be?
There's no way you could be Vegeta. What are you talking about?
He's got the hairline for it, to be fair.
It's cosplay.
Who would I be?
I don't know who I'd be.
Bulma?
Bulma?
No.
He's cute.
Yeah,
I'll take
Freezer.
it.
Freezer.
How are you supposed to take that?
He's a good guy.
Which stage? I don't know. It doesn't matter. But everyone, obviously, we've had 3 of our matches finish off here. Vampire taking the last one here on our day so far. Let's take a look at the match rankings. You can see 24 points picked up for them. I mean, they're through. That's it. They're through. There's no way I see them ever having a chance to not qualify for the main event. But also D plus Kia, to be fair. I think they only need one really good match today to do so. But S2G, they get themselves 8 points. I'm going to skip over a couple of other teams here because Alpha7, AGONxI8, these are other 2 teams we're looking at to potentially either maintain, well, Alpha7 already qualified, but to kind of change the buffer. If Alpha7 fall out of top 6, then it's like, well, it doesn't matter if you're in 7th place anymore, you're not going to qualify.
That's the big one, right? I think a lot of the other teams are hoping that Alpha7 is within those top 6, because then it's going to move down to the 7th place. And like, remember, at the beginning of the day, FaZe Clan was in that 7th place. With the way they've been playing, I think they have fallen off a little bit, but I'm intrigued to see which other teams are going to be fighting for that 7th spot if Alpha7 is within the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's very important for them to be there because it reduces the threshold to reach top 7 pretty significantly. So having Alpha7 actually doing well is beneficial for a lot of those teams aiming for those top positions to try and qualify. But we saw so many teams try and do a little bit better here, but I mean, Vampire in particular, I've written too many times on my cue cards, Vampire doing well, and they just, the thing is that sets them apart is down the bottom right.
It's true. It's true. It's very French. But it's true.
I have the worst handwriting.
I don't know anyone in the world of esports that takes notes in cursive, but this man does.
I do, but
it's good. It's not that bad.
My writing hasn't changed since I was like 12. So
it's just arrows.
You sure? Since you were maybe 4?
Yeah, that could be accurate, actually. Yeah, that's why I keep it this way. It's really bad. But Vampire have been just doing so good, and their map knowledge is, I would say, the best in the lobby by far. They sent it without any information on that dip where Peralta got pushed on by Donuts Varel.
Yep.
Without information, they just knew it was so strong that it was worth fighting for.
Yeah, and we saw RA starting to go towards that third party as well, and Vampire just came and destroyed them. But something that we do need to point out about Vampire is that newsy. He finally got a chance to play, and I think we might end up jinxing it because he ended up being stoned, being sub for Newsy. Did we jinx it, you think? I think we did.
Oh, you think? Okay. Then
I mean,
you jinxed it, not me. I don't want to be said I'm jinxing anything ever again.
Maybe we didn't jinx it. Maybe we called it.
Maybe it was no. Maybe Alan Walker went up to Sertan. He was like, you know what? I saw Newsy in TDM. Put this man in. And of course, Sertan is like, yes, sir, I will. Tony K, 1,400 damage. You can see Newsy in there, 281, not too much, but the limbs will speak for themselves. Tony K redeeming himself from that one match that we discussed that we will not talk about too much.
Still to this day, he's redeeming himself for that one game, despite doing so well. Still redemption time, but Newsy, yeah, not going to be taking too much damage and not healing too much, but he was definitely present.
Though. Great start for him to be able to come out, not put out a lot of damage, but still being able to get 3 elims. I feel like that's good to see out of him.
Yeah, I mean, I think you mentioned it earlier in the green room, right, Seven? They're definitely playing a different approach as to what we saw in day one, where they're playing a lot more edge, which goes back once again in that survival mode we saw from them, which early game, we're going to take the very slow approach. But that one moment, we have the opportunity to go for a game-winning play, which you saw at the end of yesterday. And now in this game, they just full send it and fully commit.
Yep. Well, gentlemen, I'm sorry not to cut you off here because we didn't get to see it in the last match, but we're going to see it now because it's do or die time for these teams. It's time to take a look here at our overall standings, get an idea of who is currently going to be qualified through, and the cutoff. Well, it is AGONxI8 technically in because, again, Alpha7 are already qualified to the main event. So we're looking for top 7. It's a 1-point difference between 7th, 8th, and 9th combined because they are both at 86 points. That's scary. That's close.
For AGONxI8, it was that one chicken dinner that we saw early on the Rank 1 game number 2. They don't get that game. They're not in the racing
and
for that position.
For Infinity IQ. So they're only 3 points behind qualifying at the moment. But again, the way tiebreakers work, it's chicken dinners first, placements, then eliminations. So that can come into a massive factor. If Infinity get a win, well, I think they're going to be safe at this rate. But you don't want to have to go down to tiebreakers here.
Yeah, you don't want to be able to do that. And one team that I'm looking at right here, Bigetron, I mean, they just keep falling down more and more. And now we see Vampire, I'm going to have to bring it again. We see Vampire now, right, being labeled to let Newsy play. When are we going to be able to see Ryzen, whatever it might be, whether it's the coach not wanting to let him in? I feel like nothing's working out after day 1. Might as well just put in a player that has had experience, right? Maybe he hasn't played at this stage in a very long time, but see what can happen. And it's a player that's going to be hungry. I mean, he came here for a reason, right? So I'm hoping that they put in Ryzen.
I mean, they're going in the main tournament 100%, right? So it's good to get him heated before the main tournament on this final day because, as we said, they're pretty much, well, they're 100% in at this point, right? So it's good to get that. Though, talking about Bigetron, you didn't mention them. I feel like their biggest enemy is still indecision. They push from apartment into school, and they're just waiting in this position, which is very nadeable against the side of D plus Kia. I want to see them fully commit to that decision making. If they don't do so, I mean, teams are going to punish those mistakes instantly.
Yep. Well, Seven, I think when we were watching the matches, we obviously get to watch it with HotJukes and Kalaris, and I think Kalaris was actually saying that he thinks the cutoff is around Bigetron at the moment, where like teams that legitimately have a chance to get into the main event, and they're currently at 74 points. Like, what's the drop off from there on? And also, do you agree with that?
I do agree with that. I think Bigetron is the one that could maybe leapfrog everybody and try to get to that 7th spot if Alpha7 continues to be within the top 6. But I think it's going to be harder. Right now, we're starting to see SGG. We're wondering what was going to happen after Sandhawk. If they were going to be able to continue on those performances. They didn't on the first Erangel, and now they're starting to put those numbers. We're starting to see the pressure of SGG, that champion caliber team that we've been hoping that they're going to show up. I feel like SGG is the one that's currently having the chance to maybe make it to the top 6.
Okay, we can hear the music rise. You know what that means at home, and hopefully what it means for all of us here as well in the studio, in the stage as well. We have our 4th match coming up here in just a few seconds. It's going to be our second to last Erangel here of the All-Star Stage. That's going to be brought to you by the glorious, the amazing HotJukes and Kalaris.
The amazing! Oh my goodness. You know what? Speaking of amazing, what a tournament we have had so far today. And it is getting so close to the end. And this is going to be one heck of a race here, Kalaris.
And if any Erangel was going to test them before we go on to Miramar, this might be the worst plane path I have ever seen on an Erangel. I'm not sure how those northern teams are going to be able to react to it. You need backup drops, and if you want to go for those cars and long rotations, you better hope the circle goes your way, because this is punishing.
I mean, what backup drops do you have at this point? I mean, it is so insane. I mean, this is a great drop for, you know, Vampire. They're going to go to Primorsk. We know that for a fact. But the rest of the squads, like you mentioned, they're going to have to hunt down those vehicles and get on the move. So a brutal playing path at such a pivotal point in this tournament.
Terrifying, this playing path. And as you can see already, teams have found themselves in the vicinity of one another that not necessarily used to finding. So you see Punching King there looking towards Alpha7. They need vehicles. They've got one player getting themselves a decent gun for some coverage. Get on out of there and don't get wounded.
Mafioso still trying to take off. Oh, T does find the DP. That's the gun you want. Does get a couple shots onto Alpha7, but it looks like they are going to be able to make it just by the skin of their teeth. So this is one of those teams that likes to drop in that north area. Wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see them head straight to Lipovka because, man, Alpha7, they are a late tournament team, and they're finally trying to turn it up here.
Yeah, trying to catch them to, well, at least 2nd place. I'm right. Because 1st place might be a little bit on our reach. But at least for these guys, we're taking a look at the map, the circle is not as brutal as it could have been here. This is playable for teams even that are moving up towards the north. You can get yourself good entry points onto that position when it comes to like entering towards school, entering towards Yasnaya, even if you're going to go way north. But some of these teams will just realize, okay, maybe we can scrap loot and then get to that circle a little bit quicker than our normal drop spot.
100%. Well, remember everybody watching, it's top 6 that is going to move on to the main tournament. That is that cutoff. That is the goal. And man, AGONxI8 clutching it up, right, with a huge game.
Yep.
Puts them in that running. They're right below Team Falcons. I know the stadium definitely wants Team Falcons to turn it up here, but I mean, they have to really watch their backs.
Well, of course, as we have a little move on towards this, these kind of engagements that come down are kind of symptomatic of that flame path and as it does fall here. But D+ has already started things off nicely. Some entry shots from Choco to get some kind of retribution on that, but it's not going to work out.
Yeah, this is going to be against Aton Esports, and they have not had the tournament that they were looking for here. So I'm not surprised if we see D+ Kia really kind of hunt this down and try to get those additional points because they're sitting in 3rd right now.
Yeah. So actually, so going back on what you put your point about the qualification through, of course, AGONxI8 are obviously technically through at the moment with that barrier being 7th because you've got Alpha7 in that top running who have already qualified. So it's really close, as you're saying. If you're looking 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, I think these are the teams that are realistically going to have the strikeout, like they mentioned on the desk, to come towards that top position. Because I don't see Alpha7 falling out of that top 7, personally.
Doubt it, especially with them turning it up. But I for sure, you know, they're going to be hunting for at least that 2nd place cutoff because the prize pool is just absolutely insane here at this stage. But again, so now with Alpha7, of course, you know, making it into that top 6, it is that 7th place cutoff, but it's so close. Look at that. FaZe Clan. S2G.
1 point behind.
1 point. Goodness gracious.
Super close here. So let's see how it goes, because with only 3 games remaining, it can get down to the wire. Already we're seeing all these teams, especially on the west side, really fan out for that kind of trash drop that I was mentioning before. It just works better for the playing path, so you don't have to spend so much time rotating constantly. Your loot's going to be kind of close to what you were going to be going for, but not exactly. So there'll need to be a little bit of adaptation. Maybe you can take some fights and, like an Uber driver delivery, you know, you get a cheeky crate, all your loot delivered to you.
Hey, you know, sometimes it's better to loot crates rather than buildings, you know? So we'll see who's going to be able to do that here. You know, Alpha7 are going to get one of their secondary drop locations, so they're going to be pretty used to this loot that they're going to get. But like you mentioned, a lot of these squads are scrambling now. With this zone right here on the east side of the map, a lot of teams don't want to head over into that north side. They want to just stick right where they're at, and they're going to have to deal with the loot that they can get.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of times we've seen circles like this end kind of west of shelter. We've seen it in this tournament as well. These kinds of locations, you'll see a lot of teams try and pitch up central and then fan out from there. So, but it'll take them a little while longer as they had to go further afield for that loot, as already Infinity IQ is going to try and solidify themselves on the other side of the bridge, use this as a checkpoint position, and then scout out ahead. So it's a smart move, it's a patient move.
Yeah, and I could see them right now. They're not definitely don't have the loot that they're really looking for. You see some of them with some scars. They're definitely looking for that M4. My question is this: do you think that with this particular zone, they have to know that some squads went into military? Do you think that this is a checkpoint they want to hold for just a little bit longer and possibly gatekeep some squads?
They could, because for teams on military, when a circle like this kind of slightly includes military, but not too much, you know it's not finishing there, right? It's almost impossibility that it will finish there. So they have to make their transitions. But if I'm military teams coming in for this, there's not too much urgency about making this move super fast. So they could stay there for a while, but the longer you stay there and the longer they stay down there, because they still have a little bit of room, the more room you're giving up in the center of a circle like this. So it's kind of a double-edged blade.
Yeah, double-edged sword for sure. And that's those 50-50 decisions you have to make as an IGL, and it's so tough. I mean, because already with the clock where it's at, so many of the central positions are already taken up.
Yeah.
And it's so crazy to see how fast these teams are rotating now. As far as squads still outside of this zone, you can see, Infinity IQ are going to hold the bridge for just a little while, see if anybody decides to make the mistake of full sending it down it, which I doubt we will see. But, you know, we still have Vampire barely coming out of Primorsk. I'm really interested to see how they're going to rotate in and at what their strategy is, because at this point they have such a lead.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They could pretty much do whatever they want
to a
here,
degree, yes.
Right? So, I mean, honestly, if they do good in this game, it's like lockdown.
Super
lockdown, right? So at that point, if there's a squad in that 7th, 8th place position, they could decide, we don't want to deal with you in the main tournament. That's a possibility.
Yeah, and usually you would kind of attack teams that drop near you, which makes it easier for you on early stages, like Erangel, for example, to have more room. You get them more loot, more freedom on your rotations and stuff like that. So if you're teams that drop near Vampire on other battlegrounds, and you're not in that top 7 just yet, or just slightly on the bubble, you might want to be a little bit cautious in the next couple of games.
Well, yeah, so I think that this is 100% one of the most important matches in this tournament. You know, especially for those mid-era teams. They want to be able to put up some major points and solidify their spot. Next zone about to pop. We can see the plane path.
What are we dropping?
Last time we saw the plane fly like that, Team Falcon's got a chicken.
That did happen. I don't know whether it was correlation.
I don't know. Could have been a sign. Could have been a sign.
But look at this. I mean, obviously you're saying about that bridge camp as well on the west side. We're also waiting for that circle to pop. Infinity IQ does have some M249s in this. They are vehicle destroyers. And they're still in the circle. And it's going to force all of these teams from that military island up. So if Infinity IQ still holds this, they have the armaments capable to cause some major damage.
And I think that's what they're going to do. With a zone like this, they don't have to move just yet, and getting those early eliminations could definitely prove to be fruitful. Let's take a look so far. D plus Kia with 2, 7-9 with 1. Rest, pretty much everybody is still in this lobby. Here goes S2G on the rotation right near Rozhok. They're going to be coming through that north side. looking for a spot, maybe in the shelter area.
And it's important for them to be a little bit faster about these things, because I feel like some of the games today, even though you know, they did well on the Sandhog, they've been a little bit slow here and there. But let's see if they can kind of evade the eye lines of FaZe here, as they're kind of rotating right up against them. So we could see some shots from those vehicles very soon.
Yeah, they want to play it really carefully. I think that's another big struggle that S2G's been having, is losing these players early on rotation. And yeah, you know, if you're just a little bit too late, they're going to catch you slipping. Let's see what AGONxI8 is all the way in the south here at top of the mountain, maybe looking to get some... Oh, they caught Trick? Okay.
How did they find him? And yeah, well, I mean, I guess he's gone. They can see the buggies in the distance as well. If they're able to get a knock on this, that would probably set a new record for the tournament so far. But they see one team ahead of them. Now they see them rotating west. They might think that their main problem is alleviated on their rotation across the bridge, but we still have that 3-1 split from Infinity IQ on the other side.
What is AGONxI8 going to do? I can understand that they want to get that elimination point, because they are in a they're in some big trouble with this rotation. So they wanted to get that elimination, but now here comes the blue zone. It is coming in hot. I think at this point, with the time they're at, they're going to have to go out that bridge or start swimming.
Yeah, probably. As for now, it looks like Infinity IQ has actually moved away from that little bridge camp that was going on. They had Bensu up at the top here, scouting out if any teams were coming in west of him, and indeed they did, so they kind of moved away from that. You can see Gladiators was one of those teams that was coming in the west side of Milta here, and DRS has got Milta on lockdown by the looks of things.
Oh, and real fortunate timing for AGONxI8. They're going to be able to push up through this bridge very safely now that Infinity IQ have ejected and decided to take this eastern side of Milta. Yep, they're going to hold on this compound for now. Wait to see where this next zone's going to go. Meanwhile, Bigetron, our last place team, rotating the hard way through the other bridge.
Yeah, it's going to take a little while, expend some of your resources here when it comes to meds, but DRS is already taking shots from Milta towards R8, who is in the compounds just north of it. We're waiting for that circle shift to come on in. AGONxI8, as you can see on the south of that bridge, playing things very slowly, realizing there could be a bridge camp, as we mentioned. That's already moved away, so there is still a path for them to move and transition through, but there are some teams in compounds above them.
Oh!
And that's quite fortunate for them.
Woo! They are screaming for joy right now. If you're AGONxI8, you're so hyped. You don't got to move. You can hold this bridge for a little bit longer and extend your play. Now, teams on the north, Sem9, D plus Kia, right? They are going to have to move through south, and I'll tell you what, all the spots already in this zone are already taken, because half this zone is cut in half with water.
Yeah, definitely. And sprays come in here from 6 to try and get something done for Falcons. They want to solidify themselves in this top 7 positions at the moment. And they're going to be surrounded by quite a few teams. And also, they're going to have teams likely coming down from Lumberyard above them. So some of those compounds are really strong to hold on to. But as time goes on, I mean, it's an edge position, so it might lose value.
It might lose value indeed, but with the zone cut in half the way it is, I think right now they just got to cut it out and just focus on their backs. All the teams that could be rotating right into them. Meanwhile, S2G in the thick of it inside of Milta, completely surrounded. We might get an urban finish here.
We might. Milta is a very big fixture of all of this. And Ray looking for an opportunity. I think he had an MG3 in his hands. But anyway, we've got ourselves just battles going on everywhere. Newsy's down because he's kind of the Vampires is kind of sandwiched in between the AGONxI8 as well as Gladiators situation here, and they don't have that much cover to work with.
Rules looks to get a double nade onto S2G, so DRS is actually going to be pushing S2G here in this situation, and one nade could definitely make things really difficult for them. But meanwhile, with all the action happening, here comes Alpha7 onto iKURD. 2 knocks in hand. Smoke coming out for Carrillo. Looking to buy themselves some time. They want to keep every single player they can up here now.
Got to get them up. As you can see, for a lot of these teams in the top half of this board at the moment, they're all in combat, all trying to find themselves and wiggle away through here. iKURD looking from the distance. They're on the edge here and trying to find a decent battle against Alpha7. They have a lot of off angles here. They need everybody right in line of sight here against Alpha7 to try and shut them down and get them out of this lobby.
iKURD hurt big time. Only down to 2 players left. Senetexa has his eyes locked on them. This is all the way at the edge of the zone right here. So Alpha7, by the skin of their teeth, they still have all players up.
Yeah.
But they're gonna but this is where they like to be. They like to be in those edge situations.
And iKURD, I think, is bailing on this because Ferrari just hit a big M24 shot on one of their members, which causes even more complication for them. So Aram just going to run over to the Wizard Tower, maybe play things out for a little bit longer, try and play for placement, but there's no way he's getting the rest of his team up.
Aton Esports, first team to go out here in this match number 4. Team Falcons, one of the squads right on the cusp of making it in or getting kicked out. So they are still holding strong here. Next zone about to pop. If it goes in the water, Calaris,
no, Milta.
Oh, it's going to be a party.
I want Milta. Give me Milta. I want to see some urban endings once again. We've got Milta in a lot of this here as all these teams now going to scramble on through. But the same D+ Kia going up against Sen9 here. DBS is ringing out across the battleground and doing a lot of damage, and they will be able to shut them down. D+ Kia got to revive themselves, though.
Taking out Sem9 is huge right now. Sem9 were in that 15th place position, but more points for D+ Kia as we're in 3rd place starting to. Let's take a look at this nade that we saw a little bit earlier. That double nade hurt big time. 2 players from S2G out just like that.
Yeah, definitely. So now, as all these teams here trying to find themselves a building, anything that they can try and play from, sometimes transitioning through all of these positions is very, very deadly indeed. Thankfully for DRS, actually this 2-2 split that they've got going on, really not that bad. They're controlling quite a bit of space, even though S2G is in the middle of them here, so they can kind of pinch at S2G and keep them locked in. Keep a good eye on them.
Yeah, and there's no way I don't think they can push them. There's too many teams surrounding them.
Agreed.
If they go outside, they're just going to get popped. So for right now, DRS has to deal with their neighbors and hope that the zone comes to them. If it does, then it's going to be one heck of a party in Milta. Looking outside, Alpha7 still outside of the zone. Team Falcons still outside of the zone. And now we're finally seeing D+ Kia come on down from the north.
Steady as she goes here for the moment, though, as AGONxI8 is in a scary situation. They're looking over towards Milta, realizing probably how many teams are in there and thinking to themselves, how do we make this work? In fact, we're already seeing one of them swimming about a little bit. So that's, again, kind of a salvage mission for them, considering the position. It is so difficult for them to try and get into Milta, because if they do, if they even have vehicles, they could try and bomb it in, but then they know 6 teams or so is just going to gun them down.
100%. So AGONxI8, again, a team that's right there. There you can see down 7th place position, only 1 point separating them from S2G and FaZe Clan. So they are forced to come in through the south side due to the plane path that we saw a little bit earlier on. And this position's, you got a lot of angles that you could be able to hold there, so they could definitely hold it down for now. But once that zone pops over and you don't have a vehicle, it's going to be tough.
I feel like they needed to use the chaos of all the teams moving whilst this was going to be the case, because Alpha7 is going for that big transition along the beach side here to try and move on across. You can see AGONxI8 realizing that people are just trying to leapfrog ahead of them a little bit here. And they do see them in the distance, but shots will come in. This is the problem. If you're trying to make this work, it is so brutal to do.
Alpha7 moving in a lot earlier than I think they normally see them, but they try to get that center position. They're going to lose most likely 2 players here in this spot. Yeah, Carrillo is completely stuck. So it's going to be just 2 members of Alpha7. Meanwhile, DRS have this spot on lockdown.
An absolute rat race if you're going to try and make this work. It's not possible to try and somehow barrel into the Milta when there's this many teams looking at you. So for DRS, shutting down a lot of this. For these teams on the edges as well. I mean, Gladiators, for example, as well, it makes it even harder for some of those teams north to try and find a spot, because it's all fields above them. As you see, iKURD is gone. There was an MG3 out there on that box, but I don't think they'll go get it.
Well, I'll tell you what, one thing that we got to talk about too, DRS now eliminated 2 players from Alpha7. Right? That is the team that's in 4th place, right? Just a couple spots below them.
Yeah.
I think they may want to prioritize making sure they get them out as early as possible. Even though they have a little bit of lead, you do not want Alpha7 to get on fire. And this zone shift, we were hoping for a Milta finish, but it had to go in the fields.
And this is going to be rough, really rough for so many of those teams in the east side. Not only do you have to transition from building to building, which is slow with the blue on your back, but then you're going to have to somehow find a spot in all of this here. As AGONxI8 is now going to push up against Vampire. This isn't a bad move considering with the offensive smokes that they've used as well, they have blocked out their lines of sight.
Beautiful shotgun right there from Schweppes. Nice pre-nades there from Vampire to help slow this down as well. Here comes Valak trying to throw some util, trying to get a nade of their own. Schweppes is going to be able to come in through this side. I'm surprised the rest of his team isn't there. Schweppes is dominating AGONxI8.
That's 2. Will he be able to get knocked? No, he will actually get knocked by Tixi from across the road here. But can this be done anymore? There is one member left. Tony K up on that roof to be able to deal with it. But look at this. Guardians is laying in. Wait, that's what a corker. Catching Tony K. Vampires is down.
Huge nade there for AGONxI8. The points that they absolutely needed. And I'm surprised with that nade, it's going to help give them some time, because if this fight went any longer, you know Gladiators were coming.
Definitely, definitely. That was over as quick as it was starting. But then we go. That's Gladiators here holding a position north of it, which is so super, super powerful. I mean, you're going to see Meku probably eventually flex into some of the buildings north of them as well, unless they're very keen about sticking completely together. But Donuts here going up against Falcons. How can they do?
Let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Looking to get some nades going. Team Falcons applying that pressure. This is going to be a massive push. 1 minute 34 on the clock to have a little bit of breathing room here. But that initial knock with that nade is going to be so crucial. TQ heading up the front lines. 1 knock is already on them. Donuts Pharaoh going to have to hold it down here. Nice little bank shot with that nade. TQ completely stuck because of that Molotov. And this is just a back and forth utility usage, just slowly picking away at Donuts Barrel.
Nice little peek around, but Naoto will actually go down as well from the reinforcing shots coming on in from Punching King. At the same time, though, I mean, all those smokes that were thrown outside offensively and defensively just caused a little bit of chaos down here, a little bit of uncertainty about how those nades were going to, as you say, bank off those windowsills, etc. And now Punching King is coming around here in brute force. Got himself 3 eliminations so far. 6 gets the DBS on action, and that is Donuts down here in 14th.
Beautifully done there from Team Falcons, right when they needed it too. They need these points. Take a look at this replay here, this battle between AGONxI8 and Vampire Esports. That nade onto Tony K was just,
perfect.
The bank was open. And I'll tell you what, them putting up a goose egg, Vampire putting up a goose egg here is huge for DRS Gaming. If they get a big game, we could have a battle for first place.
Could. If they're able to kind of chain a few together, it would be quite the feat for them to wrestle away #1 from Vampire. From that Empire. Oof. Very scary.
Well, you know what? A team that we saw pretty scary in day #1 was Bigetron. They had such a strong finish, but we've been waiting to hear from them now. Oh, a knock back and forth is going to make things that much more difficult for Bigetron. Yuhai is going to have to make a play here.
Trying for it. 6 has already positioned himself. Goes for it. No, but it's not going to be enough at all. Vampire. Actually, we could even hear the crowd there go wild for that one. Taking out Bigetron.
Team Falcons pushing the envelope right where they need to. Oh, a double nade in synchrony. Nice. Look at that. Does it hit? Oh, both of them just barely missing the mark.
I mean, if they're in that smoke at that point, because they're aiming for exactly there, then that is a perfect play. But, of course, they were a bit more... Falcons was a bit more aware than just sitting in that smoke. Sit in the warehouse for the moment. You're not in the blue up until this point, of course, and try and get them out.
8 eliminations is so huge for them, because getting into this next zone is going to be almost impossible. Once they open up that hill, once they go over that hill, it's going to be a wide open range. They're going to go through the blue zone. A lot of people looking right at them, and just like I mentioned, you know, we just saw them take it out.
You're totally right. I mean, if you would look at the map in general, everyone's playing edge, because at the center of this circle, there's nothing there. There's a few hay bales. You need your cars to try and make that work, and, well, this is a Hail Mary.
Drive, TQ, trying to survive, looking to get into a dip, and I might be able to do it, so he survives for just a little second longer, but you got to know those shots are coming. Oh, a big battle, though. Here we go, Yangon Galacticos against R8 Esports. Ragnarok's on fire, and with only 1 HP, goes down.
The end of the world burns away. It is difficult for Ragnarok to do much about that, but they're going to be eliminated. Meanwhile, Infinity IQ still alive, still present here, trying to get things done against S2G. Kalsi actually was able to finish huge, though, and now Gladiators is the one that's going to be pressured here, down towards itself by AGONxI8, trying to make things work.
And here they go. They're on the outside. Here comes the pressure. Nades coming on in. It's a battle inside of the smokes, the battle of the DBSs. Who's going to be able to hit those shots? McHugh with the UMP hitting those hardcore pre-fires. He's got to be able to clutch it up for his squad. Goes, gets those thirsts, gets those points. But the shots, he take them down. AGONxI8 isn't done yet. Oh, but that actually is going to be their ticket punch.
DRS trying to move across here with some DBSs as well as umps in effect. trying to do something wherever they can. The Saiga, though, able to do something from Mela, but no, he will get knocked as well. Trade at the moment on the stairs, trying to finish that off quickly here to just bag some of those elimination points as quickly as possible. Trying to spray through onto the smoke just in case there's a pre-fire as they're looking to loop on around here. But FaZe is crumbling against this, and they're going to fall.
That is a brutal loss for FaZe Clan right there. They are just on that cusp of trying to make it in to qualify for the main tournament. Going out there is rough, but DRS, they know what's at stake. They know they need a 20-plus game here if they want to challenge for that first place title and those beautiful 6-digit prizes.
I mean, for those 4 teams still alive in that top 6, they're just trying to solidify themselves there in those positions to try and qualify on through. Matic now maybe looking for a little bit of cheeky loot here and there. Rules tries to make the cross. DRS already did a good job at pushing on FaZe and being able to make that work, but pushing into these fields, unfortunately, it is very, very difficult.
100%. Yeah, there's very little cover here. Yeah, you see some hay bales, but that's not going to be enough. And DRS Gaming gonna go out to pop up blue. So we're able to secure nice 10-point finish. It's not going to be enough to catch up to Vampires, but it's definitely going to create that separation from these other squads. But looking down, what was that?
A commitment to sacrifice 3 there as DRS. They understand the severity of the situation. I mean, considering that the teams that are still in are also trying to scrap for those top spots, they don't want to give them any.
TQ with the YOLO push all the way to this spot. Might be able to secure another point, but then finally gets caught. So AGONxI8 are going to be able to hold it down for a little bit longer. McHugh, wow, with some crazy shots on top of this roof. He's got a lot of vision of this land.
Yeah, definitely here. Gladiators, for them, they feel like this is their game to win. They've got themselves that strong southern position. They have roofs to play for a little while. All the other teams have to move before them into the firing range of Gladiators, who are 3 on a roof. They know that their back is totally fine here. It's bold, but it works here for the situation.
And that's what you want, too, because if one of them gets knocked, they could easily get picked up, and they can continue that pressure, because this is all open field. They know they have the best spot in this circle. Next zone, if it goes down to Gladiators, it is 1,000% their game. But let's see where it's going to go. Matic driving around, catches an off angle, and now knowing where the rest of the teams are, yeah, I'm absolutely happy to see Gladiators push the envelope. They want to use the blue zone to their advantage.
You've got to take the initiative here as them, because when you've got a ridge line like this that D plus Kia is actually working with, Matic sends forwards, scouts that out, realizes opponents have been moving up there here. There's not a huge sense of urgency for Galacticos to move from the little dip that they found there. So you want to make sure that D plus Kia isn't taking complete control of this ridgeline, because that would put you in a bad spot as Gladiators.
Huge fight here. Can't stress it enough. Gladiators, prior to this match, they were in 5th place. D plus Kia were in 3rd. Looking to put some major points on the board. Remember, as it goes through the prize pool here, almost every placement in that top 6 goes an extra $10,000 in the bank. You want to get every single placement that you can get. D plus Kia, Forrest going to try to open it up with a nade here. If he catches it, that's going to help him out big time, as the zone does make things that much more difficult for AGONxI8. They are in big trouble.
How many nades do they expend, though, on dislodging Galacticos here? Because they may end up needing them against Gladiators down the line. That's the big question. Fabian still has 3 available. He was looking that way, looking to boost up. Not too much on Forrest. A few smokes, 1 nade, 1 flash.
Forrest just full lay down right now with his eyes on the back of the zone, and I cannot blame him at all. They want to secure that position first, get those points, and then deal with Gladiators right afterwards. Okay, we're going to see Gladiators make a rotation to the other side, or at least one player, so they're working a 3-1 split.
And the circle confirms that there is a timer on people's heads, because that circle is flat. There is nothing to work with. Smokes are already going down. Everyone understands the severity of the situation here. Galacticos is going to move up, separate themselves a little bit. So even if nades come in, they won't both get knocked at the same time, but they are now very much in proper nade range. And that's Docile actually getting himself one to start things off.
Catching Burnout Boy is so huge there. Only 1 player left up for AGONxI8. Here comes the nades in return from Romeo Boy, but it's not going to be enough here. He needed the rest of his team. Meanwhile, Gladiators are hearing this fight, and now here comes their utility.
Yeah, good spray down by Satan to start things off against Meku. Tixie's going to try and reinforce this on that left-hand side, but realizes that maybe going that too far would leave him exposed. So going for that pick up, but it's huge as D plus Kia is able to get the connection. Gladiators are going to scramble to try and get things going.
Massive nade there from D plus Kia. The game is now on their side. They know it. Here they come in hot. Here come the DBS
No
as if
way.
they got him. Full fresh suppression. Satan up front. Jump shot. Gets clapped by Matic. And now Forrest goes down.
No way.
Gladiators are not going down without a fight.
way.
The run over from Kitsune.
Oh my God!
That is the game.
How did they do that? They almost have faces of disbelief
Oh, look at
themselves.
them.
And the
Look at
South Koreans are absolutely devastated by that one. Honestly, I thought they had that in the bag, Hot Jukes, but look at what Gladiators was able to do in those final moments.
I could hear Kitsune right now. I could hear Kitsune's voice saying, we weren't even worried. We weren't even worried for a second. We had this from the bag.
Easy
game. No sweat. What an unbelievable turn of a... Yeah, there it is right there. Just say, hey, what'd I tell you? What did I tell you?
I was about to praise the patience, once again, of D plus Kia. I was about to praise how they were using their utility, saving it for what is most important, but somehow, some way, Gladiators make magic happen on this stage. They can barely even believe it here as they're able to finish things off with a run over of all things, Hot Jukes.
Unbelievable. I mean, that nade I thought was going to turn the tides for them.
Yes.
But hey, you know what? Sometimes you just got to believe in the DBS and hit those. And hit those they did. And it's so crazy. I can't wait to see when we talk to the desk what the leaderboard shakeup is going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, so many of those teams at the top were fighting for those last placement points, those last eliminations here. D plus Kia probably can't believe it. They are probably astounded that that was able to turn around. Once you, as you say, once you get a nade like that, you're thinking to yourself, okay, we should have this in the back. This should be ours. But what did we just win?
Exactly, and not to mention, for D plus Kia, it's a dagger in the heart for them because they only had a 6-point differential between them and the Gladiators. So that is a huge win for the Gladiators. Let's take it to the desk for them to break it down.
Oh my, what a finish coming through at the very end there. Kitsune with the drive over to finish things off in, honestly, a fight they probably should not have been able to win there, especially with how things open up, get a double, well, get an elimination and a knock with an aid to open things up, and then just have 2 players left to hold on to. Max Spence, Everworld's game, and I saw you 2 cheering. You know, no bias or anything like that. I definitely saw like a jumping slow-mo high 5 come out as well.
I was the one jumping.
He had to, he had to reach up. But man, South Korea absolutely flabbergasted after that one, it's fair to say. You can just imagine your D plus Kia in that moment. You have a smoke in front of you, like, yeah, okay, we're safe. And then a buggy just comes out of the smoke. Like, oh, okay, it's Kitsune. He's driving it too. You're done. You're dusted. And man, what a way to just turn the tides in a fraction of like 5 seconds.
What a play too. I mean, we always talk about there always has to be a player, right? Or there always has to be a play for a team to be able to rally behind.
Or a car.
And I feel like, or a buggy,
or a buggy
in that scenario. And I feel like that's a perfect example of what we always talk about in regards to that. And Kitsune too, a player that we were talking about how he wasn't being able to put up as much numbers as we're kind of used to. We know that he has the fragging power, and all of a sudden he decides to jump on a buggy. Yes, one of the other players is able to hit a shot with the DBS, but overall, great play, Kitsune.
Yeah, great play. And you know how they won that match, actually, besides the buggy?
With their device.
Their device? Yeah. Their Honor Magic 5 Pro, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, and Honor self-developed GPU Turbo X. That is exactly right, boys. Wow, that was amazing. Phenomenal.
Does that mean we get one?
No.
Oh. But once I know where
you
you're
have to
going.
be good at, you have to be a certain height limit to get the phone.
Oh, you can't reach on the counter. That's
no, not tall enough.
Oh,
not tall enough.
No, you're even off.
I'm off camera.
But no, honestly, Gladiators, like we've been hard on them, to be honest, and they've had a really bad day.
Well, for a reason too, because they have definitely slowed down in a big way, especially after day 1, even yesterday too. We saw what they were going to be able to do in Sandhawk with the circle favoring them, and then after that it just became pretty much a pure decline from what we were being able to see out of them.
We know what this team can bring to the table. We've seen in so many of the events, and like in PMGCs, we saw it back in their home region of now Europe, in the championships too. And the fact is that they've been a little bit disappointing in recent times, but this compound they were holding when I think there were 7, 8 teams fighting in Milta. We didn't even start talking about Milta. All the teams were just trying to survive, or as long as they possibly could. The fact they could play that compound surrounded by fields on the rooftop, Vampire, AGONxI8 were not able to cause any issues for them in the Southern Edge. And then when they have to focus their attention on D+, well, the buggy did the rest.
You mentioned it perfectly. The proactiveness of making sure that nobody came near them. And if they were able to their party a fight, they were able to just do that.
The aggressivity.
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 Say it in French?
You know what?
Aggressivity.
The play that was so nice that we're going to watch it twice. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Actually, at the final moments of that last match and start to break it down a little bit. Again, the nade opened things up. You can see D+ Kia pushing through the smoke as well. But the thing is, when you push through smoke, they're going to see you pretty much first. And they meet the hands of a shotgun to the face. The nice DBS.
Yeah, DBS, I mean, really well played, but that's the thing. It took so much of the attention. Like,
You just see,
what is going on? Picks up one, picks up two, just closes up.
It's great, honestly. Like, it's fantastic to see final matches like that. And we talk about Sparks. Like, obviously, D+ has been playing well, but like Gladiators, finally, the pressure off of getting a victory. We know they're slow starters. They get the dub. They get themselves pretty secure now going through into the main event, but that's a good start.
The thing, too, is for D+ Kia, like, that could have been the extra points that they needed, right, to get them closer to DRS and push them for that second place. Because, yeah, even though you are going to be qualified to be making it to the main event, what about the money at the end of the day? Like, you want to be able to be in that second place. Yeah, nobody's going to be able to catch Vampire, so gotta go for the next best thing.
You're at the point where now teams in the top 7, if they get themselves these big games, it pretty much secures their position in the main tournament. And now there's not a lot of slots remaining where you can make it up, so there's very little space for improvements.
I mean, let alone get into the main event. Like, the standings are still so close that you could, like, make another $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 if you just get a victory under your belt. Let's take a look at the match rankings, right? We're talking a lot about Gladiators, a lot about D+ Kia, but how many points did they get in this last match? 22 and 18 respectively. So a good job by them to help close the gap again. DRS, they still get 10, right? So the gap's going to be closed a little bit by D+, not as much as they were hoping for. But Falcons, another 11. Mizex is even getting on the board here with 4. And Yangon Galacticos, we haven't talked about them too much. They were down, I believe, 16th place, you said at the start of the day?
They were low.
Yeah, 10 points isn't going to be
There's
enough.
a reason why.
I do like their approach of the game. They saw that mess happening in Milta. They're like, okay, which most teams probably want to avoid is they want to avoid whatever mess was happening inside Milta, so they just rotate north. They crashed onto R8 Esports, I believe, at one point, which actually was a really strong push from them. I think the most aggressive we've ever seen Yangon Galacticos actually be at that moment. And then D+ Kia and GG took too much control, so it was hard for them to negate that control and the space those two had. But yeah, the best performance from them. But is it maybe too late? I still think so.
Oh, yeah. I definitely think so, too. What I want to see...
Oh, yeah, it's true.
Yeah, for sure. What I want to see is, we were kind of talking about this, too, while we were watching that match. Is it too late for S2G if they're not being able to be consistent? And at this point, have they done enough to even... Do we want to see them at the main event?
Currently, with the results, it's tough.
There's a group of people next to us that might beat you up for saying that, or even asking that question.
We're just being honest here. I mean, at this point, I don't feel like they deserve to be at the main event, especially out of the defending champion. And the reason why we're saying that, too, and we're talking about this, Max, we're saying, when you expect the PMGC champion, you think of Nova, right? They were able to just dominate everything after they won the first PMGC, then go back the second year and win it, and then going even into the third year, they were the favorite ones to win it, too. I just don't get that feeling out of SCG.
It's night and day, very clearly. I do not know what's been happening yet.
I will say one thing to your point is that you look at Nova and like PELs and they're not like winning all the time. They get into PMGC and they win there, right? A little bit of a different beast, but I do agree with the sentiment that, I mean, this is similar to a PMGC finals, right? You have 3 days of matches. You got to be able to perform here. Maybe we can take actually a look here as we bounce back to Gladiators at their stats in the last match, because we've been very harsh on, well, not very harsh, we've been harsh. Trust me, you haven't seen me very harsh on Kitsune. I'm curious about how the stats go across the board here, as we do see him actually, he's got the lowest damage, but he had the biggest play.
Yeah, the biggest play, of course, with the buggy at the end. But Tixie's been a little bit present, and especially, we didn't talk too much about Meku. He was gathering so much information from those rooftops here, Seven. He was gathering info on AGONxI8 and, of course, Vampire in the south, and also gathering early info before going for the game-winning play onto D+ Kia, onto Yangon Galacticos also. So he was very pivotal for the success of this team in this match. And yeah, the moment that the circle shifted away from Milta, their one compound, the stocks risen instantly pretty much because it was so valuable at the time.
Yeah, the way they were able to pace, and you said it perfect too, the way they were able to just gather a lot of information when they were on top of the roof, being able to their party fights as well. Overall, they did exactly what they needed to do to get that chicken there.
Yeah, it's so valuable when you can play roof and you can have that extra elevation, and when no other teams have the chance of doing that, you just got free info while all the teams are just scrambling trying to get a game plan together with limited information.
One thing though, I do feel like if it wouldn't have been for that buggy, They would end up losing.
Yeah,
we all saw the name.
It was getting close.
We all saw the name popped up. I was like, okay, it's over. D+ Kia is gonna win, and all of a sudden the buggy just came out of nowhere.
Though, to be honest, we talked a lot about Gladiators. We didn't talk too much about D+ Kia, right? And D+ Kia, the way that they were able to avoid also all the fights happening in Milta, playing the more northern edge, just constantly shifting on the edge of the circle every single time a circle came in, and also especially holding on to that utility. That opening nade from Sadon was absolutely massive. If they don't get that nade, I think Gladiators win it even easier than if they didn't have the buggy play. But yeah, the D+ Kia pretty much always have a few utility remaining.
Buggy play.
I don't know, man.
Strong.
You think about it, right? Because they got the confirm on one and they got the knock onto another with the nade. Then they decided to push through the smoke because they're like, okay, we got like, was it 3 players left alive against Gladiators 2? And maybe because of that, they got extra aggressive. They got to a false sense of security, and that might have cost them the loss.
They had to push. The blue zone was right behind them. They literally had no chance. And if they delay it any further, the smoke start to dissipate. And I think AGONxI8 have an angle on the eastern edge, so you have to go for the push. I think that of course gives them a little bit of a confidence boost. But even without, they have to commit to the play.
You can see D+ Kia still wasn't expecting that.
Especially
with the
you have a smoke
like,
and you have a buggy coming in. You're like, how do you react? You can't. You can't do anything.
Yeah, well, we're actually going to see D+ in the stats here across the board for the team here in this last match. And Sadon, like the opening nade out of him, phenomenal. But unfortunately, it wasn't going to be enough in the end. The nade was good enough to stop the 2 players of G Gladiators, but it wasn't enough to stop the buggy out of Kitsune. As you can see, 5 eliminations coming in for him. You know, Forrest and Fabian, I mean, D+ have been a little bit quiet. Usually Forrest and Fabian were the ones to really kind of push forward. What's up, son?
But something that I am seeing, though, it's not just Forrest and Fabian, right? It's good to see Sadon being able to step up, and something that we always say is not just going to be either 1 player or 2 players. It needs to be everybody in the team being able to put up the numbers when they need to be, and that's a perfect example right there that this team, D+ Kia, whenever we do make it to the main event, they could have a chance at winning everything.
Yeah, and not only him, actually, Osal is kind of playing the role of Ravenclaw for Vampire Esports, where he's the mostly scouting, gathering info, and getting off angle for his team. So sure, the stats might not be as ever present for him, but Osal is also doing a really big part of the work for the team.
Okay, what about their 2 stats against each other? I'm actually curious because we saw the healing was extremely low to both teams. We saw the eliminations, I think favor, if I'm not mistaken, D+ there. But when it goes in the head-to-head and damage, I don't know. Who are you favoring? Give it to Max. Prediction. If you get this right, you don't have to do the eyebrow cut.
Wait. So re-say again, because I think I missed a part of that. Wait.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're getting the cut.
Forrest.
You know what? I'll take it. Let's see actually a head-to-head here between those 2 teams and see if Forrest was the correct answer.
It is.
It was.
It is.
All right, so only 7 has to get a cut now.
Wait. Hold up a second. Forrest. Oh, it doesn't work like that?
No. You should have said Alpha7.
That's the equivalent for you, yeah. I mean, pretty close, of course, but mostly what was happening for D+ Kia here is that they had some nice high ground elevation north. They were mostly checking teams like AGONxI8 Esports and the teams trying to escape outside of Milta.
Yeah.
So they were able to get a lot of eliminations a bit early in the game, while you're looking at Gladiators, they just picked up all the elims at the end when they were trying to go for that game-winning play.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Well, we do obviously have a little bit of a turn happen here in our matches, right? That was our last air angle of the day. Going over to double Miramar here, and this is where things get a little bit interesting. And Max, going into this, I want to remind the viewers at home, which teams are you really looking forward to seeing here on Miramar? And which teams have that little bit of an extra power level on this battleground?
AGONxI8 is the one I'm still looking at. They got himself that big win that pushed him in a race to potentially reach that position. And looking back in PMPL Pakistan, it was their standout map. And UZM has been doing better.
Okay.
Weirdly enough, Ghost is still subbed out, which I find a little bit surprising, Seven.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see him being a little bit more present. I think he played 3 matches yesterday. Not super successful. Maybe can give it another shot today. But I need to see AGONxI8 do well here because this is the map that they are renowned for.
For me, it's going to be D+ Kia, actually, with the way that we're able to finish here off Erangel. And it's a team that it's been able to perform fairly well when we talk about Miramar. I think they're going to be able to kind of make that push for 2nd place.
Yeah, I think there's a chance here. I mean, I think they're already secured, but just for extra prize money, right? So that could be the objective here.
Look at this guy, like an extra $15,000, $25,000 is not a big deal to him. He's like, extra prize money. I think there's a lot of pride, actually, if I'm not mistaken, for like D+ Kia, because if I'm not mistaken, like South Korea hasn't really been in a position to put up really big placements when we get to these international events. And this could be one of the first ones they're able to do so and really make a name for themselves in their region.
I mean, they're always able to qualify for these events. I mean, as we said, when we see teams from Japan and South Korea that always qualify, it's always the same players, the same teams, the same orgs. But yeah, when it comes to actually ranking high on those positions. It doesn't happen too often. So I feel like this is definitely by far, I would say, the strongest South Korea has ever looked in an international event of this caliber, and it's been looking really strong here.
Really quickly, this is actually the stats here from all matches on Miramar for AGONxI8.
Oh. Oof. Okay. Definitely not on par with what I saw in PMPL Pakistan, I'll tell you that much.
I mean, not to put you on blast, but we were talking about Miramar, right? And we actually wanted to see the stats here for the team. And obviously, they've not had a good event so far until today, right? That's something we have to kind of keep in mind when talking about them. But this could be it. They've looked a lot better.
I feel like it was a bit of an outlier, right? They were in such a great position that they were able to take advantage. Yeah, they were able to take advantage. Yes, they did end up getting the elims, but if it wouldn't have been because of that, there's no way we would have been talking about this team.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of hurts to say that, but I feel like it's the truth.
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing because after PMPL Pakistan, I was able to go through, and they were, at least for me, one of the dark horse teams. But after their performance of day one, I kind of like stopped really paying fully attention to them and looked at the teams in top 6, top 7 positions. We haven't seen those changes. Of course, that one game that you said, but it was kind of like coming their way, and they just played around it really well. But we need to see that Miramar play we saw back in Pakistan.
Well, 7. We got to embarrass Max a little bit here. Here's D+. Total stats here on Miramar. A little bit more eliminations. Not bad. I was actually expecting a little bit more in terms of eliminations, but I also feel like D+ may be playing for more placement kind of style. We saw them the last 2 days.
Yeah, that's usually what it was. And I mean, when we talk about eliminations, it was when we went to Erangel that we saw very heavy out of them, and that's when you kept going, you know what? Force. Which I think was that's what it was.
Yeah. Run, Forrest, run here as we head into our 5th match of the day. It's our first Erangel of the day, and it's brought to you by Colaris and Hot Chicks.
Big Miramar match coming up right here, right now. It is time, guys. It comes down to the final hour. This game and one more left, and we are crowning our PMWI Allstars Stage champion. And Tony K, I have a feeling, might just have that crown around his head.
You know what? He might. You know, I actually was surprised that Killer is so close. 32 to 33. Ooh, he is down to the wire for that one.
Unbelievable. Highest damage from Schweppes. This guy has been going absolutely ham all tournament long. Tony K, of course, up on there. Tixie with the most headshots. Monster player for the Gladiators. What a crazy match we just saw. I mean, it is coming down to where everybody is pulling out every single stop they can to get the chicken dinner.
I love how the teams are surpassing my expectations as well, because you know, I'm a Brit. I'm a sarcastic, pessimistic individual.
Oh, yes.
It rains. We're like, yeah, this is to be expected. You know, being British, you know. But I thought to myself, that finish with the field being the way it was, I was like, this is going to be pretty clean cut. Anything but. These teams are making magic happen right before our eyes, and I am looking forward to just a little bit more of that spice.
And I think we'll just get started, baby. The heat is turned up here. We are in Miramar, and we got a nice, beautiful playing path here. Alpha7 is going to get El Pozo. That's the place they love to drop. Vampire heading towards the center of this zone, and Team Falcons all the way down south. And this is going to be an all-out battle for one of these 6 slots into the main tournament.
I feel if we see any Team Falcons eliminations on the main screen, we're going to be seeing or hearing the crowd every single time now, because it's getting down to the wire for them. They want to see Falcons actually move on through here, but also you guys at home can be winning some great stuff as well. If you go out and check the mobile event center, you can check out some special PMWI rewards, so make sure to go and look.
Get it while it's hot. Get it while it's hot, folks. Oh my goodness. So taking a look at the leaderboards, that's where my eyes are locked. Okay, Team Falcons are in that 6th place position. Now remember, everybody, it's 6 teams moving on to the final tournament. And since Alpha7 have already qualified, it makes it the top 7 moving on. So AGONxI8, they're at that cusp right there. Infinity IQ, Team FaZe, S2G, Bigetron. I mean, what do you think the cutoffs is?
What do I think it's going to be in 2 games' time? I think, you mean the teams that can try and strike out?
Yes.
Okay, the teams that can try and strike out, I still think Bigetron has an opportunity, has a chance, but they're going to have to go big 2 games in a row, man. And I don't know if that's possible. They did play Miramar well. They do have victories on Miramar. From day one, we saw it in the fields of Impala. So there is a world where, you know, maybe they're just good on the desert, and maybe they can make it happen.
I think I have to agree with you. You know, I'm working my math calculator inside my head right now, and I think Bigetron, 11th place on up, they still have a chance. But it's in this match. If Bigetron does not pull out some serious points here, it's all over.
Because the important thing is that the barrier hasn't moved dramatically in one game, and that could quite easily materialize in 2 games coming up as well, right? It's not out of the realms of possibility that during 3 games, some teams just don't have the easiest time alongside that barrier. But iKURD, unfortunately for them, they won't be making it, but they're looking for a little bit extra prize pool wherever they can, because every step up the ladder, every rung is a significant chunk of change.
And I'll tell you what, one thing we don't talk about a lot, right, and is now that we have reached the finale of this stage, teams at the bottom that know for a fact, like iKURD, that there's just no chance we're going to make it at this point, they could do whatever they want. You know, they can decide how they want to play it. Do they want to move up a little bit, get some more of that prize pool? It's about an extra $2 grand every single time you move up. Let's see what they can do against Infinity IQ here. Bensu! Right out the side, picking up, you know, a little strategy from the Gladiators. And oh my goodness, just dominating iKURD.
Yeah, Bensu looking good here to start things off. Bensu with the double elimination. He gets the first one and he says, hello, anybody else here? Because right now he's absolutely rocking it. That's a good start here for Infinity IQ, who are in 8th. Any little points they can get right now is absolutely dramatic.
That is 2 points closer to AGONxI8. So if you're AGONxI8, Team Falcons, you're biting your nails right now because this is getting insane. Nice long-range shots coming out here in the early game. DRS Gaming got a nice solid 10 points to move up. That's going to get them in a really good position in 2nd place. And you can just see them right now just trying to get all the info they can, getting ready for the late game.
All right. So, yeah, as you're saying, for some of those teams, especially coming in from those later positions, for a circle like this, I mean, there's going to be so many entry points. Miramar's a weird battleground in that it has kind of channels of rotation because of the way the high ground works. Oftentimes, you kind of do want to use the roads because otherwise you're just actually spending a lot more time going up and down and up and down and up and down those hills. So you can actually lay, not traps per se, because I don't think we're going to see many teams do that on those rotation channels, but just we're going to take a compound near those rotation channels, and if something does come past, you know, we'll be happy to take some shots.
Oh yeah, you got to at this point, especially because, you know, we look at DRS, they're in 2nd place, like I mentioned earlier, D plus Kia right below them with a 10-point differential. And even though it is just a 10-point differential, that is a $25,000 difference between 2nd and 3rd place. So you know D plus Kia are giving it everything they have right now.
Giving it the beans.
Yes.
The beans. That's right. I'm going to turn you into a Brit yet.
Oh,
Hot jukes.
Well, you know what? I heard that your beans are out of a can. Mine are refried.
Actually, I don't like them.
Oh.
I know I've alienated the whole of the United Kingdom just then, but you know what? It's, you know, I don't like them.
But you know what? I think that is a niche market. I think there's plenty. Let's look at Missile. He, keeping an eye on the prize right now. You know, he's making sure his feet are ready because he knows he's probably climb some mountains here in just a little bit.
Yeah, that's it.
You do not want to slip.
That must be it. That must be it. But anyway, we've got ourselves Silas looking from a distance, trying to hit those lie-down shots. Actually, that's perfect.
Wow.
Straight onto R8 here, who lose one for their troubles. SUG trying to keep themselves in it. They're in 9th. So all of these teams looking for those barrier positions are actually getting the elims to start things off.
You know, one of my favorite things about these tournaments, you know, in such a global stage, you know, we're talking this in English, but, you know, there's also multiple languages. And for those of you guys watching right now, it's always cool to check out those different ones because every time you go and you see S2G pop off, you go hear that Turkish broadcast turn up.
Yeah.
You know?
Definitely.
Oh, man.
They absolutely pop off for it. And I will say, on the point of S2G here for a moment, I think there's questions that they need to answer, especially in this tournament. They absolutely want those top 7 spots. I'll tell you for why. Yes, world champions. However, in their region, coming in from Turkish region, they didn't qualify for the championships, which does raise some questions as to the world champions couldn't qualify in just the regionals alone. So getting top spots here for SUG is extremely important to quell the doubters a little bit.
And they had 88 points going into this. 7th place is 92, so that is not a lot of difference at all. It's only 4.
Yeah.
So, I mean, S2G are 100% in the running to move on to that main stage and that big prize pool coming up. So next zone about to pop. Let's see who is going to get favored. We can see Gladiators all the way up in the north by water treatment, still hugging the blue zone.
Big wide wraps, and it's not going to work out for them, and that's a huge shift to the south to Los Leones. Are we about to get an urban ending.
Yeah, the Lions. We asked for it in the last match in Milton, and we didn't get it. And if we get Los Leones, that is the urban ending.
I'm gonna tell you guys right now. I'm gonna lift the veil on production here for a second. As I said, urban ending. Hot Jukes gave me the most evil smile I've never seen anything like.
Oh, I want to see it because you know that zone's gonna go all the way down to nothing. And I'll tell you what, this is actually a really good shift for the Falcons, right? They were all the way down by Minas del Valle, and now they're going to be able to go through that south side, wrap, and they're going to have that entire lay of the land from the south.
Yeah, for Los Leones is a weird city because generally we would use the advice of don't go into a city unless you know it's going to end there. Los Leones, 1, is huge, so it already encompasses a lot of this circle. 2, actually, there are some decent paths out of Los Leones to be able to survive if you're kind of being battered from those extremities. So it doesn't act like most cities. It is a very, very different dynamic you're seeing compared to a Picardo, a Minas Generalis, etc.
100%. Yeah, in Los Leones, there are some sneaky areas where you can hide some vehicles because you definitely want to keep them just in case that zone goes away from Los Leones, like you mentioned a little bit earlier. So such a vast city. It's going to be cool to see teams hold, but it's also going to be very scary for these squads entering because there could be players in every single window.
That's why you're seeing so many teams, if you're watching the map as well, commit straight away here. Yes, actually, there's some good high grounds. We're seeing on the east side, for example, R8, you're seeing D plus Kia try and kind of fan out across some of those high grounds near Los Leones, which do provide some great line of sight, but there's nothing quite like having buildings.
Oh, no, there sure isn't. I mean, we're going to see battles from the second floor, first, third, going like crazy footsteps where you can't even hear anything. Look at that, Bensu. This is what I was talking about, right? There are some sneaky places where you can hide your vehicles, but if you don't and have them stick out, man, they're going to get blown up, and that's going to make it harder in the end game.
There's also some unbelievably high buildings as well. Technically, they don't provide much cover when you're all the way up there, but sometimes it's difficult for people to even get angles on where you can go on some of those extremely high locations. So you can use those as lookout towers, but you can use those as opportunities to blast bullets down on people as Alpha7 coming in. Wide wrap, looking for that entrance on the east side.
Vamos! You can see that right there saying,
fast.
let's go.
Nice.
And let's see where they're going to head because Alpha7 always playing that edge of the circle. Next zone's about to pop. I want to see it. Come on, bring it to Los Leones. I want to see it dead center on it. If it goes south, I'll cry.
There's some warehouses down there. Ooh, half and half. You know. Okay.
Oh, man, that hurt. I mean, we could still see that northern shift 100%, but this is actually, I'll tell you what, I may be saying wah, but Alpha7 is saying, oh, yeah, because that is a great circle for them.
Giving us the big macho man, I'm okay with it. We've got ourselves, as you say, Alpha7, they've got a lot of room to play with this. Likewise, so is D plus Kia, though, as they were spread out across this area. DRS, second place, looking to have 2 big pop-off games to try and catch up with Vampire here. They are going to be running and gunning. They've already got elimination points on the board here, but Aton trying to salvage some points.
Yeah, 39-point difference for them, so they need to have a monster game. Definitely possible. We saw it a little bit earlier. Right? Let's see if it can happen here as Aton Esports, Milos gets some nice shots, tries to go for the double, but man, can't hit those on Ragnarok. That one's going to hurt.
Yeah, rocking up the way he did as well.
No.
Here comes the DBS, and he might find himself the double here. Where is the last threat remaining? There's a vehicle to his west side. He's going to go for the heal up, but the thing is, while this is going on, there's the potential. Information's relayed, and they know his position.
This is a huge battle right now. This is between AGONxI8 and FaZe Clan. And FaZe Clan were forced to tuck their tail between their legs and run, and they're running into shots. So this is brutal as FaZe Clan go out. They were in 10th place. That is a massive, massive fight for AGONxI8.
Yeah, there's a potential if some of the teams above you get just a few more points here for FaZe, then they might be just out of reach if they don't have an insane game in the next one. But DRS here looking for more elimination points. They're absolutely on the hunt. They want to try and strike out at #1 at the moment. They get themselves a few knocks on the board. If they take out R8, that's another good chunk of eliminations.
I love to see what DRS's strategy is. They're playing that edge. They're looking for those weak teams to soak up eliminations because they know what they need to do if they want to even have a chance at catching Vampire.
They're playing the Mad Max strategy.
Yes.
They are on Fury Road, and they don't care who they run over at this moment, which is exciting to see, because any team would be bamboozled by the idea of trying to catch up with Vampires at this point, but DRS is taking the challenge.
And they know that they have a little bit of buffer here, so the odds of D+Kia catching them are not that high, so they say, you know what, let's just go for it.
Yeah.
And that's what I love to see. Teams mix it up, do whatever it takes to get the biggest prize pool that they can.
Gotta try, as we get now on board with iKURD, who have found themselves a few of these dilapidated buildings to try and get some shots off against Mazexis in the distance, but they're in some of the kind of multi-story buildings, so they'll have a lot of cover.
Next zone about to pop. Will it go up north or down south? This is going to be a huge circle shift for these teams, especially those teams in the center right now, not just of the map, but on the leaderboards. They need a favorable zone, and it is going to go south. So Alpha7, even S2G, Team Falcons in a really good spot here.
But this is where the caves are.
Oh, that's right.
You wanted this
before.
You talked about this off.
Okay, I may have said caves in Sandhawk.
You liked that,
but
this
I
one's
wouldn't mind to see some cave action in Miramar.
That would be wild if that did occur.
It's first.
Well, I think it might be a first for me as well. I'm trying to think. Anyway, regardless, let's talk about the actual game at hand here, as there will still be battles going on in Los Leones, because eventually at this point, everyone's realizing, okay, our gambit of committing to Los Leones, it's not going to work out. How do we get out of here?
Yeah, and now those teams right south of Los Leones are licking their chops because all eyes are in that direction. They're looking to soak up as many points as they can. You got Gladiators there on the left side of the zone. Not to mention you got Infinity IQ right at the edge of Los Leones. So let's see how this is going to play out. We can take a look at R8 doing the wide wrap right into this zone. And they're running right into D+Kia.
Yes, they are, and they need to stay alive as long as possible
No.
here. And it's going to be a spin
shot.
out. You already talked about previous games about how quickly buggers will spin out like that, and you're just easy pickings from there on. Ragnarok goes down to 7-9.
It's 7-9, but I think that is D+Kia.
Oh, the steal.
Stealing a major point for them. So good on them to be able to get that 7-9. You know, kicking some rocks right there. But D+Kia are definitely need those points more than them.
If you're Prestige, he's the last remaining of RA. He could actually find himself a cheeky spot here because of what we've previously been talking about with how all the terrain and underground actually works here. So there's a world they could still survive for a while.
Let's see if he has the heads-up decision to try those caves out for size. It's definitely not a common zone.
No.
So we'll see if they definitely did their map homework here. As Alpha7, they got there mighty close to DRS, and that is going to be a massive battle if it ensues.
Yes, it is. And DRS, I don't know. I'm feeling DRS at the moment here, considering that they've been going from fight to fight, shots from across the road as well here. Infinity IQ will be shut down in some of these situations, but Vampire dealing with donuts in the distance.
They're going to go out and still be stuck in 12th place, so that's going to probably be their tournament right there. Unfortunate for them, but still a lot of these teams looking to make their dreams come true. Looking at the zone, about to pop in the next few seconds. There's still 55 seconds on the clock, so we'll see. This is that planning phase. Right now, you want to be predicting where's that next zone going to go. You're going to tell your team how they're going to get there, and of course, if it goes on you, there's no moving. You're just going to be shooting anything in sight. But you got to have that plan in effect right now.
Definitely you do, as we're seeing already. The M249 very much in hand for BTR. At this point, it's getting really kind of, you were mentioning it's sort of minutes to midnight here for a team like BTR. If they don't start making something happen with eliminations, etc., it is getting way too late for them to make a double big game strikeout.
100%, 100%. If you're Bigetron Red Villains, you were hoping that you have the performance that you did in day number 1. You want to pop off right at the end, and it's a lot harder than any other day because those teams at the bottom, they have nothing to lose here. So we might even see them start popping off because there's no more nerves as the zone goes up north.
Yes, it does. On some big hills up there for D+Kia. This is an opportunity for them to get even higher when it comes to some of this prize money. They're fanned out quite spread, I would say, for a circle like this, but they know that a lot of teams are going to have to come up high ground towards them. So it's a position of power, strength.
Yes, yes it is. And a position of weakness is going to be on the side of S2G, a team that really needs those points. They are on the south side. They're going to push up right into some monsters in the lobby. That's going to be Alpha7, R8, D plus Kia in that area as well, DRS. So if they want to continue in this tournament, they're going to have to do it with an M4 on their back.
Yep. It's not a bad gun to do it with, admittedly.
It'll definitely help, I'll tell you that right now. And Miramar is just one of those maps where you need the most utility that you possibly can get. You want to be able to spray and have the shots directly inside. Mazexis with the YOLO push. Currently at last place, looking to achieve the not last position. And they made it.
Yeah, 4 players all in, no knocks so far, although they are being shot from another angle here. There's going to be a nade also thrown towards them from Infinity IQ, but they're already in the building. This is way too late, did not go through the windows. So Mazexis makes a bold move, and it worked out.
All in, what was that, one vehicle in the monster truck? That is crazy. Take a look here at Team Falcons, the squad that this entire stadium has their eyes on. They're in a pretty solid spot, focusing on their backs, something they definitely need to do, and they are going to hold that position until the next zone.
Yes, they are. Infinity IQ also just trying to transition in from building to building, throwing down a few smokes, making an aggressive push here on iKURD, who now have been smoked off. Their sight lines have been alleviated, taken away from them, but shots from the distance here, shutting them down.
Mazexis getting some points on the board. Here's S2G. They're hanging out by the caves. Just on top of it right now, but Gladiators are very close to them. Let's see if Kitsune has the heads up to realize it. Razy is down. That's a huge loss for S2G.
Yeah, it's a big push across here for them. And they've got MG3 in hand as well. If they're able to make something work here in close combat, they're going to be ripping them apart. But Matic is found. Doesn't even get a chance to shoot a bullet here as Mafioso shuts it down.
That is a huge break for S2G. Now Gladiators are the one in trouble. And Mafioso and Alpha7 realize the squad that they're going up against. I wouldn't be surprised if they want to press the action, but it's going to be very difficult with DRS on your back.
Are 2 members of Gladiators going into the cave? Well, they may be, but anyway, regardless, we've got ourselves still Alpha7 now, considering the position that they found themselves in. They are fortifying this location. Going to be looking north above all of this. iKURD is shut down here. Infinity IQ pushed on. As we said, they blocked their lines of sight, shutting them down strongly.
Infinity IQ losing 1 player. That's going to be Huga down. That's going to hurt them. But they still have 3, and they're looking to put up as many points on the board as they can. AGONxI8 with the most eliminations so far with 3, tied with Alpha7. Actually, Infinity IQ picking up 4. That's going to help them out a little bit. And AGONxI8, this next zone is going to center up. So all those teams that wanted Los Leones are going to have to make the dire push.
Yes, they are. They're going to have to be moving across very open roads and moving uphill here if they want to make something work. It is difficult to say the least, but here's Alpha7 looking to reposition now, looking to take initiative as DRS is north of them, but they do have a man advantage, I believe, right?
Yes, they do. Yeah. Yes, they do. And here comes the drive up. Delta popping it up with the DBS, but Alpha7 so clutch on those shots. Back and forth. DRS didn't stand a chance. It's only 1 player. The DBS shot's gonna do it, and they are out of there.
Can Alpha7 get everybody up? I think they may be able to as well here, so that should be A-OK for them. As Mazexis here still trying to wiggle their way through Los Leones. They did all right in the previous sends that they were going for, but there are still barrier teams waiting for them.
AGONxI8 need to hold it down. I get AGONxI8 excited that Alpha7's putting up points because that's going to secure a top 7 placement to get it done here. And AGONxI8 Blake going down. That is going to be very desperate. The buggy and vehicle making it that much more difficult for him to push. Q got the nade locked and loaded. Blade trying to make it through as Peralta getting finished. Huge point. Vampire now in the mix as well as Trick is forced to look at their backs.
Trying to hold an off angle there against them and trying to stem the tide of aggression that's going to be coming their way. But the thing is that Vampire can do this if they want, but they also have an anchor position in the circle if they need it with these kind of concrete houses that you're seeing here. So Tony K is moving forwards, trying to get themselves their pickups on the go because, you know, 4 is better than 2.
That's right. And I'll tell you what, all you need is 1 chicken dinner here to punch your ticket to that next stage. As Gladiators going down, that is going to be a huge loss for them. But with DRS out, Vampire still putting some points on the board, I think it's all over.
Yep, they're looking fantastic. They really are here. 1 point shy of 180. Drop in the middle of the map as well. We were talking about BTR, and if they got 2 big games, they could make an absolute run for it at the end, a big relay for it. But so far, only 1 elimination, but they do have big high ground posture right now, and maybe even a crate.
The problem, though, is AGONxI8 isn't done yet. They're still putting points on the board. Infinity IQ still has 3. S2G still has 3. So they're going to make that spread that much bigger. So Bigetron has to do even better than them. Team Falcons definitely want to stay exactly where they're at, maybe even move up a place on the leaderboards now that Gladiators are out.
The scary thing about Falcons' position is it's kind of nade bait. There's like troughs that they're currently sat in that if nades do hit the sides, they're going to bounce right on top of them. So Falcons is very, very cautious about the position that they're currently in. They need to divide up a little bit, maybe get out of these trenches.
They got their eyes up on the high ground where Bigetron is, and you called it a little earlier. Here come the nades. Here, Bigetron looking to get it off angle. I just saw him there on the side. I believe that was Yuhai, their off angle specialist. Ooh. And here he could be coming. Okay, finally spotted someone, but now Team Falcons need to hold it down for their tournament life.
I feel like they're stacked up a little bit too heavily, the 3 members here. That nade hit all 3 of them there. That was a huge nade for Bigetron to try and start this fight off. And also S2G in the distance can see them as well.
S2G heard that nade, and they're looking to get a third party here. They need every single point they can get. Alpha7 looking to possibly pass up D+Kia. They're looking for some heavy elimination, so pretty much every team still in this lobby needs these points desperately. That nade, oh, getting a little too close for comfort.
Few more in Silas's pockets. What can he do with them? Trying to throw them on over against 6 in that smoke, and it's kind of a easy target to be able to hit, considering it's a big mark.
Deep, I'm seeing the feed. Yeah. I think Forrest is doing the whole squad wipe by himself against Sem9. Hopefully we can catch a replay of that later on. We'll see. But right now it's a battle between Falcons and S2G. Silas holding it down with that M249. The full spray! Pulling out every bullet he can and saving his life for just a little bit longer.
We talked about an M249 being an absolute car destroyer, and it blew up that car and made sure the opponent wasn't going to be able to survive during all of that, and that is a long-range shot. Sem9, meanwhile, has been eliminated completely by D+. As we take a little bit of a replay on board and look at a previous situation, Mazexis going down to AGONxI8.
Major points for them, but man, S2G isn't done. They are trying to keep their tournament alive. The previous PMGC winners still having stuff to prove. Meanwhile, AGONxI8 putting in some work against Vampire. This is a huge elimination for them.
This might end up boiling down to not a free win for Bigetron Red Villains, but just a win in general. Everybody's stuck on the edges right now, and everyone's in 3-way battles basically on the edge because they can't get up this hill. They can't breach this position because they're being covered constantly by all this fire that's peppering them down.
Schweppes, with the shotgun shot, but it ain't gonna be enough. Young Galacticos takes them out. S2G getting eliminated with only 4 eliminations. That has got to hurt them.
Everyone's falling, and Bigetron is just chilling for the moment. They're taking some big fights though themselves. They're taking some big shots with the M16s in the distance. And unfortunately there for Alpha7, they weren't able to shut down D+Kia. But look at this. Bigetron has full control of the high ground.
That was so huge, and they took that point away from them. Now they have the high ground. All they got to do is press D+Kia here, and they should have 3 more eliminations to their name. What is Bigetron going to decide?
They had an insane split, an insane 2-2 split, 2 across one side of the circle, 2 across the other. They knew that if they just assist teams into each other here and just give a little bit of supporting fire, they can absolutely dominate this circle.
Bigetron acting as the ushers here in match number 5. What can they do? I think they made a little bit of a mistake by letting D+Kia get their breath here. They let them breathe for a little too long. They have a full reset, and now it is a 3v2 because they're rocking a split. Was this a mistake from Bigetron or absolute genius? We're going to find out here in the next few seconds.
That is a good question. I mean, they've gone back to that kind of 2-2 split that we were talking about before. Galacticos is going to drive up. That's going to pose another threat, which opens up angles against these 2-2s. Maybe Bigetron has extended a little bit too far here, as you were saying.
Right now, they're still holding the high ground. 37 seconds left on the clock, and now here come Team Falcons off the back. Can he be able to hit these shots? Oh, he does go for the laydown and finally takes him out right on time. DPlusKia heard this though.
Yeah, there should be people kind of jumping at the opportunity to try and punish that, considering how split they were. However, now, the rendezvous is on the way here. Bigetron realizes, okay, yeah, we took one knock. That was just a little bit too close for comfort. Let's get back together for a moment. But I don't know how well this is going to work out. They've split once again.
Oh, I could hear all the sighs from the voices in the stadium watching Team Falcons go out when they did with only 5 eliminations. It's going to come down to the wire for them, the last game, if they want to make it into the next stage. Final circle here, Zone 9. This circle is going to go into nothing. It's going to be an absolute battle. Whoever can hit their shots best is going to win this match.
And with it coming down to a point, once again, advantage Bigetron Red Villains. These teams here, again, they need to try and divide and conquer Bigetron Red Villains, but they have absolute control of that center point at the moment, and they have high ground against everybody.
They do have the high ground. That's going to be advantageous once the circle completely centers up. Romeo Boy has a heck of an angle onto Infinity IQ. So once the zone starts closing, which we will start seeing, and yep, here it goes. The zone finally starting to creep in. DPlusKia forced into action.
Bigetron falling away from that, but this is actually perfect for Bigetron as DPlusKia is wrapping around on Galacticos. If these two teams dismantle one another, the Bigetron boys are going to be very happy with that. But also already hits you, High Boy, and actually Forrest gets Genfos.
Huge shots right there. Bigetron down to only 2 players left. Was it a mistake? We'll find out in just a second as Ferrari finishes off Yang on Galacticos. And now,
no way.
Oh my gosh,
No way.
DPlusKia looking to take the chicken dinner away from Bigetron.
How are we getting these finishes? It's DPlusKia again in an absolute barn burner of a game to start things off. Also, Infinity IQ, I've got to commend how they've been surviving.
It's a 2v2v2. DPlusKia with the huge angles on the Infinity IQ. Can they hit the miracle shots? Here comes the nade from downtown. But Ferrari hits Forrest, and now Bigetron with the advantage.
You've got to go, Bigetron here. You've got to push this and push it hard. As now Saden trying to make something happen with the first one.
My God!
God!
Saden!
What a play! What a play coming out from DPlusKia.
Saden! Oh my goodness! He might as well have said, say when. Look at this team. Absolutely hype.
I cannot believe it once again. From the jaws of defeat in the previous game and getting defeated to then making this work. Look how pumped they are. They were not supposed to win that game. Adversity was against them. High ground was against them. The numbers advantage was against them. But they get the victory. Unbelievable stuff, Hot Juice.
Saden with ice water in his veins. Absolutely incredible. We could not have asked for a more exciting finish to this tournament. How are we going to top that in the next game?
They're going to challenge for second place. They're going to be second place now over DRS.
My goodness.
What? These boys from South Korea, I mean, we've seen them in the past, win tournaments and stuff like that. It's been fantastic. But DPlusKia has come to play. They're I say it every single game, Hot Jukes. They're patient, but look, they've got the gun skills to back up the patience, man.
Goodness gracious. I always say, you know what? There's one thing you can't teach, and that's clutch. Right?
Oh, yeah.
But I'll tell you what. If I had a clutch badge in my hand, I would pin it right on Saden's chest because goodness gracious, that was disgusting.
I'm shaking.
Yeah, I got goosebumps.
I'm shaking at what we just saw.
Oh my gosh. Well, how hot can we get this tournament going? One more match left to go. Why don't we cool it down a little bit with just a short break?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just been honored and blessed by two phenomenal back-to-back finishes. It was first game guys Gladiators, now it's gonna be D plus Kia as Satan. What else is there to say here, gentlemen?
I cannot believe what we just witnessed a few minutes ago. It's absolutely insane he was able to come through that, taking 2 fights versus Bigetron and also Infinity IQ at the same time, Seven.
If this is not play of the tournament, I don't know what's going to be. I mean, to be able to win the game, too, the way he was able to snap on him, we were jumping. We were jumping like little kids at a candy store.
The spider sense was tingling. He just knew he was over there.
Yeah, look at that.
And Forrest is like, guys. He's just sitting there like just chilling in his chair. I mean, that has to have been one of the best clutches I've ever seen in PUBG Mobile, actually. No, Horizon in the bush?
Yeah, true. That's, you know what.
Hands down, one of the best. Like, that almost needs to be immortalized in that spot in Miramar going forward. That should never have happened. That was, let's be honest, if Bigetron hit the shots like they should have, that should never have occurred. But for him to clutch it out.
With the amount of control Bigetron had this entire game, I have no idea how they were able to keep away Yangon Galacticos, Infinity IQ, and Bigetron that center circle had, I think, 3 angles at the time, and yet they're able to just multitask like crazy madmen in that entire match. And as you said, the way that Satan's able to flip over to that final player of Infinity IQ is just, the game sense is insane.
The awareness, too, because they knew that he was going to be coming up, too. Teammate was able to call it out, and to just being able to control your nerves to be able to do that, that is just so impressive. I feel like Bigetron threw that window if we actually go a little bit more back. We were talking about it. They were trying to take into 2 fights at the same time, and I felt like he ended up backfiring for them.
I feel like they gave a little bit too much space to D plus Kia. And D plus Kia, once again, we mentioned this multiple times about this team. They keep holding on to that utility until the very, very end. And they just chucked a few more nades towards Infinity IQ. Then 1 player knocked, 1 player extremely low. He only needed 1 more bullet to really wrap up that game. So not many teams do it, but D plus Kia keep bringing those 2-3 nades in the late game, and it really makes such a massive difference.
That might have been just enough to possibly put him in 2nd place.
It could have been. You guys are talking about like, oh, BTR messing up, or oh, it was clutch. I mean, it was really, if you think about it, just the Honor Magic 5 Pro, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. I got you there.
What a segue.
An Honor self-developed GPU Turbo X. I mean, what is there to say? I'll get my notes. It literally just says D+, Satan in all caps, because that was just ridiculous. But I mean, to be fair, obviously there's a lot that happened to get to that point. Let's take a look at the match rankings, though, to give you guys an idea of how many points they got. But also Bigetron, I mean, we're obviously being a little mean to them. We can't forget about the fact that they got far into the match. They still got 16 points. They were a team who was outside of the bubble, and those 16 points they desperately needed.
And that is the main reason why I'm criticizing them. Yeah, 16 points are great, but if they would have been able to finish off Infinity IQ and D plus Kia, there would have been the extra points to put them a little bit closer there towards the end, especially with S2G. S2G has been able to get just the right amount of points to hopefully push here in the last match for that 7th place.
Actually, I checked before this game, BTR needed 18 points. They just got 16, which means they still need to perform once again in this final game. They were just 2 points less, So,
well, again, right? The bubble's still going to move. So that's something to keep track of. It's not just 2 points. It's 2 points plus what anyone else gets here in the lobby. But D+, let's go back to them really quick. See their player stats in this last match. Because Satan, he better be up there. It's actually not actually going to be him. Forrest. Going to be the most or the highest damage dealer here in this last match. But, I mean, Satan's limb's got to be pretty high.
I loved the way they were controlling the southern side of Los Leones, because we all thought, a lot of the teams thought, okay, this is going to be potentially a city finish, right, Seven?
Yeah.
And what they thought is like, okay, we're just going to hold on to the southern cliff and just shut down all the teams trying to exit that city. And the way they did it on the eastern edge especially was just so dominant that they picked up a bunch of limbs, looted up all the utility and bullets they needed, and then just started blasting.
I know, Max, you want to shout out Forrest there, but those were, I think, from all Miramars. So I have to, I got to give Satan his credit.
I'll take every opportunity.
For what?
To shout out Forrest.
There you go. Go ahead, Seven.
Well, talking actually about Forrest, remember the split that they had between the 2-1-1 split? I think that's the one you were referring to with Fabian too. I feel like that was such a great split, and we're wondering, okay, when are they going to be able to, do something that, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to do this, do something that Gladiators is a little bit too slow at doing, which is regroup, right? They were able to time that perfectly. They were able to work together and just put themselves in a great spot there for the end, just to allow Saving to...
There we go.
There's
the right... Hey, it's still Forrest. Dang. Well, 679 damage with the limbs is what I'm really looking forward to. And obviously, if we had a clutch meter in here as well, he'd be at 100% right next to Kitsune at 90. But 5 eliminations, I mean, 5, that's 9. That's 12 eliminations they got in this last match. I wonder, like, they should have been able to take second place now, right? I don't think they can catch Vampire, because Vampire was like 30-something points ahead of everyone, but still, that's getting close. Just imagine, last match, they actually passed Vampire somehow.
DRS has slowed down in a big way. I think they might have been able to pass them.
I feel so,
second place.
The last 2 matches, DRS haven't been too present compared to now. I mean, they got off the back of a second place, and now a chicken dinner back-to-back on Orangle and Miramar. I mean, depending on how this game goes, we could see them normally secure a spot in second, and as we said, maybe overtake Vampire if that gap is not big enough.
Well, do you want to see how big the gap is?
Yes. Yeah, show me. I want to see.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, not happening. I'm sorry. I'm not gracious like that. No, let's just take a look at the overalls here. I'm sorry. I don't know why. What it is about Max, it's got to be mean. That's still a lot of points.
Yeah,
but D plus Kia did end up passing DRS.
Yeah, not overtaking first place for sure, but securing himself a second place, which is at the top. When you're reaching those top 3 positions, the prize pool increase is significant.
Yes, but quickly here, 102 points, Affinity IQ, AGONxI8. They have been pushed out of the bubble at 100. S2G, there's what, 92, Bigetron at 90. It is doable for here. These teams, even FaZe Clan, though we're going to count out any team below 12th or below. But these teams here towards the bottom, they need to have a pretty decent game. And honestly, I almost want to count out Bigetron because I've not seen them hit that clutch factor when they needed to. That was the perfect opportunity for them to do so, and unfortunately it didn't work.
I'm with you, and this is kind of what I was hinting at, that they needed to get that win. They needed to be able to flush out everyone else. They needed those extra elim points, which they weren't able to get. And at the end of the day, yeah, they were able to put themselves within those 90 points, but you got to remember that gap is always increasing. And for them to be able to make up, 102 points, while everybody else is still going to be playing, and now the other teams are probably going to end up playing a little bit cautious, going for those placement points. I just don't see I don't see a match where Bigetron is able to do just the right amount that they need to do to qualify.
Seven, calm down. I know you're excited. I know you want to see what's going to happen. You can hear the music. You can see the plane come in just a few moments as well. It is time to get underway here with our final match here of the All-Star Stage at PMWI. Let's find out who's going to make it into the main event.
Go. Here we go. It all comes down to this, the final match of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational All-Star Stage, presented by Honor Magic 5 Pro. This is it, Pelaris.
Yes, it is. And for a lot of these teams here, there is still an opportunity to strike out at that top 7. We've seen, technically, Bigetron could be kind of that cutoff point that I was mentioning before, but I mean, with a finish like that, that was a golden opportunity to do so. And I do feel like there was indecisiveness about how they were kind of approaching that final moment. The 2-2 split, the rendezvousing together back and forth, then they split again, then they get back together, then they just holding and not asserting. And I don't know if they can do it here. We'll see as time goes on. What do you think?
Man, I think that Bigetron should have pushed D plus Kia earlier. When they were down and just trying to res, Bigetron, you could just see it. The indecisiveness, they decided to let them res up, said, hey, we just want to get to the late game. And that decision, I think, cost them. They were so down and out. If they would have just full pushed. Another southern zone.
Yep, that's quite the circle. Hey, let's go Los Leones again. Whatever. I wouldn't mind a repeat of that previous game, if I'm honest. Because talk about clutch factor. You said it yourself. Talk about clutch factor coming in from D plus Kia, who found themselves in second place. DRS is not going to be happy. They were actually out of the plane almost first, to be honest with you. They dropped straight down next to Hacienda del Patron and got themselves that split going because the plane went straight over it. So they're going to get looted fast. I think DRS is going to start rotating fast, and maybe they play that Fury Road style again I was quoting earlier.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I think they have to at this point because that is insane. D plus Kia, I thought that DRS was almost guaranteed second place with just that little point bump, but D plus Kia refused to go down, and now we have seen them jump them. Now, for everybody that could possibly just be tuning in for the first time, you could see the leaderboards right there on your right-hand side. It is top 6 that make it over to the main stage. But Alpha7 has already previously qualified to that stage. So because of that, it is now down to top 7. AGONxI8, 2-point difference. S2G, 10-point difference. BTR with a 12. That is not going to be easy here because you have to make sure you out-frag Agon. That's if they go out early. And then not to mention, all those teams below them,
Yes, yes.
they can pretty much do whatever they want.
So keep an eye on that barrier, the 7th to 8th barrier. Now, what's crazy about that is, Hot Jukes, is as we're sat in the back, I don't think anybody would have been talking about AGONxI8 having a chance. But the fact that they were able to rack up 32 points in one game alone with the 22 eliminations and the victory just put them in the running once again. And over the past 2 days, I would have never, considering the performances they put on, I wouldn't have said they would have made top 7. But there is a real-world possibility that they're able to make it here in this last game.
Totally possible. And then you got those teams all the way at the bottom that, you know, they have pretty much no chance. They don't have a chance of making it here and now. So they can pretty much do whatever they want. There is a point difference. Wow. What a shot onto Vint Ores. And that is a member from FaZe Clan out. And they were in 11th place. That's honestly, that's like a dagger. That has got to hurt.
That is rough. You're not expecting to get caught out from that as soon as you're starting your rotations from places like Picardo of all places. That's, you know what? That was a cool jump. Good job, Kelsey.
Smooth.
As he's going to be riding on to the rest of his teammates and getting rendezvoused and good to go. But for FaZe, this whole last game just became a whole lot harder. And they were one of the teams in contention of trying to draw blood into that top 7.
Oh my goodness. Looking at the prize pool as well, difference between 8th place and 6th, extra $12,000 to take to the bank here. So, I mean, it is crazy here. Even all the way down from 15th to 12th, that's a $6,000 difference, you know? So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of these teams at the bottom still want to go all out. But at the end of the day, it is all about the main stage ticket, that golden ticket, and it's going to be so close. Because, again, there is, what, 3, 4, 5 teams that could still potentially do it. FaZe with that loss, that's going to make it pretty tough.
Yeah, at this point, I may count them out. But, I mean, you know, anything can happen. Magic can happen. In the last 2 games, we've watched Magic happen here on the stage. But for now, we do have BTR making the move. A lot of eyes on them. A lot of fans for the Bigetron Red Villains as they are going to be entering this circle pretty rapidly, to be perfectly honest with you. But again, there's a lot of space. And the problem for all the teams is there's a lot of diverse terrain in a circle like this. You could pitch up on those southwest hills, which are very different to the northwest fields, which are very different to Los Leones. So, which if this circle starts hard shifting, you're having to adapt your mindset and those rotations very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mentioned it so many times before. That southern Miramar circle, the terrain is just so brutal. It's tough to navigate through. And I think looking at this zone in particular, for everybody that's looking at the map feed, you know, I think we're seeing a lot slower rotations here in this one. I think we're seeing very careful movement. Teams just leapfrogging little by little. They do not want to get caught out and lose a player early on because they need everything they can as we take a look at some of the stats from BTR.
Actually, 24 minutes average survival time is pretty darn high. So nice to see that they're able to get up there. But again, when you're only in 10th place and you still need a lot more points to actually strike out at that top 7, I guess you're going to need even more.
A lot more, to be honest, because with this point system, it's first place gets you 10 points. Not to mention you have 1 point per elimination, so a first place finish and 2 elims will get you there, you know? So the rest of these squads really need to make sure that they're putting up major points on the board.
AGONxI8 moving through the middle of this circle at the moment. Now the big question is where do you even start your campaign from here on a circle like this? As I mentioned, there's a lot of varied terrain. Honestly, towards the middle of the circle, some of the compounds aren't even that great. They're not really high prio compounds. So I think that's maybe why we're seeing some slow rotations here and there. Because ideally, a lot of teams would be like, okay, the center of the circle is Impala Fields. There's 3 great locations, you know? Or, oh, the center of the circle is West of Picardo. There's actually some great warehouses to take there. Center of this, I mean, there's Los Leones, and beyond that, there's some hills.
I think right now, honestly, prioritizing that high ground is going to be huge.
I would agree.
Right, just getting as much vision as you can, as much information is going to be huge. Because the zone's been going nuts all day today. It's been shifting like crazy. This AGONxI8, they cannot lose Blade. Blade desperately trying to get away. Woo! Barely does in the nick of time.
Especially when Blade was so clutch for them in a lot of scenarios when they were kind of up against it in previous games throughout the last 2 days. So do not be losing Blade. He gets himself out of that. Kudos to him. Heal on up. Get back out there.
Oh, too close for comfort. And,
very.
You know, we talked about clutch factor. You know, we saw E plus Kia. They got it. Seiden got it, right? These other teams are going to have to prove if they do. And it isn't going to be easy. The nerves are at an all-time high right now, folks. Let's see where this next zone's about to pop. Will it decide to center up? Will we get that desired Los Leones finish, maybe?
I'm hearing some Car98 in the background. I don't know what's that. But anyway, we're waiting here for a second. As you say, you're seeing lots of teams coming in slope. We're heading west of Los Leones. So between Chumacera as well, it's hillside battles, baby.
Oh, yeah. That high ground is going to be so valuable. You see Bigetron already securing a nice spot in this next zone. Team Falcons, a team trying to make sure that they punch their ticket in. They're right there in 6th place. They could still get passed up potentially. They definitely want to put some points on the board and secure their ticket to the main stage.
Now all the health bars as well, a little bit misleading. I mean, you can actually also see that these teams are in the blue, so what I was about to say is a mute point. So ignore me. Yeah, they just need to heal up once they get into the circle and they'll be fine. But at least for Gladiators coming in on the west, they'll have Chumacera to move through. They could even take the high ground above Chumacera, which is very valuable, very nice. But again, it's an edge position. Big shots coming in from FaZe here. They need to salvage some points. Actually, that's a great little shot coming in against Ravenclaw ultimately from a few members. They need any point that they can get because they were one man down to start things off.
Vampire Esports right now, you can see very attentive. Also, it could be a little bit of trouble for them here because right now, I think the main thing they're doing is they're obviously focused on which position is going to go next. But I think right now their main focus is what are they going to add to their shopping cart right after this?
A lot of things.
A lot of things, yeah.
And maybe a new target to try and get themselves even $2 million on the line for what's coming up for them. But yes, Vampire is actually, one was stolen during all of this here by Galacticos. And Tony K is down trying to get that recovery on. I mean, again, for them, I don't think they're really sweating too much, even though they're still taking this game very seriously.
Oh, yeah. 187 is their point system. Everybody in the U.S. knows what that means. As we take a look here at Young Galacticos, shooting some vehicles, making it tough for them. Now, DRS Gaming, they want to pass up D plus Kia and secure that second place once again.
Galacticos stole the second as well. So for FaZe, who were up against it because they lost one already, yeah, they were like, wow, brilliant. 2 knocks, 2 steals away from them. They can't catch a break here.
That is so brutal. I mean, and they need those points so desperately. That would have at least tied them with BTR, but they are still so far behind in this lobby. Again, for FaZe, they need 12 points just to catch up to AGONxI8, 14 to Infinity IQ at this point. And that is only going to grow as time goes on.
Zoned looking for some retribution there with his DMR to try and see if he could spot things. That's an interesting place to zoom in, but we'll forgive it as we're going to be looking over once again to Galacticos and seeing if we can get anything else. But they're not really showing themselves. They can sit in those buildings for a little bit longer whilst we wait for this next circle to pop.
Yeah, you know, 10-point difference is such a scary place to be because it's not too far away where you want to hunt down that team, take them out early and get points. No, you just want to put a major game on the board. Next zone's about to pop. If it does go to that west side, Bigetron could be in a good spot, but they are very separate right now as S2G is passing up one of their players.
Yes, they are. Alkev getting very close. Flying a little bit too close to the sun there as S2G moving on through. I did mention again in the previous game, this is our world champions or S2G. They, well, I would say that they need top 7 to again prove that how strong they can still be as the world champion because they've had a bit of a rough year thus far as things have continued on. But the great migration begins. Everybody's driving in. There's not enough compounds, certainly in here, Hot Jukes. So everybody's going to be looking for really important dips.
And let's see what dips they decide to choose. AGONxI8 need to make sure they pick a big one. Okay, so they're going to have some sight lines on the SEM9, Aton Esports right next to them. These are 2 teams that have been struggling all tournament. If you're going to fight a squad, these may be the ones you want to go after. And oh, I thought they were going to be able to get those shots, but instead that return fire, they are so hesitant right now.
Yep. Really trying to not take any risks here. They may have taken those shots in another scenario, in another situation, but this is not that one as Aton is going to get away. Yes, run away across these, and well, this is a notoriously difficult vehicle to drive on Miramar when it comes to the hills, but it's doing all right.
Oh my gosh, Vampire literally at the edge of their life. Stone's like, hey, calm down, let me get a a Band-Aid off here, and they're going to go ahead and head for the shack. So Vampire, again, little victory lap right here. They got nothing to worry about, but just trying to extend their play. And you know what? This is the toughest part of the tournament because those hesitations, right? That little second guessing because you don't want to go out could make or break this tournament for you. Sometimes you got to play the way you've normally been playing all tournament.
A push on from Sem9 here as Aton is going to actually deal with this quite handedly. There's also reinforcing shots coming in from a distance as well, though. So that's helping things out. Sem9 is being shot by a lot of teams here, but Aton's going to be bearing the brunt of a lot of that. They're taking some damage as well. Zohan's already down and done. Fran has to do something to get them out of this along with Milos.
Yeah, pretty insignificant fight right here when it comes to the leaderboards, but, you know, we could definitely see a team third party this that desperately needs those points. One of them, right? Infinity IQ, very close here. R8 up on top, looking to make some points on the board as well. And this is going to be a close one.
Come on with the VSS. Make something happen. The little P shooter. He actually doesn't have an extended mag on it either, so it's only the 10 shots for him. And he goes down to the car, the vehicle. A bit of a shame there, but it's also Kenny actually taking a lot of damage on AGONxI8. They could be taking severe damage here. Kenny somehow was able to get knocks and a finish. That's one of their players down.
Oh, brutal loss there for AGONxI8. They have to make up for it. They need to put some desperately points on the board. And let's see how they decide to do it. Valak with the nade brings Kenny down to 1 HP. But the hesitancy, they have 3 people versus 1, and they don't want to push this.
It's got to be with nades, though. You can't, because he has a DBS in hand, and they know it because of the previous knock and finish. You can't risk one more person going in there, getting knocked, and then getting finished instantly, unless they all push at the same time. That's why they're being careful. On the edges, going for the mollies, actually do catch him. I think he could heal through that, though.
But you know what they're risking?
Oh my.
The third party.
Yes.
Again, the longer this fight goes, Kenny's going to be able to get out of it. The DBS, they have to time this perfectly. They finally take them out. So lucky for them, they do get that elimination, but very unfortunate that they lost a player in the process.
Man, Kenny was slipping as anything. He dodged so much utility during that. He really cost AGONxI8 quite a bit, despite it only, as you said, technically being one member, but it's very important than one member. But all of that utility gone is super important as well in a finish like this.
2-point difference between Infinity IQ and AGONxI8.
Yeah.
This is going to come down to the wire. We talked about it before, that we've seen so many dreams crushed, not by just 1 point, but ties before. So let's see if, and this is it right here. This is Infinity IQ, very, very close to Team Falcons. They cannot go out.
The question is Falcons worried themselves here? I don't think there's enough teams to be able to take over Falcons in the real long run, but nades are being charged up. Sees Ferrari down there, might even go for a blow up on the car. He's actually going to spray fully into it. Has to look back down because the shots coming in, causing him some problems. But if that car was to go, Ferrari would go with it.
100%. He needs to get out of there. He knows it, but unfortunately a nade pops him right in the face, and Infinity IQ are going to lose one of their members, and Ferrari, losing him early is going to hurt.
This is deadly. They're on the bubble. They are on the bubble here. Ferrari with the boys. I mean, with Ferrari down now.
You got to hit those.
Yeah, you've got to hit it. Benzo as well, trying to go for it. There is one knock onto T.
Kaidalu up with a beautiful knock. They get a double as well. That is going to buy them a lot of time. But S2G is stealing these points away from them. Infinity IQ need to clutch it, and they need to finish this fight.
This actually might have been the blessing in disguise that Infinity IQ needed, though, because it's alleviated pressure from them from another distance.
Huge battle!
All right, at the same time, Bigetron here going to be going down to all of this. A close range battle at the moment. Saiga in hand as well. And Bigetron is done. They will not be going to the main event.
Absolute insanity. This is what I was talking about those teams that got nothing to lose, putting it all on the line as the last game ensues, and Bigetron pay the price. D plus Kia, an absolute monster of a squad. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, looking for possibly pulling out the third here, as Infinity IQ are just trying to stay alive with everything they have.
Yeah, so constantly teams barreling down on this position makes it really, really hard for them to survive. They're going to be done here. They are going to be going out of the main event unless they can somehow make absolute miracles occur.
Kaidalu, you have to pull out the clutch. You got to make it happen. Uiga down. The monster truck. It's it. It explodes, and AGONxI8 is out of there. And I guarantee you, the rest of the lobby saw that, especially the teams right next to them.
They're going to be... Yeah, the teams below them, I think it was AGONxI8, as you say, here, they're just 1 or 2 points behind. All they have to do is get an elimination or 2 here or there, just keep surviving. They are on the south side of the circle, and as you mentioned, they've already lost 1, so the barrier's very up against them here.
Let's see what they're going to do. AGONxI8 still alive here as Infinity IQ goes down. They definitely want to secure this here. Let's take a look here at that battle between Bigetron and R8. Man, yep, I think this is what we're talking about, that indecision. They tried to play it safe, got rushed, and they're gone.
S2G now on the move throughout the edge. Want to try and secure themselves at top 7, but they need some points to be able to do so. And in the distance, iKURD can see them as they're trying to make those rotates. So it's quite a vulnerable spot. They're eventually going to have to crest that hill and try and get across the road. That car is unoccupied at present, so they're okay.
Take a look here again, looking at the leaderboards. Infinity IQ going out, that is that cutoff mark. AGONxI8 need at least 3 eliminations to make sure that they move on. S2G not far behind. Even FaZe, if they could pull out a miracle here, could get it done.
Oof.
But it's going to be very difficult.
That's a big game we're talking
Oh,
there.
yeah.
That's a big game we are talking. But, you know, anything is possible. We've seen 32 pointers be dropped here throughout the day as big spray coming in from Tixi, they've done enough for the most part as they're just looking for any little bit of extra placement that they can get some extra money on the board. Spray goes up against Donuts over in the distance. Technically, maybe in nade range if you get for a jump for that, but I mean, you're wasting utility at that point.
100%. You can see the Team Falcon 6 just chilling right now, just saying, you know what? Hey, Aegon, you know, seeing Infinity IQ go out is a good thing for us. Let's just put up maybe even a couple points on the board.
Hitting Galacticos from a distance here is Gladiators as well with some of those DMRs. Realizing now driving's happening and turns away from it as just staying in the smokes here are Donuts trying to hold off on this angle.
I'll tell you what, though, if you are a Team Falcons fan, the last thing you want to see is a 1-2 finish from AGONxI8 and S2G.
Yes, so that would be terrifying.
That would be absolutely horrific for them. And Alpha7 is going to go out. It's a monster on the leaderboard. But we could still see Gladiators now in a position to steal 4th place from them.
Yeah, with Alpha7 having 123 points, though, there will be no change in terms of that top 7 going, of course, because you know Alpha7 is still up in there, and there'll be not enough teams to be able to take them over ultimately. But Donuts still taking this fight against Gladiators. I feel like where has this Donuts been all tournament? I feel like they're not taking a bad fight. They're probably going to lose it out in the end, but they really gave them a run for their money.
This is what happens, right? When the end of the tournament happens, you got nothing to lose, and you start playing like yourself, but it's just a little bit too late. Let's see what Donuts can do here. Gladiators want these points because they want that 4th place finish. Difference $10,000 in prize pool, and only a few points needed from them.
Very nicely done. Some more shots coming over the hill here. It's wow!
Donuts!
Maru is actually doing quite a bit of work here against them, but he will go down. That's Donuts gone. But as I was saying, that was them holding their own in a little bit of an uncharacteristic fashion compared to what I've seen from them this tournament.
Oh, Alpha7 was cheering the Donuts on so hard right there, and unfortunately, they were not able to get it done. A huge, huge play, though, for the Gladiators, and I believe they will be able to get everybody up, so perfectly timed for them.
Yes, they will, unless, for example, someone like FaZe crests a hill and tries to put on pressure, but it doesn't look like they're doing that right now. They are in close vicinity, but not to try and go for a huge push just yet. We're seeing D plus Kia here down towards the south. And they've got themselves 3 elims on the board. But again, my eyes really are on AGONxI8. They're still down there. It's going to be hard for them to get into this circle without taking casualties.
Oh, it's going to be so difficult. And I'll tell you what, we have noticed a difference in this last match versus the others. We already see, 5 teams out already, and it's only zone number 5. So an absolute war is happening. FaZe Clan, again, need a monster game if they want to make it in.
Mela found one as a knock. Did he get the full confirm? Regardless of that. They're trying to still put pressure on Vampires. They're gone down. Galacticos here will be able to clean them up. Vampires, yes, you're down in 13th, but rest easy, friends. You have done enough for that number 1 spot.
Oh, yes, they have. This team has been unstoppable from the start of the tournament all the way to the end. As FaZe Clan pick up a member of Gladiators. Gladiators, again, trying to steal away that 4th place finish, that $10,000 difference onto Alpha7. Can they do it?
If there was ever a time for FaZe up to be a thing, for them, they would need a monstrous game to try and make something happen here. So coming over the ridgeline, getting themselves a Gladiators member, not too bad. But here it goes, AGONxI8. What are they going to do? They were in the blue, they took some damage. They're trying to move forwards against this. They've thrown down some smokes, some transitionary smokes for it. And they found themselves this little ridgeline, but it might be vulnerable from the west if Donuts eventually crests that way.
Oh, very vulnerable. That is a desperation spot if I've ever seen it right now. FaZe Clan, up against the ropes. Here comes DRS Gaming, looking to possibly even steal second place away from D plus Kia.
Yeah.
Here they go.
The battle is ferocious there.
FaZe Clan do get one res. They're tied up together. One nade and they're out of there. Oh, Matic with the angle! Gladiators eliminating FaZe Clan.
Brutal to deal with that kind of stuff when you're seeing that, and Gladiators were more than happy to get the revenge after he was able to go for that flush. Here's AGONxI8 though. They're split across this position at the moment, but I mean, D plus Kia knows that DRS is able to rack up a few points. They want these as quickly as possible, dislodge them, and it could be done.
Oh, does Forrest see him? Oh, Razy has the angles, the toes. Oh, Blade getting beat up. Oh, and here comes the push. Satan clutching it up last game. He's going to have those angles. Yes, he is. And AGONxI8, the jump shot. One more. Can he get it?
It's not hitting. It was hitting the windowsill as well as the top of the window. This is rough.
AGONxI8 desperately. They need every elimination point they can if they want to make their dreams come true and make it to that main stage, extending their stay or go home. Can they do it? Satan looking to end their tournament life.
The spray of the DBS is a little bit unpredictable when you're trying to go for that jump shot. I wouldn't mind him trying for the Scar if you want to go for a jump shot like that. But you do leave yourself vulnerable knowing that your opponent's going to be doing that as well. As Saden's moving on around DBS, and he will take them out. AGONxI8 is not making it to the main event.
Absolute insanity. Now S2G have their eyes on the prize. The door has creaked open for S2G to make it in. And now they're pushing up against 6 from the Falcons. Only one player. This could be a huge point for them.
Man, imagine if the world champions make it in the last game. That would be absolutely clutch here. They've got an opportunity to do it. They've got 5 elims on the board. They're all very healthy. They can have transitions here into this circle.
Another point there. That's Team Falcons out of there. So S2G literally wide open. They need to have a monster game. 7 eliminations. They are clutching it up in the final game of this tournament. There's D plus Kia gone.
They've got room as well. The Turkish broadcast next to us is going to pop off if they're able to make it. But anyway, the 7 eliminations, as you say here, all the other teams are kind of scrapping against one another at the moment.
Turkish broadcast with the tears in their eyes of joy already starting to form. Will we see them fall down? Oh, it's going to be a tight one right now. Still a massive battle ahead. DRS Gaming looking to possibly even pass up D plus Kia. They've got 6 eliminations on the board. That is going to be huge. I don't know how these leaderboards are going to stack up here.
Galacticos trying to stem the tide of aggression that's going to be coming on their way, though, as DRS is kind of up against the circle here. They need to get rid of Galacticos. Aton is down. They are done here for the moment. As the peek across with the DBS, they know a close-range fight is brewing, but they're going up against Uzis and the like.
DRS still alive. S2G with a full player, and they have the full sight lines here. They're going to be able to push up. They have a bus as well, just in case. So they're going to have those angles here. DRS going up against Young on Galacticos. Q Loki pushing up front with the DBS. One of his teammates do go down. Great angles being held from DRS Gaming, clutching it up right when they need to.
Want to launch themselves towards that second place once again here. Does actually see Romeo, but maybe for a second there. But S2G, HamCG is already down. R8 was pushing on this. SK-Ton is on a far off angle for this to occur. Kelsey's also down. This could be Turkey's dreams going up in blaze here.
And I believe they were helped right at the last second there as Silas clutching up a beautiful shot, and I believe they are going to get those reses. So that was way too close for comfort.
And even if they do get these reses up, teams are forming barriers around them now. R8 has already leapfrogged ahead of them. Mazexis is still alive, down in that low ground, but then it causes a problem for S2G to transition in any direction if they're able to get all the reses down.
We talked about teams at the bottom of the leaderboards that have been struggling all tournament long, now with nothing to lose, finally start playing like the way they should be. And R8 is having a monster game at the end.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just a little too late for them.
The thing that could come back to bite them is that they are split 2-1-1 at the moment. So maybe the overextension, however, they're trying to control space. They do have a lot of high ground advantage against teams. You can see here what an angle coming in up against S2G, who are so vulnerable.
S2G needs to clutch it up here. They need to hit an insane shot. Racy, oh my gosh, getting absolutely laser beam. How did Kels actually stand up?
They're gone.
That is S2G out of there.
The world champions will not make it to the main stage here. But as we fold things down here in this game, still plenty of money to be up for grabs. And DRS wants that second place.
Yes, they do. DRS still in it here as R8 having their way with this lobby. AGONxI8 going to go ahead and get a player. That's going to be Delta. Uh-oh. Gante with that angle, tries to catch Cute Loki, just misses the mark and gives away his position.
SK Aton here, charging up for, that looked like a smoke actually, not a nade, but so going to be throwing that forward to cause a little bit of disruption for the moment here. Galacticos trying to block some of their lines of sight. DRS only one member remaining. They need still a few more points to try and catch up to the D plus Kia position of second place. But R8, man, they came alive. They had them, what's 14 eliminations so far. They really want some extra money on the board.
Oh, yes, they do. If you are R8, this is the game that you were looking for, and I guarantee you they're most likely going to be jumping up this leaderboard with how many eliminations they have, 15, 60. They're looking to make a record here at the end of this tournament.
Maybe. Galacticos, though, 3 alive still. DRS is gone. I'm not sure how that's going to affect the full standings at the second place. We'll find out later. But now Mazex is down as well. Is Galacticos versus R8.
R8. 17 eliminations, 3 players left on the board for Yangon, trying to break that 20-point, that magical 20 eliminations in one game. That's going to give them 30 points if they get it. They need to execute this perfectly.
Where was R8 before all of this?
I do not know, and
I don't know either.
That's going to make things interesting.
You know what? We'll just leave it as a question mark for the moment because we have got ourselves the potential of them getting a 30-point win overall.
Oh, what a shot for Ragnarok.
Brilliant stuff.
Beautiful shot there. He's going to go in with another, and that is the game. R8 clutching it up and taking every single elimination point with them.
The first team we interviewed at the tournament here for the Saudi Arabian crowd, and R8 finishes off All-Stars with a win. 30 points on the board. It might not be enough to get them into the main event, but what a victory here at the end. 30 points.
Oh, an incredible victory. The stadium has erupted for them. What a way to go out and impress your hometown folks. Beautifully done from them. Craziness all over the place. I mean, it was so crazy to see how tight this 7th place to 8th place differential was. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know who made it in there right there at the edge.
And for R8, you can see them there as well, cleaning things up, good to go. But I mean, I said at the day number 1 that this is a better team than sitting in kind of the bottom 4 of this. And indeed, they have been able to prove themselves. Again, not able to get to that main tournament, but probably around 90-some points on the board here for R8 after what is a huge victory.
And I can see the look on their faces. I can already tell what they're thinking. You see the hands on the head, and they're just thinking, why didn't we play like this earlier on? You know, we had it in us. You know, we just finally played the way we've been waiting for and have the most monstrous game, but it's just too late. This is the thing that just really gut-wrenches me the most about esports, but this is what I've been talking about, is you may have those nerves, but you gotta shake them off early. And that is going to be it for us, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take it on over to the desk to see who won this thing and who's going to the main tournament.
Well, I don't think we're going to be disappointed about the teams going through into the main event, as we've gotten quite a few of the ones that we expected to make it in. But it all comes down to what kicks off tomorrow, of which one of those could potentially challenge the likes of the teams who had to qualify in and not be voted in. Just Captain here, joined by Maxman and Seven Worlds Gaming to break this one down. And R8 close things out. Question is, if they did this a little bit earlier on in the event, could they have been one of those teams to make it through? Well, now, unfortunately, we'll never know.
It's definitely way too late.
Yeah.
For that, I mean, good for them to get himself a win there. He's going to get some extra prize pool, which is still significant for the All-Star stage here, Seven. But so many dreams have been absolutely shattered in this game. We're looking at, of course, S2G, i8 and FaZe just not able to live up to the expectations of this final game. And it's unfortunate because the bubble team died, right, super early, but it just didn't happen.
It didn't happen indeed, but you know what? That's sometimes life and gives them a little bit of a lesson coming into next season, next year. But what we have is 2 and 4 handsome gentlemen on the stage for an interview with Sertani.
The lion's share of $1 million, and you have placed first at the All-Stars Stage. How proud are you of your team?
Yeah, I'm really proud to them because we want to win this tournament so much, and we did it again. So I hope we continue in the main stage.
And a question for Schweppes as well. I just wanted to ask you, how confident are you that you could do the double like you did last year?
ก็มีความมั่นใจขนาดไหนที่จะแบบคว้าแชมป์2 แชมป์ได้เหมือนปีที่แล้ว
ก็มีความมั่นใจมากครับเพราะว่าเราแบบเหมือน UCL ที่มีมาดริดนี่ก็ PMWI ที่เป็นแวมไพร์ครับ
Yeah, we are really confident because you know when you're talking about the football, you fight Champions League, you think about the Real Madrid, but PUBG Mobile in PMWI, you will think about the Vampire Esports.
I absolutely love that analogy. Okay, and just to round things off, I just wanted to say, you know, you came into this part of the tournament as the reigning champions. You've absolutely dominated the All-Star stage. Is there anything that you would like to say to your community who have supported you throughout this tournament?
Yeah, so thank you so much for supporting our teams, and it's glad to be back here in Saudi Arabia. So it's a great country I've ever seen. So thank you so much for have this tournament again, and we'll see you in the main stage, and we will win the champion.
كل التوفيق لفريق فامباير بعد ما تأهلوا معنا إلى البطولة الرئيسية وتحقيقهم للمركز الأول في بطولة الأول ستارز. سألنا قبل شوي المدرب إن كيف كانت التجربة حتى برضو بالنسبة لهم بشكل كامل، وكيف كانت حتى برضو البطولة بالنسبة لهم. قال الحمد لله كانوا جدا واثقين من الأداء وكانوا في المركز الأول في كل 3 أيام، فهذا أعطاهم ثقة عالية وكلهم متيقنين بإذن الله أن راح يكونون في المركز الأول في البطولة الرئيسية وراح يفوزون فيها. وسألنا برضو إن كانوا في العام الماضي يحققون البطولتين برضو ورا بعض، هل يقدروا يسوونها برضو مرة ثانية في هذه السنة؟ وقال بإذن الله عندنا ثقة عالية في مستوى اللعيبة وراح نسويها هذه السنة. المبروك لفريق فامباير تحقيقهم النصر وتحقيقهم المركز الأول في هذه المجموعات. أعزائنا المشاهدين، أعزائنا الحضور، أعطونا تحية لفريق فامباير.
Sertani and Schweppes, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage, and best of luck this weekend where the real work begins. And with that being said, Atik, PUBG Mobile World Invitational All-Star Stage is over. We have our 6 teams who are going to be going through to our main tournament, and that's where the hard work really is going to begin. Thank you so much to everyone who took part in this 3-day event. Thank you so much to all of the players, the talent, and the production for building all of this. It truly has been outstanding to work with all of you. Like we've already said, the main tournament, it begins tomorrow. 16 teams, $2 million up for grabs, and of course, the PMWI trophy. Once again, thank you so much to all of the fans for watching and supporting all of your favorite teams as well. But for now, my name is Banks, this is Atik, and we're going to send you over to the studio to round out the day.
Yeah, rounding out the day here, as we did get to hear from Sertani and Schweppes. So if you think about it, this is 3 in a row now.
Yep.
Meow.
Meow.
Just became a cat. 3 in a row now here at PMWI, as they have now 1 more title to take here. If they can win the main event, that'll be back to back to back to back. And I don't want to know how many Rolexes Sertani's going to have next time we see him.
Wait a minute, all up his arm.
Them. And then he's going to be like, oh, that's my home.
He's going to come with gifts for all of us.
Yeah.
But, you know, obviously Vampire do take home, technically the winner, getting home the $115,000 for themselves in their pocket, and now obviously have to turn their attention towards the main tournament. Downside for them, or upside, depends how you look at it, is that they've had to play out 18 matches across 3 different days. No day off. There's no break. They go into another 18 matches starting tomorrow.
And the main tournament teams have been watching every one of these matches, right, Seven? So they're going to be heavily studied entering into the main tournament. So it's going to be rough to really bring that surprise factor, something that Vampire Esports will not be able to do compared to the teams that directly qualified. But as Sertani said, now PMWI is synonymous with Vampire Esports, with the legacy they've built now over 2 years.
And with the way Vampire Esports has been able to play, with the performances that we saw, especially out of Tony K, out of Stone, and all the players right from Vampire Esports, I'm honestly taking Vampire Esports as one of the favorites to win the main event.
I think they were ready. We're going into it with what they did last year and their performances in spring. But here they're just proven once again, if any doubters were out there, that they are ready for PMWI and they're not only going to do well on All-Star Stage, but clearly this playstyle is so efficient, so by the book and efficient that it will also translate, I think, pretty successfully for the main event.
Okay, well, let's actually take a look at the match rankings here for the final time today, for the final time in the All-Star Stage of this event. All right, 30 points, a fantastic way to end off the tournament. Anything's off with a W is always something you can be happy about. Even Mazex is, I think, one of their best results they've had so far here with 11. But DRS with 10, S2G with 10. You know, we're right next to the Turkish casters as well, and you could just kind of hear like how sad they were seeing S2G get locked out and just pushed out and eventually knocked out.
Just absolute silence after they got eliminated.
They're like, all right, going home. Have a good show, everyone. Bye.
See you guys. Bye later. But yeah, AGONxI8 also again picked up a little bit earlier in this game. They were one of the teams contending for it, especially because they were still alive here, 7, when Infinity IQ went out. And I think they had a 2-3 point difference and they just were not able to score them in. So I think it was not quite enough, but just a few more points might have made the difference.
And I'm kind of glad that they did end up getting taken out early on, because if it would have been for that big match they had earlier today, they wouldn't even be in this conversation. And I didn't want to feel like a one-off team, right? Like they only got in here because of that big match that they were able to do, where they were able to take advantage of the location where they ended up being. I'm glad they didn't make it. I'm sorry, but
all right, any journalists out there, since you already quoted Max Ben before, you can hear it here. Seven Worlds Gaming happy. AGONxI8 did not qualify.
You're done.
True.
I want to see the article. No, it is a shame, unfortunately, for them. But again, a lot of experience picked up for this team, and a lot of teams out there as well. The teams who, unfortunately, you know, were towards the bottom of the leaderboards, if I get my words out, meow. They at least get the experience, get to take it home with them, and look forward to the next season of PMPL coming up.
We're talking about experience, right? If you're S2G, how are you feeling after all this? Because, man, it's such a...
my wrist is really hurting right now.
It was such a big disappointment. I mean, you were mentioning, too, we're listening to the casters, and you could just hear it in their voice, even though we don't really understand what they're saying. At least I don't. Just hear the disappointment as soon as they got eliminated. It's like... They started improving, but it was a little bit too late.
I wouldn't say improving, because they have good games happen once in a while and then completely fell off. There was they weren't streaky in any sense of the word.
So the new football list.
But, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Good event, bad event, might come back in the fall season, but they have to prove themselves
did
again.
they recently visit the Maldives?
Ooh. I don't think, well, that's an ask, actually, yeah.
Okay, well, anyways, let's move on past this one. It is time to not scream forced, by the way, Max.
Oh, okay.
The Colonel's Choice, brought to us by KFC. What do you think it's going to be?
Satan.
Yes.
Same team, different player.
Not fair. No, I think we all agree. Let's actually take a look here at what our Colonel's Choice is going to be. Pretty much our highlight play of the day. I mean, you have Kitsune coming in from GG as well. Actually, it's not even going to be that. Okay.
Yeah,
it will be Satan.
What a surprise.
Yeah. I feel like it was going to be Kitsune at one point until this happened, and I was like, okay, this has to take it. I mean, the way he was able to just take on all those players, that's flip too. So impressive.
You know what some might say?
Yeah.
Some might say that play was camera on me. I'm gonna wait for it. Finger looking good. All right.
Okay.
How to get that in there?
Why are you making me hungry?
I mean, that doesn't take much, Seven. Come on.
I've been asking for KFC all day. Just saying.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you said that, because I was going to say something else. But no, honestly, I think well deserved. Like Satan. It's kind of a shame for Kitsune as well, because we were all so hyped up. He got 3 knocks with his buggy, but then Satan just destroyed.
He might have the drive-by of the day. Well, potentially that's going to be an award, yeah.
Maybe Kitsune will get the save of the day. Save of the day, brought to us by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. Could be, because he did save his teammate.
True.
But I could be wrong.
Oh, the FaZe one. Yeah, I remember that one. We kept having, I think we had 3 crashes in a row in that one compound, so FaZe were heavily reliant on being able to get the reses through, so those actually were really impactful reses.
They were, but I'm with Jason. I feel like Kitsune should have won.
He said
no. Hey, actually, Kitsune, I think we'll win something.
Yeah, the drive-by, yeah.
What drive-by?
I mean, the drive-by, yeah. With
the drive-by?
With the car, yeah, but what does he win? What is it?
Oh, I forgot the name.
This is why you don't jump the gun. This is why you let me finish talking, Max. The ride of the day brought to us by Abdul Latif Jamil Motors, and that one has to be Kitsune. If it's not, I'm coming back to production. Not this production. Any production, I'm coming for you. It's got to get it, man, right?
Yeah. Waiting.
Oh, what? I'm out of here. Bye, everyone. I'm
See
gone.
You, Jason.
I'm out.
No. Oh, wait. It's right by. So, yeah.
Okay,
let's give it
was
hope.
a bit weird.
Let's give it hope. If Kitsune's not in here, we riot. Oh, wow.
Nice dodge.
Nice.
That was a dodge.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
Ah. How did he get
Okay,
3?
production, you live another day. It's okay. Don't worry.
He got 3 in the smokes. I still can't believe how that just worked out perfectly.
I love that the guy in the smoke is just standing there and all of a sudden it's like, oh,
See, this is actually, you know what the funny thing is I look at that and I'm like, Max, when you have a license, right?
I do have one, but I'm scared of driving. But
I think that's exactly what would end up happening. And then we won't be able to work with you anymore.
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't. That's why I don't drive, okay? Especially if you got smokes around, I'm just going to aim for everyone. Okay, plus 10 points. That's why I don't drive, James. I don't like it, okay? Those intrusive thoughts are there.
Let him drive.
Just see someone crossing the crosswalk. He's like, that's one elimination.
One elimination. Got
He
it.
said, I'm
Okay.
gonna,
Oh, wait,
I'm
it was
gonna-
just a knock. Gotta go back.
I'm going to be featured on the right.
Did you really just say, that's a knock, I have to go back?
Yeah.
Really? All right, well, France, please take away this man's driver's license. Instead, let's take a look at our qualified teams into our main tournament. Oh, that was the highlight of my day. We got Vampire Esports, T Plus Kia, DRS Gaming, G Gliders, Team Falcons, and Infinity IQ.
Vampire Esports able to get himself once again some extra cash on the board, able to secure himself so many extra good games there. And I'm trying to move on from this. But yeah,
It's the fact that you said it and then you also put your hand on the steering wheel and we hit it in reverse.
He doubled down on it.
Well, this is our results here, and it came down to just 1 point because AGONxI8 have the win on chicken dinners.
Oh.
All they needed was 1 more point, and they would have won the tiebreaker against Infinity IQ.
Wow. I was almost quoted differently.
Yeah, and we're going to have Falcons actually making it through. So that's going to be a lot of local fans pretty happy about that one up there. Of course, with also the side of, you're going to have Crypto, you're going to have etc. The entire team with Rolkis. Crypto! So it's going to be interesting, but some teams, unfortunately, as we said, a lot of dreams have been shattered.
Yep.
And the likes of BTR, FaZe not able to really show up in the last game is, unfortunately, is how it goes in these events. It's esports for you. Yeah.
FaZe kind of slowed down for a bit there. After day one, I feel like they were steady in regards to being able to maintain themselves there within the first base, and then after that they were just not able to do any pop-up plays, not really able to do any impactful plays, and same kind of goes for BTR, right? They got the 2 chicken dinners at the beginning on day 1, and we're like, okay, this might be different for BTR, and then after that it was just a complete downhill.
They were definitely in the mindset of we have to be very careful of what our moves are, and unfortunately by doing so you're not making these big risky plays sometimes, and those risky plays at these kind of events when you're on the last game is what's going to allow you to qualify for the next stage. So yeah, the fact that they were trying to just play as safe as possible did cause their demise at the end.
Yeah.
Speaking of next stage, just take a look here at the participating teams here in our main tournament kicking off tomorrow.
Ooh.
As we're going to have quite a few strong teams. I'm honestly looking towards Reject, not necessarily to maybe win the event, but I want to see what Reject's got to show us. And of course, the 2 teams coming in from PEL, and pardon me if I say this and butcher it completely, John Allen, I'm sure will correct me if I'm wrong. Chianba. We'll go with that. Yep. And 628.
Yeah,
that one's
nice.
easy.
Yeah, that one's pretty simple. But yeah, it's good to see some teams coming out from PEL. I think Tiamba, this is, if I'm not mistaken, the first time we see them outside of their region, which I'm really hyped to see how their playstyle is going to translate internationally, because a first team that has yet to play outside of their region after being playing in PL for years now, that's going to be the highlight for me, at least at the start of the main tournament.
Really?
And for me, it's going to be Fireflux. I want to see what Fireflux is going to be able to do.
All right, I need to check if you have a fever, Max, because your boys from Stalwart hasn't even been mentioned.
Oh, okay, so Tiamba was my surprise. I was like, I want to see how that's going to work out. But Stalwart is my team that I'm expecting to win the whole thing. Vampire is going to be pretty close, but Stalwart, they're just looking as good as ever in their home region, winning the South Asia Championship. Didn't quite win the vote, but they're like, okay, we didn't win the vote. Our other way in is to just win the event, so just, well, let's just take the dub.
Fair enough.
Well, we can see what they can win as well. We had $1 million on the line here for Allstars Stage. We got the main tournament with $2 million, so we're almost quadrupling the first place prize here as we get into $400,000 for winning this event. You know, I don't want to be biased, right? I'm not trying to be biased, but I kind of want to see Vampire win this as well, just to be the back-to-back champions of PMWI. I think one thing we kind of lack, which is kind of exciting, depends on how you look at it, within PUBG MOBILE Esports, is consistency of our top teams.
Yes.
It changes so often, it feels like. And I want to see Vampire just kind of put some consistency down.
That's what we've been hinting at with SCG, right? We're expecting them to be consistent here in international event, being able to move on to the main event, and end up possibly winning that. Because we want to see that consistency. And if Vampire can actually do it, they're going to be looking at those 400,000 like, yeah, we want to take that home.
That's ours.
Rolexes.
But clearly it could happen because we've seen some improvements throughout this tournament. They tried a few things and they played with Newsy. So I think Newsy especially might be a little bit ready to go in the main tournament. So that was good. He got that kind of training before the event. Yeah,
letting him warm up, letting him, okay, you know what, let's try to figure out if we do end up using you during the main event, what kind of role are we going to be using you in regards to, like, because it's going to be different, right? They're not going to be playing in Thailand, in their region. Now it's going to be against international teams. I feel like sometimes players definitely have to adjust in regards to the roles.
Yeah, well, we're going to find obviously and even a little bit of adjustment, maybe in a positive way here to actually our provider here of our amazing devices, Honor Magic 5 Pro, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, and also made with a self-created GPU. They created themselves, Turbo X, and it's going to be fantastic to see what they can pull off as well with these devices. We've already seen what some players have been able to do themselves.
Yeah, some really good moments coming out.
Well, it's by me for a reason.
Security was really good last year. We were not able to get one. So.
Where? I don't see nobody over here.
I don't think you have a box tall enough to reach it.
I know. Yeah, I can't reach it. Tiny arms. T-Rex arms.
T-Rex arms. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not gonna do it.
I thought it was the opposite. I think you were like the inverse. You were like the tiny legs.
Chicken legs.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, you know what, Maxman? I want to kind of hear what was your thoughts of this whole little event that we have had so far.
I mean, clearly Vampire, I think you have to jump on them. Just so good right out of the gate, right? I mean, the entire team has been looking so deadly throughout the entirety of the event. And talking with Sertani, they were able to build so much momentum after that last day of PMGC. That comeback, it put them in such a good mentality that they were able to just transfer throughout spring 2023 and now PMWI. And I just expect that to continue, as we said multiple times, for the main tournament. But so many other teams have been looking really good. And D+ Kia has been the standout for me. Like, really, the way they play in the game is on such an other level, but different from other teams. And I want to see how that can potentially transfer in the main tournament. Really excited to see it.
I feel like that's my main takeaway, especially from this All-Star, right? Vampire Esports, as Jason was mentioning now, the back-to-back, being able to win something here at PMWI. For me, D+ Kia, such a big surprise. We saw them, especially they won the improvements that we've been able to see out of this team. And now for them being able to have so many reps under their belt going into tomorrow, going into the main event, I can't wait to see how they're going to be able to adjust with the new teams coming in.
You know, I can kind of see Vampire Esports players go into their tax guy, and the tax says, okay, that's a lot of money. Who's your employer? And they're just like, PMWI.
What's an employer?
Pretty much what's happened. All right, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me here on the desk, and you guys at home as well for watching. But that's going to wrap up here our All-Star Stage, as we still have the main tournament to kick off tomorrow. It's 3 days, 6 matches a day of high-intensity action to find out who's going to be our champion of PMWI. You're not going to want to miss it. And honestly, we're going to see you guys then. And if you're not, this man's going to hunt you down like a T-Rex.
I'm glad that wasn't okay.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight.